most important thing was first to get the thing on the agenda of the League of Nations. And the second and most important thing was to get the so-called clause d'urgence, urgency clause. Because otherwise it would have been buried in the bureaucratic system of the petition. We could have done, we could have taken years until we got to goodbye. This, practically we won, although the urgency clause was not given. We obtained that the Committee of Three, which was the organ of the League of Nations Council, met, and that the matter was dealt with during the session. And there was considerable pressure on Romania, there's no doubt about that. At that time, what I considered for me was a very interesting lesson. I think this is the first great political action in which I was involved, in which I saw what really you had to obtain. If you want to obtain a success in the political action, you have to see that various interests of various people or countries had to become identical under a certain aspect, so that they were complementary and that you could build up a political coalition. The French and the English, who were the major actors in this action, were interested in their interests in Romania, in the economic interest that Romania should not become a fascist country, but should continue to remain in the Triple Alliance, in the Triple
Little Entente.
And they had great political and also economic interests, and were afraid that if this would get lost and they would fall under the influence of Hitler, these great economical interests would lost. And we saw these interests, and we used the French, we tried to obtain from the French and the English that they should use our case as a test case for fighting for their own interests. And the real success in this action was that we succeeded in this, and in this Bergzweig and Goldman and Jablum and France had certainly great power. Here in Geneva, the drama was with the foreign minister of Romania, Micescu, with whom we had a fight by communiques every few hours.
Micescu?
Micescu.
M-I-C-E-S-C-U?
M-I-C-E-S-C-U.
Yes.
Micescu. This is probably also somewhere here, I don't know.
No, it doesn't matter. Fine.
A very intelligent man, by the way, very good diplomat too. And I remember that this until the night, once I telephoned until 12 o'clock at night to all the journalists, you know how they did at that time. Today you take the telex and get it through. Then you had to telephone if you wanted to, outside the normal hours, you had to telephone to 8 or 10 journalists and to dictate them what was the format. And we had a considerable success, which really came out when Goga resigned. In the famous word that this is Yehuda, du hast gesiegt, is not a legend, this is a real...
He said that? Yeah. You really think that the pressure of the World Jewish Congress?
No, I'm saying not the World Jewish Congress. I'm saying that the pressure of the France and England did it. But the French and the English used our case in doing it. And our merit was to see that there was an identity of interest and that we could obtain from them sharp pressure on the Romanians to do it. Now, the whole thing has been wasted, so to speak, because 4 weeks later Hitler marched into Austria. This is the tragedy. In reality, this was a spectacular success. And and I think the only success really which we had in all this whole field of fighting in the 30s with regard to the Eastern European countries becoming satellites of it. Now, as I said, 4 weeks later, Hitler marched into Austria and the whole thing was eliminated.
Who was in charge of this activity of the World Jewish Congress? I understand you wrote a memoranda. And
well, the Goldman was, of course, behind the whole thing. He didn't sign it because of being at the same time the representative of the Jewish Agency and needed Romanian support in the Mandates Commissioner for League of Nations, and didn't want therefore to personally get involved. Although he appeared here at the press conference, But the reason why Gerhart and Jahrblum were put forward, both members of the executive, one the English and the French member of the executive, they officially appeared as the representative. But in reality, this was done by Goldman and me, and the others came to sign it.
Okay, so the question is, who opposed the World Jewish Congress work amongst the Jewish organizations or individuals, and what did they do?
Well, I believe the great tragedy is that the Jewish organizations in the early 30s did not understand and didn't share the point of view of the World Jewish Congress. And certainly not the basic concept, one Jewish people and one Jewish organization. What was really the basic reason for this misunderstanding? I don't know. When you compare the early 30s with the 70s, you just can't understand. The principle of one Jewish people is today completely accepted. There's practically nobody who fights it. That Jewish cooperation and Jewish coordination of action, and if possible, united action, is necessary in all Jewish matters. It is the complete consensus of the whole Jewish world. On the contrary, it goes today sometimes too far. You don't leave some place for dissenting, different views and so on. We are trying to rubber stamp the whole Jewish life in one direction. But in the 30s, it was a fact, and also in various countries, of course, in different ways. That the Board of Deputies, for instance, didn't join the World Jewish Congress was due to a vote of, I think, 10 or 12 people who didn't vote for the joining, and that means that the forces were divided nearly half and half, and it took until 75 to finally come in official. In the United States of America, the situation was even worse. Stephen Wise was a man who didn't leave people neutral. You were either for them or you were against them. He was a great humanitarian. He was not only an extremist Jew as he has been depicted. He was a man of enormous human qualities. And one of the things that I never forget at his funeral was, for instance, a delegation of the Red Caps of Central Station, that is supporters of Central Station, because innumerable times he had traveled around the United States, and each time when somebody took his luggage, he had a good word for him. He had a personal relationship to everybody. He was good to every human being. He wanted to be good. He loved, Nachum Goldman once said, he loved not the Jewish people, he loved every individual Jew. That's a great quality. And he loved not only every Jew, he loved also every discriminated person, every underdog. It was not an accident that he was fighting for the cause of Czechoslovakia during the First War, for Greece and for other peoples. He considered this was as justified as the fight for the Jewish dignity and for the Jewish rights. But he met with enormous resistance. And the Jewish organizations, particularly the American Jewish Committee of that time, and the Joint Distribution Committee, were more or less the same social strata, representing the same social strata, were absolutely against his methods and against his policies. They probably did also not understand the unique character of the Nazi movement and considered it an enemy of a normal dimension and not person. You cannot, when you think today that in 1933, when Stephen Wise was, as I said, the bearer of the flag of the fight against Hitler, and so considered by the Germans and so depicted by the non-Jewish Nazi papers, that the American Jewish Committee sent an emissary to Germany in order to denounce the American ambassador the policy of Wise and his action.
When was that?
In the summer of '33. You find direct reference to this in the memoirs of Dodd, Ambassador Dodd, and I think the man who came was Rabbi Lazarov, the very prominent man of the committee at that time. Now, when you compare this line of the American Jewish Committee of that time and the American Jewish Committee of today, you can't recognize it. It's two different organizations, of course. But this was one of the great weaknesses. And in France, the situation was not much different. You had the old people of the Alliance, not the René Cassins in this generation of the Second World War, where the leaders lived, but those who were the old, wouldn't call it the Yehudi, the old class, high bourgeois representatives, very well situated, representing the high bourgeois class, and fighting, of course, not only against the anti-Semitism as such, but also against, very much afraid of the anti-Semitism in their own country and what could be reproached to them and the consequences. Goldman sometimes tells the story that when the foreign minister Bartu sent a message to the World Jewish Congress on the occasion of its founding assembly. The French official organizations went to complain to Bartu that he sent such a message. How could he do such a thing? And the reply of Bartu was, I need the foreign Jews, but I don't need the French Jews. You are all good patriots. And you support for France also of the Jews in the world. And this is a forum where the Jews in the world come together. Now this was something which Jews had to learn, and they learned it unfortunately the hard way and not the best way. But it is no doubt that the split in the Jewish world and the political concepts which prevailed in the Jewish world were very much influenced by the general concepts which prevailed in the non-Jewish world. While we were fighting Hitler as such, the great parts of the Jewish communities in the Western world participated and in fact supported the appeasement policy of the Western countries. And here is the real reason for this split.
How far would you say then, if I may sum this, what you said up, how far would you say then that the idea of the unity of the Jewish people as it came to fruition through the World Jewish Congress was conditional upon the threat posed to the Jewish people by the Nazis? In other words, how far was it really a negative reaction rather than a positive reaction?
I think it was a negative reaction. I think in the first place, the decision to call together organization of the World Jewish Congress was a defense reaction. There had to be somebody to stand up and to fight it. I think it is much later that the positive, the concept of Jewish people fighting for its own values, for the continuation of the Jewish peoplehood, for the continuation of Jewish existence, for the continuation of Jewish values, is accepted. It is no incident that these paragraphs in the Constitution of the WEC come after the Second World War, and not at the beginning. At the beginning, it was the minimum which we put in. Even the Congress was not allowed to deal with cultural matters. That in itself is very interesting. Because the religious divisions were so strong that the religious group didn't want anything of religious character could be discussed in such a political organization, and as everything cultural has a religious aspect, so the whole cultural field was left out. It is only after the catastrophe that everybody accepted, no, we cannot get it. We have to
do something, yeah. Now let's go over to Evian. The memoranda of the World Jewish Congress. If I may put first a question first, and then perhaps you. Memorandum of the World Jewish Congress to Evian differed from the memorandum by the Jewish Agency. in that the Jewish Agency emphasized Palestine, and the World Jewish Congress put Palestine only as a number, I don't know what, in the memorandum, and emphasized the saving of the Jewish people. Now, when this was presented to Evian, two things the historians report, that two things happened. One was that there was terrible fighting between the Jewish organizations, and it was very unpleasant because it made a very bad impression on the people there. And the other thing was that there was no united stand, and that possibly had there been a united stand, the outcome would have been more influenced by a Jewish position. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would agree that it was a scandal that there was no united stand. Whether the outcome would have been greatly different, I have my doubts about that. Because the situation, the political situation in 1938 was terribly bad already, and there was no will really to fight. Let me say something about the whole situation, if you allow. What today is completely forgotten. We lived in the pre-war period on an anti-Semitic continent. We didn't live only in a Europe which had Nazism as the most extremist expression of anti-Jewish feelings. We lived in reality on an anti-Semitic continent. Great countries, and the great majority of the Jews lived, and nobody knows this anymore because these Jews have disappeared, and the countries are not anymore. In Poland, 3.5 million Jews lived in a country which was basically anti-Semitic, in which they had terribly, not only terribly to fight for the equality, but particularly for the equality in economic existence, in economic facilities. In Hungary, we had anti-Jewish legislation since the 20s, and colossal anti-Semitic tendencies. In Romania, we spoke about the discrimination against the Jews as citizens and the anti-Jewish measures under the Bogacusa regime, but this was the culminating point. The tendency and the trends were there all the time. In Lithuania, in Latvia, we had very serious positions for the Jews. On all this, except for Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, which was not affected by these trends. As a crowning event came the Hitler regime in Germany, which then was eating and expanding and eating up the Austrian and the Czechoslovakia and so on. So we had in reality an enormous, we lived in a completely anti-Semitic. And the Hitler's poison was penetrating in others. What happened in France, even in 1940, was unthinkable without this kind of influence. That the major Western powers from 1939, say from 1940 to 42, did never mention the Jewish question, never mentioned the anti-Jewish persecutions until 1942. The middle of 42, when the Jews rebelled and finally spoke out. shows, and why did they not mention it? Because they were afraid it was a Jewish war. They could be accused of leading a Jewish war, of leading a war for the Jews as servants of the Jews. All this shows in what kind of atmosphere we lived, which is today not even cannot even be reconstructed for the normal. We live in a completely different world. And therefore, in my opinion, the lack of resisting and the lack of fighting and the assimilation to a European order in which Germany was the leading power was already spreading. And in my opinion, the reason why Evian didn't succeed was not the lack of the unity of the Jewish organization, but the lack of any will of real action by the powers. That's my personal view. Now, I was as shocked by the 30 organization that's there. Nevertheless, there was a certain cooperation amongst several. When you read today the reports by Goldman and Rupin of this about what happened during the conference, you'll see that after all the numbers, there were 5 organizations which cooperated, which saw a number of delegates together. But nevertheless, it was not a very nice picture.
Do you remember meeting with some of the delegates?
I remember mainly meetings between the organizations.
The Jewish organizations.
Jewish and partly also non-Jewish organizations. But there was, I remember also some comments. There were two. The delegate of the American Joint was Mr. Katz. Very nice young man, by the way, one of the younger representatives of the Joint. And one of the representatives of the German emigration, the non-Jewish organization, the German emigration, was also Mr. Katz. So one of the journalists said, now I know for what this conference is. It's a conference is for the cats. And this was really the overwhelming feeling about I think the criticism which you mentioned is too superficial in this way. I'm glad that later on these things did not happen, and today we have usually some kind of pre-conference with some of the line of policy questions are being resolved in advance. And then there is more greater unity in Jewish life, there's no doubt about it. In alone the Congress is a much more representative body than this. How many organizations are today outside? It's not true.
If one looks at the sort of discussions at Evian, there is the famous speech by Hitler at Königsberg at the same time, that if the Western powers want the Jews, he's willing to put them on luxury liners and send them to America. And there's the story that was made up by Mr. Habe about von Neumann. And there's a theory which says that the Nazis at that time were willing to sell the Jews. Do you remember any discussions on that, or any? Did you meet von Neumann there?
Yes, I met Neumann. But I must say, I didn't hear that story, but Habe report.
What did Neumann tell you, or did he speak to you?
I don't remember that he came with any specific request. He was there as a witness, a very respectable witness of these Austrian Jews who were the last victim. But he told some of the stories of what happened there. There were also German Jews coming out. There were several persons who represented the Reichsverein in Deutschland.
Reichsvertretung.
Reichsvertretung, yeah. I forgot who was there, but I remember there were some people and there was problems whether you should meet or not with the World Jewish Congress. And I believe they met, but they didn't meet Forum Publico. Certainly Goldman saw them, I'm sure. But we had some problems because it was, of course, full of spies, the whole conference. No, the conference was one of the most terrible things which I have lived through, because really the result was absolutely nothing. I think the only country which opened its gates was Sandolinge, which promised 100,000 Jews to go. Nobody wanted to go to Sandolinge, and finally 5,000 about
5,000? Less.
Huh?
Less.
No, there was a time where I think 5,000 were in social and but anyhow, about 5,000. You don't know where to go at all.
The result of the Evian conference, of course, was the the Intergovernmental Committee, and the attempt by Mr. Rubli to arrange with Schach an arrangement about the Jews leaving. Was the World Jewish Congress involved in these negotiations? No. What was the activity that the World Jewish Congress was doing between, say, Evian and the outbreak of war?
Well, in fact, we did not pursue negotiations on particular countries opening the gate. This would also have worked in a direction contrary to the major fight for opening the doors of Palestine at the time. We specialized at that time with regard to the refugee problem, mainly to that deal on the legal questions. We became really, to some degree, the legal specialist on the question of status of refugees and the interpretation of the question. We intervened with individual countries on violations of such matters. I mean, it was typical, let's say, in 1940 when the German Jews and others were arrested in France and England. So it was mostly our people who tried to get them free and to obtain the recognition as refugees, not as enemy agents. It was, I would say, mainly in this field that they tried to work.
Do you remember any activities in which you were involved regarding Eastern Europe, Poland, especially in that short period between?
And there was the fight against the ghetto banks, in which the Congress was quite active. You remember?
In the universities, yeah.
What the Congress at that time, during these 2 years, 3 years, was a very small period, and let's not forget, was to make a real inventory, in particular the economic situation. And We established at that moment in Paris a special department under Gerhart, who was an economist, which put together, first one, the facts of the situation. And we published in, I think, 38 or 39, the first volume. The second was already finished when the war broke out, with the manuscript got lost. On the economic situation of the Jewish, of a great number of countries, particularly on Poland, one of the best documentations on the terrible poverty, the terrible social situation of these communities, which is still valid today, in my opinion, a great source of information. It was on this line of denouncing the economic situation that we tried to prepare the political fight, if you would have the time to.
Yeah.
To do it.
Is that volume still?
That volume is still there.
Yes.
There was, after all, some kind of cooperation. There were 5 delegations who visited a number of people together. But the hearings were also a farce, of course, because there were 25 people who wanted to be heard. Goldman got a hearing of 15 minutes or something. It was short. There was even a whole discussion to bring Weizmann or not, and Weizmann didn't rightly not come because of it. But there's one other thing which is interesting also, is calling attention not only to the act of refugees from Austria, the one who had to leave Austria and Germany, but also those in Eastern Europe who were denationalized and so on and so on. That was also only, I believe, in the agency and in the Congress memorandum about the Eastern European. But that's not too much. I thought that the fact to call on to raise the question of the finance, and that it could only be done by an international action of governments who should raise a loan and finance the whole thing in a similar way as the Greek-Turkish exchange arrangements in I don't know when it was.
23, yeah.
That is, I don't know, I have a feeling that this was the first time brought in as a constructive idea for government action. I mean, that the financing had to be done in some way by government action. I don't think this has ever been clearly spelled out before.
Okay, very good. Yeah. So that's a, and you were involved in you wrote the memorandum, I suppose. Yes, you wrote all the memoranda.
Well, the memoranda at that time were written mainly by myself, with the assistance of Max Beer. This I should clearly say. Max Beer was our assistant, was consultant as a journalist for public relations things. And in order that this should have a sex appeal, the point of view of writing, we brought them in on memoranda, on press releases and so on. But responsible, of course, was the executive, and I did it under Goldman's direction.
Who was Max Beer exactly?
Max Beer was a German Jew. He was a very well-known journalist who was the representative of the Wall Street Telegraph Bureau
Of the which? Wolfsche,
This was the official German news agency. Very near to Stresemann, and one of the classical journalists here in the nearby of the Stresemann area. He supported the German Foreign Office in all kinds of. He was even during the first war one of their propagandists, but that was not such a fine from our point of view, such a wonderful area. So it had nothing to do with Jews. It was just supported the German point of view. But when Hitler came to power, although he was a great German nationalist, he completely turned around and offered his services to the Jews and completely devoted to the last 20 years of his life in fighting for Germans, I can say. And as he had excellent relations here all over in the League of Nations, inside, outside, with delegations and so on, we used him. And he became a consultant and he was our public relations officer unofficially. He didn't announce it because he continued his activity for the later years. He was writing for the Bauer Nationalzeitung regularly. He was a correspondent. He was writing for Pertinax in France, Lecco, I think it was, and for a number of other publications. Very able journalist, with all the experience of political propagandists in the good and in the bad sense.
Now you wanted to say something about Geneva, the general ambience of...
But I would like to say two things. For me, these first years of Geneva was of course a great education. I really, for the first time in my life, entered, to speak, the international scene, and I went to meetings. I was present, for instance, at the famous appearance of the Negus at the Assembly of the League of Nations. It's an enormously emotional thing. I was terribly impressed by the man, although I didn't understand one word he spoke in Amharic. But the atmosphere, this was really one of the great occasions in international worldwide. I remember the first appearance of Leon Blum at the League of Nations, which was also a fantastic appearance. I had never seen Leon Blum on earth. He was one of the great men at the time. Of course, there was a whole atmosphere around the League of Nations. Not only there were hundreds of officials, not thousands as this in the United Nations, but a great number. There were the delegations, the permanent delegations, there were a great corps of journalists around it. And this created an atmosphere in Geneva which was giving the city a certain character. All what belonged to the League of Nations, what it was interested in the political development, let's say, met every evening in one of the cafes, in one of the restaurants. The famous Bavaria, which we have still today, we see still the caricatures of many of the statesmen who made their speeches at the League of Nations meetings. And for years, I think it wasn't one evening when I didn't pass through the Bavaria, at least for a few minutes, to find out whether was something had happened, a kind of Nachrichtenbörse. And when you looked for somebody important, you knew that he would be reached there. You could also see in the Bavaria some of the statesmen. Riegner came from time to time. Foreign minister was then foreign minister. I saw foreign minister of Sweden, Sander, Sandler, Sandler of Norway, of a number of other countries so you spoke to it. The height of this Nachrichtenwelle front was during the Czechoslovakian crisis. There, at that time, the whole of Geneva was, of course, terribly strained, and everybody was waiting for the new. I remember particularly some evening during that period when nobody could telephone to Prague. All the lines were cut, and then the Czechoslovakian ambassador to the League had 1 hour per day, and some journalists who were near to him got some minutes to speak to their counterparts in newspapers. So these journalists, especially the one who were writing for the Prager Tagblatt, became the center of information suddenly, and he used it every, with all his colleagues and with all the people around. But let's not speak about the very particular situation during the crisis in Czechoslovakia, which was really a terrible period, the worst perhaps which I can imagine. That is, here really everybody was fighting the best. Now the war would start. It was a terribly ambivalence of the wish that finally the things should come to a solution, and the fear of war, everybody of course realized that this would be a terrible thing. And it's very difficult to say what everybody really wished intimately for himself. Therefore, this very strange atmosphere. I belong to a young group of diplomats, members of the press corps, members of the secretariat, about 10, 12 people who went out every evening at 4 o'clock in the morning just to kill the time and the fears which were in you. It's a very, very strange atmosphere. But that was already the decline. The League of Nations, as I have known it, the leader at that time was, of course, already the League of Nations in decline. That after the 1935, the sanctions against Mussolini and Italy, the League was completely split in these matters. And those who wanted a strong position of the Western powers with regard to Germany had to accept, of course, a strong position with regard to Italy, because this would strengthen the League and this would weaken the Axis. And the great number of young and old idealists were still hoping that the League would win in this fight. But more and more one had to realize that what was said inside the League of Nations had very little relation with the reality outside. It was really an island of idealism which was fighting for the right principles, but which was really not anymore relevant to the reality of the political power situation.
What was the role of the World Jewish Congress at that stage? In other words, what could it do at the time of the Munich crisis?
Well, we were supporting entirely the anti-Axis forces, of course, trying to fight for the rights of Czechoslovakia, trying to protect at the same time the Jews of the Sudetenland. We had something to lose there. Thousands and thousands of Jews in Karlsbad and around it. Apart from this, there was from the whole of Czechoslovakia about 350,000 Jews at the time. And the Jewish Party of Czechoslovakia at this time sent delegations here to Geneva. I remember the secretary of the party came here and
Gulis?
No.
Goldstein.
He was the secretary of them. Bauer.
Stephen
Bauer was sent by them, I don't remember who. What was the name of the man later in London? Fischer. But I think Fischer was not yet. It must be Margulis or Goldstein. And probably another Goldstein. He sent them. And we had here discussions in the Czechoslovakian crisis with Heinrich, the German Heinrich, high official in the Czech Foreign Office, who was sent by Benes to Geneva. And we had discussions, of course, with the French, with the English, with all those who could in some way help. Goldman was at that time also in quite good relations with Litvinov, and so on from time to time. And in this situation, of course, we were on the same line with the Russians. We tried to give maximum support to the Czechs, and we tried to do whatever we could to prevent anything from the Jews of Czechoslovakia. Of course, this was an illusion. This catastrophe which started in Munich and peaceful policy, there was really practically nothing we could do. Nevertheless, we tried to obtain better situation, better solutions for the refugees who came out. We tried to obtain the visas, tried to obtain...
Was the World Jewish Congress involved in trying to open up countries at that point?
Not everywhere, but a number of countries, yes. Trying to obtain not individual leaders, but to open the general, to push for a liberal country.
Because yesterday you said that the World Jewish Congress didn't want to oppose the Jewish agency policy of struggling for the opening of Palestine, and therefore it didn't...
Not in the sense that we came, let's say, with a plan for Guyana or something. That's what I meant, yeah. But for the immediate opening of, I think there was also a difference of opinion. The Jewish agency knew that it had only a limited number of visas to the Jewish world. I don't think that let me say that the problem was not sharpened to the point as it is today sharpened sometimes. That somebody who is not only asking for people to go to Israel is considered, I wouldn't say a traitor, but not in line. The catastrophe or the tension and the tragedy was such that anybody who could be brought out and could get a visa was supported. And I don't think that the Jewish agency in any way criticized us, whatever anybody else like. On the other hand, we tried to support the agency to get more, and then we could steadily considered and supported that the main solution would be the Palestinian solution. There's no doubt about that in this respect. But nobody prevented us from trying to obtain more freedom of immigration to other countries. On the other hand, as I said, we did not feel that we should propose some of these fantastic schemes who were all more or less not very realistic. Some of them in Australia, some of them in
Angola.
So this we did not do. I was saying, I think what I've said about Geneva is important. To a certain degree, it was an atmosphere similar to what it is sometimes today in the United Nations. The complete separation from what was happening there, what was happening outside in the world. And you could really sometimes feel that you are in a classhouse. That doesn't mean that for my own personal education I learned a lot there. I had a lot of friends, I had a lot of education, and I saw a good deal how things should not be done.
Yeah, that's very important. May I ask one question before we go on? The relationship between the World Jewish Congress office in Geneva and the leadership, shall we say, wise in America on the one hand, and the offices in London and in Paris and in other places. How was this organized? What was the day-to-day organization of the?
Well, the central office at that time was Paris. And Goldman divided his time between Paris and Geneva. He had apartments here and the apartment in Paris. The distribution of reports was done through the Paris office. This was Mrs. Knöpfner and a number of other people who were there active. Cherry Covert. Cherry Covert.
Cherry Covert.
Cherry Covert. The
historian. What was his first name? I forget. He was my teacher. I'll find it.
Yeah. No, he was. That was called Bernard, as I said, for the whole the economics department, and he had an assistant, Mr. Mandelbaum, who's in America. I don't know what has become of him. Then was Dr. Knöpfmacher, the husband of Mrs. Knöpfmacher, worked particularly on German propaganda. We published, for instance, from Paris a number of a full series of studies on the German propaganda in foreign countries and the whole organization of the Nazi party outside Germany, to warn the Jewish communities and the people outside that they should be aware of the Nazi propaganda and see that they should fight it, and they should. This means the organization outside what it was called Auslandsorganisation and so on. That was all done from Paris, and Paris assured the coordinations between the various offices. But of course, on a higher level was Goldman himself who telephoned to Paris and London and America if necessary. There is quite an important correspondence probably between Goldman and Weiss in the archives, I think, in the Nine Stockholm. It's not always in the right part, probably. It's probably sometimes in the Zionist part instead of the Congress part. But there was, apart from the direct relationship between Weiss and Goldman, in charge was really the Paris office to coordinate. And they sent out the reports, around the reports, they sent out the circular letters and so on. And they also were responsible for the organization. I mean, to see that various branches of the Congress did certain of the things which were expected to do, concerning political intervention, public relations activities, and so on.
Okay.
I was here practically without the school at that stage, and Dr. Bauer, as I said, was our consultant, and I must say our relationship was a good time, very
good.
Relation, very good. I'm a very independent-minded person. I wouldn't have had a very generous chief, would probably have gone in the second month. But he is very, when he really needs to, that's great quality. He is a complete freedom, initiative. Of course, you have to keep him informed, but had an memorandum, right? We discussed this in the memorandum. He didn't discuss with me there should be a comma or there should be a semicolon. That word from time to time, an idea which should be added, an idea which should not be left in. And this we discussed, but very generous way of doing it. And this is only essential.
Yeah.
In this respect, I would say that we have remained in the conclusion that we have this excellent relations, generous initiative. We expected initiative, we expected that I shouldn't be just the secretary.
You wanted to add something on the fascist racial laws which now come in. We are talking about Munich and Evian and so on, and the racial laws were in July, right? July 1938. And
the fascist laws. Yeah, well, they started, I think, in 38, and then the worst came in 1939 in March or April or something.
Well, excuse me. In they had the
Declaration of the race. No?
That was in July 38, and then they came and they said that all the refugees in Italy have to leave by a certain date. That was in 1935.
Yeah, but that was not implemented.
Wasn't implemented, but everybody was very anxious.
No, but you know the relationship with fascist Italy is a very strange one. It is known that the famous interviews between Goldman and Mussolini show this. Goldman today has his doubts whether his attitude at that time was right. I don't have any doubts. He couldn't have taken any other attitude. You remember that it was that Mussolini tried to make proposals of a compromise between the Jews and Hitler, and if he would take something less than full equality, not attack him too terribly, then Hitler would be ready to somehow to come to an agreement. Goldman refused this because if you give up the equality of rights in one country, you can't maintain it in any other country successfully. And I think he was right. In a recent speech in Haifa, he had his doubts whether he was right. I don't know whether you have seen that.
No, I didn't.
He spoke about the share of responsibility of his generation, and you know that he's the only one of the whole generation of Jewish leaders who admits that he made mistakes and he didn't do all of it he should have done. And I don't know of any other Jewish leader who ever admitted that. I remember in the discussion when he made such a remark on Golda Meir, intervened and said, speak for yourself. And she had done everything what she would have done. It's a typical Golda Meir approach. We were always wonderful, we always did the right thing. Now, Goldman in this respect is much more serious, and he knows that in many ways the generation was not up to what it should have done. And he gave us one of the examples of this question of his dealings with Mussolini. He said, if from the hindsight of today he would have known what the result of this was, then he doesn't know whether he would have taken this position. But this may be a play of with ideas at the moment, because of course it doesn't change the situation. I don't believe that he could ever have any other position. I don't believe either that Mussolini would ever have influenced Hitler in any decisive way.
Yes.
I have read recently the book by
Michaelis,
that's right. And I am with this wealth of information which he brings out from all kinds of sources, it is obvious that Mussolini's influence on Hitler would have been very, very limited, and probably in his imagination that was there, but later it's obvious there was nothing, and at the beginning it was very, very limited. So I don't believe that in this respect Goldman did the wrong thing. I don't think it's a good example. I think there are other examples which yet. But it's interesting that he feels about it today like this. These contacts with the Italians were continued, and of course we had all interest to separate the Italians from the Germans. This was at that time the Jewish interest. The more influence Hitler got in Europe, the worse it was from the Jewish point of view. And in this respect, we were, of course, in a dilemma which exists often in the political life. Of course, not fascists. Of course, with our heart was a democracy. Of course, with our heart with those who wanted the sanctions applied and to succeed in order to stop Hitler. This was our... Why were we for the sanctions? We were for the sanctions because we thought the stronger the international order is, the less likely it is that Hitler's goals would succeed, the aims would succeed. From this point of view, we were for a separation. But I already explained that this was contradictory in itself. Because on the other hand, in order that Hitler shouldn't succeed, we were for sanctions. That means against Mussolini. That's a very complicated situation. And of course, we felt not happy, let's say, with the Laval-Mussolini agreements, Laval-Hoare agreements on Italy. Because this was weakening the democratic order, this was weakening the resistance to the fascists. So, nevertheless, we did it, we dealt with these matters very what should I say?
Pragmatically?
Pragmatically, yeah.
How did you manage this other contradiction where Jewish leaders in fascist Italy were supporting the fascist government, in effect, and at the same time they were members of the World Jewish Congress, or in a different case in Germany where they didn't support the government but they couldn't very well speak out, but they had contacts with the World Jewish Congress. How did you manage that contradiction?
Well, we have this contradiction. Well, we have that. We are ideologically, yes, we have only one ideological dogma. That is the unity of the Jewish people. Nothing else. Dogmatically, our position is that every Jewish community under whatever regime lives is able to join the World Jewish Commune. Whatever social regime and whatever political regime, whatever economic regime, and so on. That means theoretically we would be ready to admit the Russian Jewry today. We have had it in the past. We have had Spanish Jews, we had Cuban Jews at the same time. Yes, the Cuban was communist and the Spanish Jews were under fascist regime. We have Romania, we have Yugoslavia all the time. Eastern European Jewry after the Second World War left us from time to time, came back from time to time. At the moment they are all there as observers, if not as members. We somehow have to make up for this, which of course limits our freedom. There's no doubt about it. And you cannot speak exactly in the same way when certain people are sitting at the table as if people that they are not sitting at the table. That applies to paying for Jewish unity and Jewish organizations in Jewish now, he applied it to the Jewish folk of Italy, who from the first day were in the Congress. When then the difficult time came, they sent us also clandestine delegations. I remember very well one meeting in Goldman's office where I was called urgently, and I found myself in the presence of two gentlemen from Italy who were not presented, and two other Jews, Sonny Meyer, who was in the head of the Swiss Jewish community, and Toledo from Geneva, who was the treasurer of the World Jewish Congress at the time, and myself. And we heard reports of the legislation, I think it was, or either it must have been, I think it was when the legislation came out in 1939 at the beginning. And I know who these people were today. As a matter of fact, one of them came in 1943 as refugee to Switzerland. And I was, when the big mass of people, the 7,000 Italian Jews came to Switzerland. And the head of Delasan, Palopa, from Gerhart, whom I knew very well, telephoned me from the Mursa and said, I am in the camp, please come and get me out. So I went to I think, Bellinzona, I think it was. And I brought him to Bern, and on the way we met somewhere, changing the train, we met some other person, and I saw him embracing the fellow, very happy to see that the other fellow was also there. And I looked at the fellow looks at me and said, I know you. So finally I found out that he was one of the two who came to Geneva, and the fellow was no other than Raffaele Cantoni. He became one of my best friends in the following years. So the two people who came were sent by the Italians.
Who was the other?
There was Nahon.
Who?
Umberto Nahon.
Umberto Nahon.
He had this, I think, Gibraltar passport or Malta passport, Gibraltar, I don't remember. Some various English passports from one of these English possessions. And Cantoni, as usual, probably had no passport. He wasn't prevented crossing frontiers by such formalities. When he wanted to go, he went.
And what did they say? I mean, did they say don't make troubles for us?
No.
They just reported on the bad situation.
Honestly reported and do what you have to do and so on. No attempt to stop it.
But Cantoni was a Zionist, after all, and so was Umberto Naon. And people like Sacerdoti or others may not have agreed with that.
Well, I don't think they could have come without the others knowing, and they must have somehow agreed. But in any case, there was no protest. When the others came, I mean, I saw a lot of them later when they all came here in the war years. Nobody ever raised a question that we shouldn't have done such things. No, I think they were very sophisticated and understood this very well. And I think their leadership, even a man like Malgrante Almanzi, whom I don't remember, I must have met him probably, has invaded me now. I think they were quite intelligent, understood. Also, their dealings with Mussolini is also quite sophisticated. When you see it from the world, you agree. And with Vallobra a number of them were in their youth fascist. Men like Vallobra was also a fascist in this book. But when I met him, and I knew that. When I met him regularly during the war years. The fact that they came to me was already an indication that they understood and they wanted contact, and they understood that something will happen in the future and maybe we should have the contacts there.
Would you say the same thing about those German Jews who... did you have sort of clandestine...
Well, this was done, I must say that this was done by Goldman personally.
The German Jews?
Yeah. I was not known, don't forget, I was a very young boy, a young man still. I started 25, become today and come. And I had a problem, don't forget this. I had a problem in my family. I did everything that my name in these years should not be known. I didn't want to cause trouble in my family. You will see when I showed you yesterday the report on Alien, you will not find my name anywhere. And this was intentionally because of my personal problem.
When did your family get out of Germany?
78. But after the Kristallnacht.
Here?
I couldn't get them here. I had not the money. So I don't know, that's how I probably would have gotten them. I got them to Holland, where I had an uncle, and they went to America in 6 weeks before Holland was occupied. That is a great blessing which I, in my life, I think I would never have been able to do that. I did during the war with two of my immediate family and mine. That was one of the great things.
Now, you wanted to mention just a moment, I just want to see whether this is okay.
I have a little bit superficially dealt with, and that is the question of the minority protection with regard to Eastern Europe apart from the Romanian petition, which was for us a great event. Therefore, we spoke about this. Now, let me first say this was also not the only occasion with regard to Romania. We dealt with Romania before the Goga-Kuza government, and we had to deal with after. Before, always a major problem was the nationality. And there are, when I looked up recently some papers, there are a number of memoranda to the minority section of the League of Nations, particularly on these problems, and there are discussions with the members of the League of Nations commissions about these questions, and with the English and with the French. This goes for years and years, and this question came always back. And it was a stubborn anti-Semitic attitude of the all Romanian government. And this thing continues after the overthrow of the Goga government, and there are missions to Romania by Belzweig. There are missions, and Easterman was not yet a member of the World Jewish Congress, but a journalist who accepted once for us to go to Romania as a journalist before he came to us. And he wrote a book about this, which you have seen, about Quadriano, and he had direct dealings with the anti-Semitic leadership and with the government, with Madame Pesco, with Carol and so on. This was all on our request, that one should push Carol and the others in moderation with regard to the Jewish question. And Belzweig went officially as representative of the Congress and had dealings with who was Kalinesco, the one with one on the eye. And well, maybe through the constant interventions we prevented a number of things to happen, but we never solved the basic problem. That I nevertheless, we were very active, and this was one of the constant concerns. The people with whom we were dealing were the Romanian section, which was practically the Jewish party in Romania, was officials.
Did you have any dealings with Zissou or with
later?
Later, not then.
No, not at that time. Zissou was not active at that time. Now, but this was not only. There were activities with regard to Hungary, which also at a certain moment promulgated again new anti-Semitic laws, and we complained about it.
Didn't the Hungarian Jewish community object to your complaint?
That was in 1920.
1938 they didn't.
They didn't say anything. No, they didn't want. They didn't want any protection clauses in the Treaty of Trianon. There was a certain change. I must say this. I must say it impressed me very much. The first time the Hungarian Jewish community officially became, what shall I say, involved in World Jewish affairs. Made an official visit to the office of the World Jewish Congress. It was on the occasion of Evian, where they sent a delegation to Evian. That's also probably not very known. There came two gentlemen. One was the director of the Leolog community,
Samuster.
The director was the father of the
Epler, Dr. Epler.
That's why Miss Epler likes me very much. I remember her father, and I had quite respect for her father. He was for many decades, I think, the director of the Jewish community. And the other was from the Orthodox, from the Aguda, from Kahn Frankel, this division in Hungary. And the representative was Deutsch. He was the director of the school, I think, of the school. Dr. Deutsch and the type. And I remember I think before or after they made an official visit, and this was quite a gesture. The first time, and they didn't do that on their own. They did it full knowledge. The first time that the Hungarian Jewish community established any contact in any official basis with the Jewish community outside. But they didn't and I don't remember any protest from their part on this. Now, another very important aspect is Poland, of course. This was the great mass of the Jews. And I spoke yesterday just en passant, the ghetto bank thing, which was the symbol of the anti-Semitic action in Poland, and that the Congress was very active, and we used that because it was a very good, from a propagandistic point of view, a very good point of attack. Everybody is upset about such measure. But the matter is, of course, much more serious generally, the whole situation of Polish Jews. And there, of course, a number of activities to start with Stephen Wise's visit to Warsaw in 1936. Just before the Congress, he went to Bol, and this was one of the great moments of his life. This was his meeting with Eastern European Europe. In the last great speech which he made at the Congress in Montreux was a farewell speech, because he knew that he would live farewell. He mentioned two great moments in his life. One was his encounter with Herzl in 1898, the second Zionist Congress. The other was his encounter with Eastern Europe, European Jewry in Warsaw. It was very moving. That changed the man. Very interesting. And en passant, I should say, one of the great things which I'm very grateful is that in this first year of my activities for the World Jewish Congress, I also had the privilege to see that still. It was once sent to Poland in connection with the problem of Danzig, in connection with the question of by Silesia, and I spent a few days in Warsaw. I met people from Danzig, from Warsaw. I stopped in Krakow and met people from Upper Silesia. That was my encounter with Eastern European Jewry. And today you can see them. It was an enormous education for me, and I think I learned a lot in a very short visit. Now, the major problem in Poland was, of course, the general attitude of the government, the anti-Semitic trends in the whole economic policy, and the trend to get rid of the Jews. And here there are a number of important encounters between Goldman and Colonel Beck in Geneva on the occasion of League of Nations session. We could not convince Colonel Beck to agree to an extension of the Polish-German treaty. On the contrary, he considered that he had to get rid of the whole system of protection of minorities, even outside the German treaty. It means in the basis of the general minority provisions which they had accepted generally, not only for the region of Upper Silesia. They considered either everybody is accepting the minorities provisions or nobody. And the exceptions for Eastern European countries were subjected, so to speak, to these provisions unilaterally by the Versailles Peace Conference was unjust, and they wouldn't be proud of their dignity and their honor and their megalomania, let's say, to a certain degree, because after all, we couldn't compare it. There are millions of minorities, more than 3 million Jews and so many million Germans and others. They wouldn't accept it. This was against their dignity, it was against their status as a sovereign power. Now, nevertheless, there were discussions also on other problems, particularly on general anti-Semitic trends, and there are declarations of negation of anti-Semitism by the government, Poland, whatever that meant, but it was at least they were forced to say that they don't support it officially, and they fight. And there was another declaration which I remember, which was quite important, disavowing any aim of forced immigration. The declaration on the equality of the Jews and against any forced immigration. Now,
when was that?
That must have been
1, 2, 3. I don't know whether the microphone. Okay.
You have to see when it is going out.
Yeah. Okay, I'll see that.
Oh, here you see there's a number.
Yeah, that's okay. That's just the number of the on the actual tape. So, all right. So we have to start from. I'll ask the question differently. You started telling me about the background in your family, the kind of general interest, and the connections that your family had with the German Jewish world. Could you tell me something about that? Your father's family and your connection with Hermann Cohen and so on.
Well, my family was a typical German bourgeois family. My father was a lawyer. And our Jewish interest stems mainly from my mother's family. My grandmother was Lewandowski. She was the daughter of Jewish Hazel, who was the brother of Louis Lewandowski, the founder of the modern Jewish liturgical music. The son-in-law of Louis Lewandowski was Hermann Cohen, the great Jewish philosopher, who was really the great man in our family, who was considered to be that. There is another aspect to this, as my father was personally very close to him as a pupil of Cohen in Neo-Kantianism. And our families were very linked. We usually went on Sundays to my grandparents, who were living just around the corner from the Cohens. Went for tea or coffee in the afternoon. We went from my grandparents to Cohens. My whole life as a child is marked by these Sunday afternoons when I saw the old man in his rolling chair sitting with his fantastic hat, great hat, the dark glasses and the beautiful silver locks which he had in his very old age. This was, of course, during his Berlin period when he had left Marburg in 1912, and he lived in the last years in Berlin from 12 to his death in 1980. And I remember Cohen's particularly in the last year of his life on Simchat Torah. We went to synagogue and he was given the particular honor to carry a little, very small Torah in wooden case or something. And he went after the rabbi and the others, and he looked like really the expression of an old Jewish prophet, full of spirituality. And for me, this was one of the great links, and I was very conscious of it, to my Jewish background. My father came also from a good Jewish family, but already much more assimilated. Nevertheless, my grandparents from my father's side belonged to the group of people who created the synagogue in the Oranienburger Straße in Berlin. Very big and very famous and beautiful place which today is destroyed. You see just a few pieces still there are. That is the one part of it. The other part of my Jewish interest is, of course, the political situation in Germany. And the two factors, the positive and the negative, had as clear result that I was always very conscious of my Jewishness, and I was always struggling with my Jewishness. Following passionately the discussions between Zionists, anti-Zionists, reading from my very young years the papers of the Zentralverein and of the liberals and of the Zionists, and I, as I said, I was very conscious of this Jewish situation, and I have only to mention a few facts. I remember quite clearly the day of the assassination of Rathenau, when I was, 11, 12 years old, but fully conscious of the significance of what this had for the Jewish position. I remember the funeral of Ebert, the first president of the Republic, where, especially after the election of Hindenburg as his successor, I was having a feeling whether the German Republic hadn't been buried together with the first president. My immediate encounter with my Jewishness came as often in very banal events. When it was the first time when I was a child of 5 or 6 years, somebody called me a dirty Jew boy in the streets. I had nothing to do, and to whom I have not done anything. Just on my way, quietly walking. The second, more lasting experience during my school days, the first encounter with social anti-Semitism, when a family of a friend of mine was a schoolmate for several years, never allowed him to invite me into his house, obviously because of my Jewish origin. These experiences, particularly as a child, mark you sometimes for your whole life, and it must have been a terrible experience for a boy with 3 years to wait and see his development until he finally got convinced that the real reason was anti-Semitism. Now, I was, as I said, very interested in the political situation, and this also came partly through the milieu in which I lived. My father was a lawyer, as I said, but he was a lawyer also interested in many, many things, a typical humanist Jew of that generation, dealing with philosophy, with art, with economy, with whatever you have under the sun, literature, music. He was for 25 years associated with a colleague, a lawyer, who was a member of the Reichstag, Social Democratic Party, Dr. Kurt Rosenfeld. You may perhaps remember he was Minister of Justice of Russia during the revolution in 1918-19. He later was in the Reichstag until the end. He had a very famous clash with Hitler before the Reichsgericht in Leipzig, when he cited him as a witness in one of the famous Mord processor. And he was known as a great fighter for the abolition of the death sentence in Germany. Now, on the one hand, this influence of the Rosenfeld, whose career, of course, I followed as a child, as a boy, with great interest. On the other hand, my mother's interest in politics. She was a very active member of the German Democratic Party, and belonged even to the Zentralausschuss of the party, which means had some kind of position there, and was terribly active in electioneering during the elections in other ways. This also had, of course, as consequence that in our family was fullest awareness of political problems, wouldn't say violent, but quite temperamental discussions on all matters, which, as I said, from my early youth, woke a sense of politics in me. And so both the situation of Germany, of the world, of the peace in the world, the situation of the Jews in Germany were certainly extremely in the forefront of my thinking. Now, I don't know how my exact development went, and certainly in the years when the Hitler danger, don't forget, this is the part of the time where I awoke as a young man, as a student, as a thinking person. This fight with the Nazis and the weaknesses of the German Republic was, of course, the major milieu in which I was brought up. When I became a student, I was involved immediately, my first term, in political fights at the university. My first term I had in Freiburg and Breisgau, where I studied, amongst others, with Heidegger and others. This was in Baden, where the elections to the student bodies were still allowed. In Russia, they had already been abolished because of the Nazis. And I took a very active part in the first student elections which happened there. One of my memories from these days is my cooperation with a man with whom I cooperated very closely, who was one of the greatest resistance to the Hitler regime, who was executed, he and his wife, as active resistance. The man who was heading the Rote Kapelle, Harro von Schulze-Boysen, one of the few people I know who really sacrificed himself in this respect. In my third term, where I studied in Heidelberg, I was equally engaged in the student fight. And of course, we were already a minority. It was a desperate fight of the socialists, the Democrats, with the Catholics, with the free students. And I will never forget some of the other incidents of these years. Something which never left my mind when we, one day in Berlin, in the university, the Nazi hordes came in to disturb the courses of the Jewish professors. I was following a course with one very famous Jewish professor, Martin Wolf. And when the Nazis came in and disturbed the whole proceedings, and when they then tried to chase the Jewish students out of the universities, until the moment when we had to jump out of the windows in order not to be beaten up by them. These are some of the memories of my youth, which will explain to you that when Hitler finally came to power, I wasn't so surprised. I was very conscious of it. And I understood really, perhaps better than many others, what was coming.
When Hitler came to power, you were already working as a lawyer, or?
Well, I finished my university studies. I was, the legal career in Germany was divided into great parts. The first was the studies at the university, which ended with an examination. And then for several years you were practicing law in all kinds of branches of the law profession, at the tribunals, various tribunals, different kinds, with the Attorney General, with the lawyer, with the administration. And that ended with the examination as a judge. And I was in this intermediary stage. I finished my whole university studies and was working as an assistant to a judge in the tribunal in Berlin. Amtsgericht is the tribunal of the first instance, and there I worked until the 1st of April 1933, when on the same day, the famous boycott day, when we were thrown out as Jewish functionaries, officials from every office. That same day, my father was suspended as a lawyer. My older sister was suspended as a teacher at the gymnasium in Frankfurt am Main. I was suspended as a referendar at the tribunal. And my younger sister was thrown out of the school as a pupil. So on this 1st of April, with the exception of my mother, a family of 5 was thrown out, and 4 of its members, in the normal way in which they had lived until now. This, of course, was an awakening you couldn't forget. Perhaps this is also one of the reasons why I understood better than others what was happening.
And then immediately all of you left Germany, or
No.
just?
The idea then was that the younger people should go as pioneers and try to get a new situation, economic situation on which they could build the life of the family. And as I was the only male the family, I was to go the first. Life was, of course, very different from what we expected. It was much to find a new basis for existing was much more difficult than anybody ever expected. In fact, only one non-Jew told me before I left, are you really aware what it means, emigration? I must tell you, I was not, and thanks God I was not. That same non-Jew was one of the famous professors of jurisprudence in the Berlin University that called me to dissuade me to emigrate. He knew me, he had great esteem for me because of some of the papers which I prepared in the seminar as a very young student. He called me and particularly insisted that this couldn't remain the situation, the political situation couldn't remain. This was an episode in German history. How can one expect that such people could remain at the head of the German Reich? And he seriously tried to dissuade me to emigrate. Thanks God I didn't follow him. But this is the last conversations which I had.
And you left, why did you leave for Switzerland?
I didn't leave for Switzerland. I left, at that time I had a great conflict of conscience. I was very attracted to go to Palestine. As a matter of fact, a good number of my friends were in the Zionist student movement, Heidelberg in Berlin. But at that time, you had to give up any intellectual career. I knew I wouldn't become a peasant. And finally, I came to the conclusion there's no sense in going in the kibbutz and then after a year or two find out that this was not the way in which I could live. Some of my best friends tried it and was not a success. So I decided to continue my career in the legal field. And I decided to go to France. I went to Paris and took up the French law. And we were allowed, there was a small group of our Jewish students, we were allowed to present ourselves to every examination without any special studies because of our degrees which we had before. And so I presented myself to every examination in France, and then also a licencié en droit of the Sorbonne. But after the second examination, the French introduced a new law which forbade for everybody to exercise his profession as a lawyer or as a legal profession in any case before 10 years after naturalization. Now that meant, of course, that you couldn't count. The naturalization was terribly difficult to obtain, let alone it took at least 5 years. So 10 years after naturalization, of course, killed any possibility of such career. And at that time, I was very unsure what to do. My real interest as a young lawyer was really in jurisprudence. Maybe it's a Cohen's influence to some degree, philosophical influence. I was mainly concerned, that has something to do with my political interest, of course, also with theory of law, theory of state, and constitutional law, international public law, and so on. And I was very attracted from my early youth by a man whom I considered one of the great legal minds of our time, and who is probably one of the 2 or 3 geniuses I have met in my life, with whom I have worked in my life. That was Hans Kelsen. Hans Kelsen is the founder of the so-called Wiener Reine Rechtsschule, the Viennese school of pure law. He was a neo-Kantian to a certain degree too. And in my very early terms, with the chutzpah of a young student, I started some correspondence with him several times. And I couldn't go to study in Vienna, where he was at the beginning. No, later, he came later, Adenauer, as mayor of Cologne, when he created the university in Cologne, brought Kelsen to Cologne. Nor could I at that time go to Cologne. So this was a kind of love which I couldn't somehow follow. But when I was in Paris in 1933, in the winter, Kelsen gave a number of lectures at the Sorbonne. And after his second lecture, I went to see him and told him my problem. And he was very, very nice, and immediately asked me to come to Geneva. He remembered even our correspondence. And when I told him, listen, I am a refugee student and I can't live so long without earning something, he said, well, if you can live, if you have enough for 3-4 months, after I know you come to Geneva, you have a wonderful institute, which is headed by Professor Rapart.
Who?
Rapart.
Ah.
And you will get a fellowship, and don't worry, and that fellowship will be renewed, and for the next few years you don't have to work. I followed this advice when I came to Geneva.
When was that?
That was at the end of 34.
End of 34?
It took me about a year and a half, not even, to take the degree in French. And I came here to Geneva, and this was really a fantastic institution at the time. It was full of intellectuals, both from Germany and from Italy. The cream of the refugee intellectuals, both professors and students, postgraduate.
What was it called?
The Graduate Institute of International Studies. That's where Friedlander is now teaching. But it was quite a different institution. There were 2 men at the head. One was William Rapart, who was the first who brought the League of Nations to Geneva, was a friend of Wilson, who was the first director of the mandates section in the League of Nations Secretariat. Later a member of the Mandates Commission, the Permanent Mandates Commission, a great friend of Weizmann, of Goldman, and the other was Coleman too, who was a Jew, French, who was professor of history, modern history, and he was the translator of the Big Four at the Versailles Peace Conference. So both very, very interesting people. And around them there were people like Kelsen, who, as I said, was one of the top legal minds. He was the author of the Austrian Constitution, was a friend of Venice. There was Guglielmo Ferrero, the greatest Italian historian, the great enemy of adversary of Mussolini, the son-in-law of what was the Italian criminal professor of criminal law, very famous man. Anyhow, he wrote a great book on the history of Rome. There was a very well-known economist, Röpke, also German. And around us there were dozens of Jewish and few non-Jewish students and Italian students. It was a real the pépinière of refugee intellectual development at that time. So, and it happened as it was said. I came after 4 or 5 months. I got a fellowship. I could do what I wanted. The fellowship was renewed after a year. And at that moment, Stephen Wise and Nachum Goldman tried to establish the World Jewish Congress as a permanent organization. This was in the summer of 1936. And before this Congress was called together, there were several preparatory conferences, 1932, 1933, 1934. Before they called together the definite Congress, Goldman looked around for some collaborator for the new administration she wanted to create, and he was particularly eager to have a young international lawyer whose main task would be to deal with the Jewish minorities in Eastern Europe, and particularly the petitions under the minority treaties which had to be submitted to the organs of the League of Nations. And this was really one of the two great tasks for the new organization, the fight against Hitler and the fight for the Jewish minorities in the Eastern Europe. And so he turned for advice to 3 friends. One was William Rappard, which has book. One was Kelvin, my book. And the third was Paul Guggenheim, who was then a relatively younger professor of international law. The Swiss Jew, was prominent, I would say, a Swiss international lawyer in the last generation. And all 3 recommended me as somebody who is a good lawyer who is interested in Jewish affairs. How Rappard knew that, I don't know. I really don't remember ever to have had serious discussions on Jewish problems, but obviously he knew. And when Goldman had this recommendation of 3 eminent people, he called me and asked me whether I would be interested.
Were you before you left Germany? Were you a member of any Zionist group, or
No, I was not a member. I was a permanent guest at several of the Zionist student groups. I traveled with some of them in my vacations. I had a good number of friends in both in the Yehuda League in Berlin, as it was called, KIV, and in Heidelberg also. In the last year, from 1930 to 1933, I became more and more Zionist oriented. That is clear. I saw more and more what was coming, and the irrationality of the Jewish arguing, we are also Germans, and well, this was very nice. If the majority didn't agree with you, your problem was different. And
can you remember today, I know this is a very difficult thing to do, but can you remember today your view as a young man in 1933 or 1934 about the future of German Jewry? Do you think that this was the end that...
I think I should be very, very clear on one thing. I cannot say that whether my feelings as a young man were very different from what it is today. I know that for several years in this discussion on Zionism or not Zionism, I was struggling with myself and was more and more coming to a Zionist conclusion, although I didn't, as I said, draw the consequences in this regard to my own life in this aspect. But I think what should be said with regard to the situation in Germany, I think I have a very clear perception about my state of mind in the early part of 1933. It was for me absolutely clear that this was a regime which had to be taken seriously and which was absolutely determined to put an end on Jewish existence in Germany. I remember even the day before I left.
When was that?
That must have been the 16th or the 17th of May, 1933. I didn't leave immediately because we were living in a little villa outside of Berlin. At that time, my father was not in very good health, and on the 1st of April, there was a choir of the SS who gave us a nice
performance.
Performance. It was in the evening. I was in the bathroom. In the bath, I felt like Mara. And they started shouting, Yehuda verreck, and so on. Whole group, 20, 30 people, only coming to us. We were the only Jews in the whole region there. Living a little outside, as I said. This was the reason why I was not leaving immediately. I wanted to see how things developed. I didn't want to leave my parents alone and after such a demonstration immediately. So I left in May, and it so happened that the day before I left, there was the 50th anniversary of a good friend of our family, also a lawyer, very fine man. And I saw in this last evening practically the unique occasion. I saw a great number of our friends and took leave of them. It was the last occasion I saw them. And I remember how I pleaded that evening with one after the other. Don't you see this is the end of German? At least let your children go out. At least give them the means and the permission to go. But most of them didn't see. Most of them considered that this was a passing thing. It was an episode. This couldn't last. These people were too bad. This was too of the German culture and our the country of Goethe and Kant and Beethoven and so on. Not that not many people were very concerned. This certainly they were. But they didn't, as my non-Jewish friends, that it cannot last, it is impossible. And this was unfortunately an extremely widely shared opinion. Now, why did I understood? When did I understand what was happening? And still I don't understand why the others didn't understand. After all, what Hitler did, what the program was with the Jews, was very clear. But what was a great mistake in all this was that the people did not understand the real character of the Nazi movement. Not the Germans, not the German Jews, and not the foreign countries. The foreign countries treated Hitler as he should have treated the Weimar Republic. They made him all the concessions which he didn't, which he refused to the Weimar Republic, to the Democrat. They didn't understand that here was a complete departure of the democratic regime and of the traditional standards of morality. The Germans didn't understand it either, really. The Germans considered this was a new beginning, this was very good, they would do away with the unemployment, they would give a new impetus to German honor, and so on and so on. And the Jews didn't understand that this was a group which was determined and the character with all the brutality which is displayed. I mean, there was nothing which was new in later time. When I was in the few weeks in Germany between Hitler came to power and I left, we knew about concentration camps. I knew that there was one in Oranienburg, I knew there was one in Sachsenhausen, and I knew what was happening. I knew that there was torture and ill treatment and so on. I knew that in the cellars of the Rote Fahne, the communist newspapers, they had the torture chambers in which they mishandled the political opponents. When they appeared in the streets, on the 1st of April, on the 1st of April, every German shop, Jewish shop, was marked with this Jew swastika. Every poster of a German Jewish lawyer, of a German Jewish medical doctor, was marked the same way. When they drove train through the streets, individual Jews with poster Jude and so on. the ferocious brutality which they displayed in dealing with minorities, even with their own minorities. There was no question that these people were determined to do what they wanted to do. And this is the imagination of the normal man didn't understand that. They hadn't seen such a thing. The brutality and the violence and it was something new. They were used to the normal ways in which the great majority of people did not recognize the basic character of the regime. And this is the great tragedy. The tragedy on the Jewish side, the tragedy on the German side, and the tragedy on the international.
Now let me ask you, when Goldman and Wise asked you to join the World Jewish Congress, was it part of your reasoning to join, not only to get a job with a Jewish organization, but to carry on a certain type of struggle that you've been doing in Germany?
No doubt. When Goldman, he didn't immediately offer the job, but anyhow, when he asked me whether I would be interested, my reaction was one couldn't refuse to cooperate. After all, this was the enemy, and the group were around Wise, the World Jewish Congress, the World Jewish Conferences of 1932 already. This was the only fighting group in the Jewish world, actively fighting. Wise had become really, at that time, the flag bearer of the Jewish fight against Hitler. I remember still in Germany, around the 1st of April, the boycott of the headlines of the Turkish Beobachter, the Angriff of Goebbels, the Rabbinerwiese, as they called him. He was the only one who was really for them the Jew, the man who symbolized the Jewish fight against them. And as they tried to suggest to the Germans that they were the defenders, he was really the aggressor. And he was put down. It's very interesting that this is completely forgotten in our modern history descriptions. Stephen Wise was the Jew par excellence, more than Weizmann. And Weizmann, it's true, was less involved in the fight against Hitler. Weizmann was much more involved in the fight for the mandate situation, the immigration. Although he played, of course, a great role in the Council of German Jewry, the conferences and so on. But Wise was the prototype of the Jew. Yes. Now, I knew all this. The World Conferences of 32, 33, 34 had a very considerable publicity. And it was known what this group stood for. And I felt, like many others, there had to be a stronger resistance. And so when this offer came to me, which by the way was not very tempting from a point of view of my financial position, and it has never been in the whole 43 years, I must say, but this was of no point. The Congress, as I saw it, was really there for the most time. were a group of idealists who were fighting for a cause and therefore each other. And when Goldman asked me, my clear major consideration was that you couldn't refuse.
There is a sort of perception in the historical literature that the Zionists, even at that point, the Zionist Congress and the parties and so on, were not really fighting German Nazism at all. They were looking after Palestine, and there were really two Zionist movements. The other one being the World Jewish Congress, which took upon itself the fight against National Socialism. And that is a major attacking point against the Zionist movement, that they completely left this struggle to the World Jewish Congress. What would your reaction be to that from the vantage point of, say, 1936?
Well, this is an old discussion in the Zionist movement about Gerhart's Arbeit or not. And I believe in 1935 at the Congress of Lucerne, when the Zionist Congress passed a positive resolution for the convening of a Zionist, of a World Jewish Congress, the leadership there probably realized that the movement was not able to do both at the same time. Concentrating on the building of Palestine was such an enormous task that, and it brought you also into contradictions in certain ways with the fight. Nachum Goldman, who had never been peppered by contradictions if he had to take political action, he was not Geneva was. He, on the one hand, declared the boycott of Germany from the point of view of the World Jewish Congress. On the other hand, he supported the Havara agreement between the Zionist organization and the German authorities. And I think he was right on both sides. Because we see it in these days. Principles alone don't allow you to face the demands of the day. Life is always much more complicated than theory. In our days, the United Nations calls in Vietnam in order to stop the expulsion orders to Vietnamese, and at the same time fight for the freedom of immigration. It is one of these dilemmas which exist in life, and both have right. I believe that it was a clear understanding of the Zionist leadership that they couldn't do it. Or they had to reorganize the whole organization, it would come to the same. Now, it is perhaps, on the other hand, don't forget, we are today living in a society where Zionism is, as a concept, as a philosophy, is accepted the very great majority of the Jews. At that time, it wasn't the case. Neither the Zionist idea nor the concept of Jewish unity, and asking for people to cooperate against Hitler only in the name of Jewish unity, because we didn't ask anything else. And there were all kinds of people not subscribing to the Zionist program, joining in the World Jewish Congress, which would probably not have found a place in this battle if it would have been done by the Zionist organization. Today, 40 years later, this all looks very, very different.
What were your main activities, say, between 1936 and the Evian Conference, 1938?
Let me see. Ask me another question. Well, we can ask this later. The main activities. Let me tell you my first three things which I did in my new office after I was brought in.
And that story is also an interesting story I would like to tell you later, how this came about. All three first actions which I had to deal with had to do with Italy.
With?
With Italy. The first thing which I found on my desk was an instruction from the Italian delegation which had left the Congress, that under no circumstances in the protocol that will be published about the meeting, there should be anything which would attack fascism as such, because that would make the situation of the Italian delegation coming back to Italy impossible. As a matter of fact, when you read today the old minutes, I had to replace 100 times the word fascism by other words in order not to make the life impossible to the Italian delegation. The second thing which happened, which was also interesting, was a request from the Italian delegation at the League of Nations for 20 copies of every document which we had.
Oh, what?
20 copies of every document which the Congress had produced during the 8 days of its deliberation. It showed you that how closely the Axis powers were following what was happening in our organization. The third thing was a letter which came to my table, which was addressed to the leaders of the British Congress, and which was written by the ambassador of Haile Selassie in Great Britain. I think Mr. Martin is his name, in which he offered to the Jews in a liberated Abyssinia a place to live in if he supported the emperor in his fight against Italy. This all three are very amusing facts, and it puts you already in the context in which we were working. They are working really. On the one hand, they used every opportunity to make the life of the German Nazis difficult outside. They are the only ones who systematically took up and replied to every of their major actions against the Jews. And we looked for opportunities to attack them in cases where they had problems which were related to their attitudes. The second, as I said, was the fight for the Jewish masses, the Jewish minorities in Eastern Europe. That became more and more difficult because the attitude of Poland, which all at the same time had definitely relinquished, but was definitely denouncing the minority dispositions in the minority treaties, which became much more, it made this fight much more difficult. But my first political action was an attempt, and this has something to do with something that's very well known, the Gerhart petition of 1933. It was an attempt to prolong the Polish-German treaty from 1922. Remember that when Hitler came to power, action taken by the Committee of the Delegation and the Provisional Committee for the Jewish Congress, which was practically already united, to attack the first Hitler before the League of Nations generally. There's a famous debate which took place in the League of Nations at that time. And secondly, to present a particular case on Upper Silesia on behalf of a Jew from Upper Silesia based on the minority protection clauses in the German-Polish Treaty of 1922, which contained a whole series of very important protective clauses. and which of course were running against violated by the Hitler legislation about the Jews, which was enacted in 1933. And this case, while the discussion, the debate at the Council of the League of Nations didn't lead to anything concrete, general condemnation or so, but nothing very concrete. The petition, the German petition, produced an enormous result insofar as Germany was forced to observe the contents of these clauses of the Polish-German treaty, including all the protective clauses for the Jews, non-discrimination, and so on. And this gave to the German Jewish minority of that district, which was several thousand Jews, the possibility for 4 years to live from 1933 to 1937 to live unmolested by any of the anti-Jewish legislation and actions in this part of the Upper Silesia, and gave a good number of people the possibility to immigrate with their belongings and so on. Now, when in 1936 we started, we had already these discussions during the assembly, during the first Congress, it was decided to see whether we could do anything to prolong this treaty, or at least to have these protective clauses observed and beyond the end of the treaty in July, I think, 1937. And there were the first steps taken in producing and obtaining consultations with several famous international lawyers, Marcel and Verzeil in Holland, and they tried to we submitted these consultations, and we negotiated with the various factors, especially also the French and the English, but neither the Poles nor the Germans really wanted the prolongation, and this thing ended without any practical result. This is really my first political action. Then one of the other things which I did, I think also in 1976, was the conference on the statute of German refugees, which was elaborated, I think, during that summer, and during the first 2 months of my activities. And I attended this and did my best to lobby there for 7 laws in favor of the German refugee status. The next probably was the first protests against the Nuremberg declarations, resolutions of the Hitler Parteitag, which the 15th of September, around that the year came, you had to reply to the thing. And then came another very important problem which occupied us during a number of years, practically until the war, was the situation in Danzig. The Jewish situation in Danzig during these years became worse and worse because of the internal Nazi administration, which was elected in democratic elections in the city. On the other hand, the status of the city of Danzig was guaranteed by the League of Nations, including clauses of non-discrimination and so on. And we could not allow this to happen unchallenged in a kind of booster statement, which, if this is allowed even under the League of Nations, what can you then complain about the situation and so on? And for years, from 1939 up to 1936, 1939, we used every possibility, and practically the question of Danzig was nearly every agenda of the League of Nations every few months. So there are innumerable memoranda which we submitted in this respect, and innumerable interventions which we undertook with the League of Nations members of the Council of the League of Nations, mainly those who were friendly to us. At that time, there were no Council of countries which were named and not so friendly, but still friendly. So we intervened and tried to obtain some protection. This, as I said, we used it at the same time as a
excuse me, before we come to the boycott, may I ask a question about Dante? In the latter part of the period that we are now discussing, Karl Burckhardt was, of course, the League of Nations governor of Danzig. Did you have any, the High Commissioner, did you have any personal contact? Did that help you later on with the... When he became a commissioner of Danzig, well, he became this certain, for a certain reason. So it was wonderful that man was, on one hand, for me, Riegner is some kind of respect. And if that respect for the man, because of the first very only to do in the family life, it was said to be nothing. And Bauer was given following Nesta, the High Commissioner was an Irishman, and who was quite strong in his writing, who was was the major Bauer who was the writing, but he was taking his position, but he was quite correct. Bauer was choosing not to be treated like that, so that was it. And he was it. And he had quite some better. Of course, was an excellent person, and the one was trying to, well, one occasion, one of the things was the Herman, who had quite a sharp exchange of space. He was much complained about his lack of action. He himself tried to do what he could individually, for individuals. Not that. In fact, the theory he gave him was he thought that it was kind of campaign service, but he didn't know that under that. I think in his memoir, it was not that he encouraged that it was in some way. And I think he was quite well understood the business that while he was trying what he could for individuals, we as institutions, they are bound to fight for women. Because if you wouldn't, fight for women, the empathy, collapsing, particularly because he gave him but the request for equality, the request for equality, and you cannot touch any other country anymore, the equality of justice. But we are quite you started to say about the boycott. Isn't it true to say that by 1936 the boycott in fact defect at the last? The boycott, I think, was the tremendous collapse. I believe that there are certain things which the world has completely forgotten and which the church will remind. The opposition to the regime was also much stronger than anybody today. I'm reminded of the fight about the fight for the that people who were thinking the most extreme would always the argument if you would have done this and then that gets the power to do this. Sorry to say I didn't do it, but I think he did more for the country than he did for us. And you look up, you look for a truth, and the most of the people say that you look up, they go to space, they will be surprised what an excitement, what a terrible unanimity of discussion with what a nation there was in the early part of 1933 and even at the time. Now, of course, there's unsuspected other things. The famous demonstration in New York against this white group and the five witness to the voice in the 27th of March. They have 4 days before the voice. They look like people were just there and they were fast. In New York.
One, two, three, four, five. Yes.
Well, to tell you how I finally got the job at the Congress, the story is as follows. Goldman asked me, I think in the month of June, to come and see him and have a long talk with me. Asked me whether I would be interested. Then he asked me to write a paper for him to see how I would handle such matters. And then he thanked me for his paper and asked me where I could be reached during the summer. And I gave him my addresses and didn't hear anything any further. Until when I was in Noordwijk in Holland to meet my family, which was still in Germany, but this year we met usually somewhere during the summer in Holland where I had some family. I got a cable from him to return immediately to Geneva, which I did. I took the next train from traveled for 36 hours, I think, on third class half banks, which don't exist anymore today, and expected that everybody now needed me very much, because otherwise why shouldn't they have turned up? Only to find out that Goldman was in Samboritz vacationing, and I was in Secretariat in Geneva. They arranged the most wonderful tour Babu, and under the leadership of the secretary at the time, Mrs. Knopfmacher, who was the soul of the very small group which constituted the Congress Secretariat. And after a while, I was asked, I was given the big file and was asked to write a memorandum on the Jewish refugee question from Germany. Nobody told me anything, what I should write, what line I should have, but that was what was asked from me. The file was a big bunch of papers, books, publications, all that had been written on the German Jewish refugee question since 1936. So having traveled for 36 hours, I went into reading this bunch of papers and produced fresh from my vacation, this week of vacation, a very good paper which I used still years later as one of the best papers written on the German Jewish question. When I had finished this, when the Congress was opening Saturday night or Sunday afternoon, I had come back just the Sunday before. I was asked to write two other papers, I think one on Danzig and one on Bassanese. And then nobody told me anything except that I should help in the organization of the Congress and I should be the secretary of the Commission on German Jews and the secretary of the Commission on Minority Problems. The Congress went over, nobody discussed anything with me. And I said, all right, help them, I don't know whether they want me, they don't want me. But the day after the Congress, a review of the elected executive took place. And there was a discussion, Goldman proposed, this I had heard later from other people, that I should be engaged as the permanent secretary for legal affairs in Geneva. There was immediate opposition of all the old Russian Jews, Polish Jews, who said that I didn't speak Yiddish. To which Goldman replied that I need them in the League of Nations, and there they don't speak Yiddish either. He speaks French and he speaks English, and this is what I need at the League of Nations. This, I was told, did not at all satisfy the good friends or the people who became later my very good friends. And so, one of the German Jews, the only German Jew who was there, got up and said, but he comes from a very, very good Jewish family. That did the job. Nobody of the whole veteran Jewish leaders could object to such an argument, and so I was probably unanimously appointed to this job. Who was the Jewish leader from Germany? And here you see the very strange ways in which destiny works. The man, the only German Jew in the new executive, was Gerhart. He was a very well-known German politician, one of the prominent leaders of the Democratic Party, was the editor-in-chief of the Vossische Zeitung, was professor of economics, I think, in the Berliner Handelshochschule. He was legal advisor of the whole syndicate of departments, the big department stores. He had a very important position. He became, after Hitler came to power, one of the first to leave Germany and became the leader of the German emigration in Paris and edited the Pariser Zeitung, anti-Nazi. I didn't know Gerhart personally before, but I knew that my father knew him very well. And, but the real reason why Gerhart told them that I came from a very, very good Jewish family is a story which has nothing to do with me, nor with my father. And the real story, I don't know whether we should publish it, but I will tell the story. Years later, when I told my father that this had happened, he said, I'll tell you the story why this happened. The father of Gerhart was the procurist. What do you say procurist in English?
Legal clerk. Legal clerk, no?
It's not a clerk. No. Zmenu was procureur.
Yeah.
Procurist. We have to find out what it is. The procurist of in the firm of my grandfather. My grandfather was a self-made man who had a business in Friday.
Grain.
Together with another man, Mr. Preuss, who was the father of Hugo Preuss, the author of the Weimar Constitution, and also a good friend of my father. And this firm, the Preuss and Riegner, was a very respectable great firm. And the old Gerhart was a procurist. My father told me already, I used to know, he was a very respected man. He went around to visit the clients in the 80s, this Zweigspender. These with 2 horses. For tourists, this must have been a great thing. But one day, something happened that's never been explained. The one was the Gerhart is complete from the last nicht mehr gesehen. And he left not only a certain hole in the gas, but also a certain hole in the, what do you say, in the business. But he left also a wife and 2 little children. One of whom was this Professor Bauer. My grandfather must have been, never knew, must have been a very decent chap. He thought himself he cannot blame the wife and the children for what the man had done. And he supported for years the wife and the children and the whole education of the So you see, my being given the job is new reality. Is new reality. Not to anything what I have done in my life, or anything what I am, but because my grandfather behaved like a gentleman to a family and everything.
Very interesting.
Well,
Very interesting, yeah.
I don't know whether one should print it, but
Well, we see as
that's an amusing story.
Yeah.
And so when I'm asked why I'm in the World Jewish Congress, it's probably as much the merit of my grandfather than anything I have done. I'm not saying that I remain in the World Jewish Congress, that's another. Now, when you asked me, when I accepted to work for the World Jewish Congress, that I would stay my whole life in the World Jewish Congress, I would certainly not have said yes when I was there. My idea was that I could not refuse such a call. My idea was that everybody had to help to get rid of Hitler and to fight him. But I would probably have thought that I would give a few years of my life to it and then return to my normal career. That was not to be. And of course, I have many times in my life asked myself whether that was the right decision. Many times to this question, of course, I have given my answer in the meaning in the post in which I made. But I, of course, asked myself also many times whether the world hasn't lost a great writer and jurisprudence, that many important works which were the right to write have been made unwritten, and whether they could be lost in the world was no greater there than it was that he began for the Jewish people. But that's neither here nor there, but it was one of the things which I think I somehow should express.
Now, I think the next, the next thing.
Well, this is an amusing story. I don't know.
Yeah, that's very good. Very nice story. Very good story. The next problem perhaps is Romania with the Gogakusa government, especially the claim that is made by the Zionists in Romania after the war and during the war, that Fildeman and the Organization of Romanian Jews, the Union of Romanian Jews, of which he was the head, did not want these questions raised at all in international forums, and that they disturbed the World Jewish Congress presenting the case of Romanian Jewry.
Finally, there was another petition also presented, behind which he was.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I don't remember. This didn't play any role. The words spoke only of our religion. This I have to find out. But there is a vague think in my memory that there was also something with hearing. But the Romanian situation was, I remember this was very dramatic. One of the most dramatic things which I have lived in. I don't forget, it was a young man then, more impressed also by such things. The whole thing started with the appointment of Goga and Kuza, I would say
December.
December
37.
And the first news about the anti-Semitic measures reached us here in around, it must have been around Christmas Day in 1937. And from the next day on, we were already there, beginning the first kind of press release, protesting and so on and so on. And then we decided to present a petition to the League of Nations under the minority treaty provisions. The League of Nations was called together for the 13th of January for its normal meeting. So we had only 10 days for the preparation of this pact. And we prepared here the petition, and you have it here. Because in the meantime, a lot of new news and accusations about what they had done became known. Now,
So it's the 13th of January, the first memorandum, and the supplement.
It's the 28th.
It's the 25th of January, yeah.
25th. And because the French government was overthrown, and at the last moment the session of the League didn't take place on the 13th. It was postponed and to give time to the French government to have a new government, and it was postponed by two weeks. So we got 2 other weeks. The major thing which happened was, of course, and this was something which had, this was the major problem of Romanian Jews, I would say, since the second half of the 19th century, is the question of the citizenship. Now that was now even much more critical with the so-called new provinces, because in the Bukovina that had belonged to Austria, and before these parts, Bukovina, Bessarabia, and so on, there they contested completely everybody's citizenship. And this went on for years and years and years. And the Goga again started with this was the first thing, and then all kinds of anti-Semitic measures, really under every heading was anti-Semitic, and the measures, you have pages and pages what they did in discrimination and in the press, now this was the greatest fight, and we must say in a very interesting way. It was one of the most successful things which we have undertaken. That there were hesitations by Zimmermann, I wouldn't be surprised that that is true. finally, if you're interested, try to find anything in the file. Finally, we worked with him, but he knew what we were doing, and he was on the telephone from Paris. Whether he was happy or not happy, I don't know. In my opinion, at the last moment, he caused other. The tents reached the man, and I got to guy, and that was his. I can tell you that today in which camp he was found. But it was a complete gewesen, this isn't what you should have tried more such gewesen. There's another story, which I believe is somewhat to the same effect. When I was in 1967 in Prague, I was approached by Mr. Kunter. He was writing about the 5 people who were
fled from
fled
Auschwitz.
from Auschwitz. He wanted to know exactly about everything what has happened. And he said, I know that you got the famous report from the Slovakian news, Gerhart and what's the other name?
Wetzlar.
Huh?
Verba and Wetzlar.
Wetzlar. No, Wetzlar was Lawyer. No?
Wetzlar, no, Rosenberg was Verba and Wetzlar was the other one.
By the way, I found after the war and workers' witnesses to Nuremberg. That was also a very interesting story. But I said, I know that you got to the report. Tell me how you got it, what you did with it. So I told him how I got to the report. This was in 44, in the summer of 44. The beginning of June somewhere, I think the 10th of 44. I got the report from Kupetsky, who got it from the Slovakian underground, the water team. And Kupetsky called me in, and I think I was together with Harman, and we discussed what we should do with this report. He said, listen, you know much more about this than I. You have to make a report about this and help me in doing what you think we should do. And I read this report, which you know, which was the first really fantastic description of the camp with all the details and the reconstruction of one transport up to the other. And I go through this report and I find a very strange thing. One place is mentioned of the transport of Czech youth group of the Maccabi, Czech Maccabi or something, who are brought from Theresienstadt to Auschwitz. For 6 months quarantine. Nobody was ever heard of this until 1944, the quarantine. And a few lines later, there's another line where the said that these people in this country have been executed. And you go further, half a page or a page, and you find another such. Arrived to the end of 6 months back. When I look at my calendar, and I see that the 6 months are terminating in 5 to 6 days. So I jump into a text, connect to that text, and tell him, show him this line. I said, perhaps we can do something for this. As I sent a cable to London, which I had prepared and asked him to broadcast day and night, but we know that such consequences is household for 6 months in quarantine, and we will be killed after 6 months of that. I tell all this to people, and I said, of course, I never knew that, but I know that this was done by the BBC. And after I had done this, I went back and I made so Polka interrupt.
When?
Polka interrupt. And say, but I know better. I said, how do you know that? He said, I was in Auschwitz. So I said, that means that. He said, we had radio. I see. We heard it. And we helped these people to disappear. To disappear. I said, you mean that this broadcast had some effect on people to be submissive? I'm not good. He said it to me. I don't know.
Who made it?
That's what I read in what's his name? The Climate Solution. He pretended something. But in any case, assume a moment in this year. Something you know better than somebody who made I'm not saying that they know the trick of this anymore. But in any case, the witness from there to tell you why should we lie about it. These are the machinery. This is a completely machinery reaction. To save the people, we should broadcast from London. But we tried, etc. We should have done much more of this kind. The only really reconstructive thing which happened very much at the end of the war was, for instance, the establishment of a free port in America for thousands of Muslims. I believe such things could have happened before. I'm not saying that we could have made the same planning, but we could have, there's more imagination, there's more what's happening here. I'm not saying to what the judge Halevi believed in the sentence and Kastner that you could go with thousands of people over the frontiers and hundreds of Romania. This is completely irreal for the situation of that we could have saved people, that we could have probably saved thousands here, thousands there. This particular message, I believe, too, that we could have saved hundreds of thousands of Americans and
I think that this actually we should come back to at the end of the thing. We are still in the middle, you know, we sort of jumped a little bit. It has an immediate, it's important here too, there's no doubt about that. I'll check this story about Kulka because I work with Kulka, you know. I think he probably made a blunder there, but never mind, we'll clarify that. Yes, we start off with Stephen Wise's reaction to the cable.
I said yesterday already that Wise was very, very moved when he got the cable. This is the original announcement of the plan of total submission. There's one detail which I forgot to mention. He discussed this matter with a number of people, amongst others with some Christian friends. And he found out that a few days later, one of the leaders of the National Council of the Churches of Christ, which was the representative body of the various Christian churches in the United States, was leaving the United States for Geneva. And the man was, I have to verify the name, as McCabbott. He's very well known in all the Christian circles, had a very outstanding role during that time in the Christian world. He came to Geneva and had a message from us, for us. And he telephoned to Gerhart, and the message was that we have received the cable. We want only from you one clear confirmation. In your opinion, deportation means extermination. Say yes or no and cable. And he sent immediately, whatever he sent back the cable immediately and said yes, we are convinced that deportation means extermination. This was an important element in Wise's action letter. Now, maybe I should say another word. I had the feeling that except Wise, whose sentiments are quite clearly defined and manifested in some of his letters which are known today, that our friends in England took the situation and my information more serious than the people in America. I do not know, I cannot put my finger exactly why I have this feeling, but somehow I had this feeling. In this connection, it's important perhaps to note that one person who was present when the famous cable was discussed in New York was Dr. Max Baer, with whom I had worked in Geneva for many years, and who in the meantime had emigrated to the United States with one of these emergency visas his wife arranged for us. He told me later that he insisted about the series, knowing my character, knowing how I act usually, that this information, even this observations as it contains, should not be taken lightly. As he had worked with me for several years in the internet, I would never have sent such a cable if I wouldn't be deeply convinced that there must be truth in this story. And he claimed, and of course cannot say anything else, that this made an impression particularly on Weiss. This is center voice, here. Now that may be a personal aspect. This is interesting. Let me say on this, however, something more general, which I didn't say yesterday. The time when I had come to the conclusion that there was really a total extermination was started. There was an order and that was already functioning. In particular, when I heard about deportations from Warsaw, let's not forget that historically speaking, the news reached me about 5 days after the deportation from Warsaw started. And every day thousands of people were sent to the trench. And was more of this news came, the more I realized that was happening, and I was completely impotent, absolute, to do anything. These were perhaps the most dreadful months of my life. It was really despair. How can I convince, how can I make myself understood? Week and week passed by and nothing happened. And later not. And sitting here in this beautiful Geneva in the summer, when the sky is blue and the mountains are out, and I had in my office at the lake in Geneva, direct opposite to Mont Blanc. This is fantastic scenery, Irrier, and on the height I knew the Germans were 3-4 kilometers from here. You were surrounded by Germans. Being in this absolute irreal world of beauty, and outside 200 kilometers, the first thing happened to our people. Couldn't raise a finger to do anything. It was an atmosphere of something which I have never felt in my life again. I must say, I've probably aged years in these August 42 and let's say the end of the year, beginning of next year, finally something appeared to be moving. In reality, it didn't either. But I took still, I was under the impression that Bermuda would produce something specific. But I think it's a very important aspect of my whole story to say a few words about it. Now my last point, which I think I should make in this respect, is what did I do with regard to the Swiss exposure? Now I didn't feel it was my task, and I didn't want to endanger the activities of the Office of the Congress, which was a very delicate situation. to get in touch directly with the Swiss authorities. I therefore used other channels. You know that the summer of 42 was a very, very difficult summer from the point of view of refugees. There came a moment where the frontiers were completely closed. There came the moment when the Swiss press rebelled, the Swiss people rebelled to a certain degree against this, which had finally consequence of a certain alleviation of the rules. At least children could come in, and other people, old people, and so on. But it did, of course, not change basically the situation. It was a little bit alleviated. And the report of Ludwig, you have to tell you a story, and I must say the Ludwig report in this respect is very honest again. I was always asked at that time how many people were sent back from the frontiers, how many people were really refused. One of the questions Ludwig himself put to me a number of times. And I said that wasn't important at all, how many people got to the frontier and was physically prepared. The fact that the frontiers were closed was known, and tens of thousands were told that the frontiers of Switzerland are closed, and therefore they didn't try. So the actual number, how many were turned back, was not the problem. But this was in this fight to open the frontiers and to get as much as possible understanding of the humanitarian attitude of the Swiss people, I was of course as deeply interested as anybody else. Now I decided to work to my non-Jewish friends in this respect. And therefore I shared latest in the beginning of September the basic information with some of those with whom I was in constant contact. That means practically Dr. Fischer-Truft, who was the General Secretary of the World Council of Churches, which at that time was still in a provisional preparatory state, but they had their offices here in Geneva and were active and so on. And one of his assistant, Dr. Adolf Freudenberg, who was in charge of refugee affairs in the World Council of Churches. I must say that with both I had a very...
I have to close.
had a very close relationship, and in both in the memoirs of Freudenberg and the memoirs of Fischer-Truft there are references to our cooperation during the war. I would say that and the third person with whom I shared my information also, and there may have been others, was Pastor Henriot, who was a high officer in the Swiss army and had access to the military authorities. He was a head.
Henriot. Henriot. D.
The first name I can also find somewhere. He was at the head of the Office of Protestant.
Yeah.
The aid to refugees, Protestant Office of Refugee Assistance. and had his office in the same house as we had in the college. So we were very, very, very close relations in physically. And I had a very important report. I just brought it down. Did you see it? And they give it to those who should read such books. Now, with regard to Fischer-Truft in Freudenberg, I gave them also my information, and I saw to it that this be shared, particularly by Pfarrer Köchlin. Köchlin was the head of the Swiss Protestant churches. He was the president. I don't know exactly what the title was, which we can find out. And he was a member of the Committee of the World Council, one of the very close collaborators with Fischer-Truft, because he had not many whom he could assemble around him during the war. And I think Alphonse Köchlin was the most important. He had behind him really the whole Protestant churches in Switzerland. He was president, and he was the man who had contact with the authorities, that means with the political authority, which means the Bundesrat von Steiger, who was head of the Justice and Police Department. So I know, and I was told a number of times by Fischer-Truft that the information which I conveyed to them was used by Köchlin in his discussions with von Steiger and so on. So in this respect, this was for us a much better way of informing the authorities. And as I said, the military authorities, which was very important too, the general here, and the people in the general staff, because they gave orders about to the military people with regard to the frontiers and so on. This I can rely to a great extent on Aurigo, and I'm absolutely sure he gave this reports to the highest authority. No doubt whatsoever that this was used as far as possible in this discussion without my appearing anywhere. So this was generally one of my ways of using other groups and bodies to influence decisions, and not always appear oneself, because the influence of the Jews during that period was really not very, very strong. There are other people whom I would mention, Pastor Charles Guillon and the YMCA. Guillon.
Charles Guillon, that's Guillon.
And Mademoiselle Barreau, also from the YMCA, who they dealt with the name of Henri Louis
Henriot, and the lady was what was her name?
Henri Louis. He was a pastor.
Yeah. And what was the name of that lady?
The lady was Mademoiselle Barreau.
Barreau.
B-R-R-O. Somewhere between. Madeleine Barreau. She was Guillon and Barreau were those who were keeping the relationship to France from the Christian side. And they came and went, and dealt with the camps and ghosts and all these things, and this was very important to me. At the moment you asked me yesterday about sources, something which I haven't mentioned yesterday about sources is that from France we got very often messages through the railway people what do you call it, locomotive.
Yeah, the locomotive, the engine drivers.
The engine drivers in the trains which came from France and who brought messages from the Jewish organization or the Jewish underground. And they woke up my secretary, my assistant, this Mira Becker, at 6 o'clock in the morning at her home, and wrote some very courageous, fine people. But this also some of the ways in which messages and material reached it just passes through my mind before I mention it. It's an interesting aspect. Now, I'm saying there is, I think the relations with Christian churches, especially the international groups, are very important, but because truth is a truth, we informed Bishop Bell, who was one of the Bishop of Chichester, who was the most, the strongest protagonist for action on behalf of refugees in England. He made some wonderful speeches in the House of Lords and was very active, and was later also, there was contact between our people in London, with Chichester, and with other people in the Church of England. I think these are a few
yeah.
By speaking about the context with Christian church, Christian people, I remember that the concern to have some of the key people of the opinion makers in the Christian church and Christian organizations was always on my mind. And as we couldn't go public, even if we would have gone public, it wouldn't have appeared. There was censorship in Switzerland. All these things are now forgotten, and some people sometimes ask me such questions. Why didn't you just go to the press and publish what you had? This was unthinkable. Such a question couldn't even be asked. We couldn't even, I don't think I would have been able to send such a telegram open. The authorities would probably have somehow intervened. And not to speak of press or public opinion or what, that we were here in a kind of trap. Switzerland was surrounded by the Axis powers from all sides. There was no direct communication practically with the outside world except by cables, diplomatic cables, so the cipher, or the diplomatic pouch, which was respected. But otherwise, the mail was under control of Axis agents. Could easily, probably all fell into their hands. And we had to be terribly careful what to write and what to say, what to cable and so on. So this is also a little indication about the atmosphere in which we were working. I mean, this is all forgotten. But therefore I used other means to keep people informed, to inform them insofar as they were really important. I remember, for instance, having been invited once, it must have been in September 42, to a house of a Protestant personality, very respected here in Geneva, who invited about 30 people, from the cream of the Protestant society, both Genovese, Swiss, and international. and this was the first occasion I had to talk to such people about what we knew about the extermination order and about the what we knew about what was happening in the whole East about it. I think this was very, very useful because after all, these people had all their own contacts with the society, with some opinion makers, and with political power, people in power, and they had also contacts with international organizations which could be useful. I think it shows the way in which we well, I would also say that with regard to now, we have another conversation, I suppose, with on the Red Cross. I used also all these forces in order to impress them to act. Wasn't very successful in this, but at least we mobilized whenever we could be successful.
You mentioned the Protestants. Now, we saw yesterday the exchange with the Nuncius Bernardini in March 1942 regarding especially the Slovak business, where the your intervention seems to have been successful.
The Slovakia was to a certain degree successful. There is even a letter from me to Bernardini, from Lichtenstein and myself to Bernardini, where we thanked him. And we said we had news from Slovakia that certain alleviation of the situation had occurred. Now, I must say I haven't found other such traces of other interventions which must have taken place. I was seeing Bernardini from time to time, sometimes in this Lichtenstein and without him, and there have certainly taken place. There's even these letters, which Mr. Friedlander published from the Zionist archives, it turned up in my office after long, long searches because they were apparently intentionally put in places where they shouldn't be so evident. I don't know. And maybe one day amongst all these papers something turns up on other meetings with Bernardini. Certainly there were such cases. But my relationship with the Protestants were at that time much closer. In reality, this has laid somehow the foundation for the relations of trust on which, after the war, I have been able to build up some permanent relationship between the World Council of Churches and the Jewish organizations. It goes all back to these fateful years and to these experiences. And in this respect, it's quite interesting how these terrible years after all produced some results which never sort of
before we started recording, you read a note in your diary of the 19th of December 42, in which you said that you saw Prince Schwarzenberg together with Kopetsky 2 days before that, on the 17th, when the Red Cross nominated Schwarzenberg to be the head of the Jewish, what was it, the Jewish Refugee Department or whatever it was called?
It was the Jewish desk, I don't know.
Jewish desk, yes. And you say there that for the last 2 years, from 1940 apparently, nothing much had happened with the Red Cross. Could you say something about the relationships with the Red Cross just after the cable in relation to that note that you made in your diary?
Yeah. My first conversation with Schwarzenberg was apparently on the 17th of December, coinciding with the famous declaration of the United Nations. Kopetsky was not present, but he had arranged the meeting apparently, according to what I see in the notes which I kept. But we went through the whole field, and I didn't hide that I was terribly disappointed with the Red Cross, and that I practically for months not put my feet in the Red Cross building because of inaction, lack of action during the first 2 years of the war. But somehow there seemed to be a new initiative, a new, perhaps, long conversation which I had with Bauer on the 17th of November. This really we should deal with when we come to the Red Cross, and I think this was an unfortunate occasion. And the establishment of the Jewish desk in the Red Cross may be one of the partial results of this discussion, as well as pressure from outside, which had been partly also organized by us. I had all the time asked London, New York, and Buenos Aires. I remember particularly an initiative which we took with regard to South America. After all, why should the South American Red Cross societies express disappointment and request the International Red Cross to become more active in these humanitarian matters? And Herman, who was the kind of viceroy of the World Jewish Congress in South America, was a very active, this was the old Herman, Jacob Herman, very active man, organized this very ably, and dozens of cables from Mexico, Argentina and Brazil, which brought into the Red Cross. And it was probably because of all these international pressures, which partly were organized by us, that this desk was established. Now, the question was, the difficult question at that time was what could be done for the concentration camps and for the ghetto. And the difficult was that the Germans, the Jews wanted guarantees that the goods would reach the ghetto, and the Germans said, what you expected, we all the time protests against us, why should we facilitate such control? And Schwarzenberg then suggested that we should put at the disposal of the Red Cross certain amount so that they could directly send these dispatches and play it, let's say, by ear, see whether such dispatches have reached the ghettos and if not, then intervene, but not ask for a whole apparatus of control before we got into the act. This was, I think, the main issue which we discussed at the first meeting. But I gave him lots to do in organizing some pressure from all sides, including the Christian organization, including the Save the Children organization and so on. And I tried to establish whatever I could in pressure from all kinds of sources, all kinds of organizations, which couldn't be just pushed aside as a Jews could perhaps, or where.
Yeah. Who actually was Schwarzenberg? What kind of person?
Schwarzenberg was he came from the famous Schwarzenberg family. He was he had both nationalities. Schwarzenberg, I think, owned Neuenburg or not Neuenburg, somewhere. They had something in Switzerland, and they had Swiss nationality too. But otherwise, he couldn't have had any post in the Red Cross. And later, he became, after the war, Austrian ambassador in London, Paris, and other places. I think he died a year ago or so. He did his best, but he wasn't really in command. The decisions are not taken by him.
You're taken further up by Burkhardt or by?
Burkhardt, Huber, by a small group which directed the real affairs. I don't know exactly who belonged. I think Bodmer belonged to it.
Who?
Bodmer may have belonged. Bodmer.
Bodmer?
Martin Bodmer, never heard?
B-O-D?
M-E-R.
M-E-R.
Then Jacques Genevieve, I think, belonged to it.
Decisions were not taken by.
Now, my personal relations were quite good, although I approached him sometimes that he didn't tell me enough. And then I remember one scene where he became quite angry and said, "You and Sally Meyer are the only ones to whom I tell all these things." Why complain? But I cannot complain, but he had no real power of decision. And there was lots of correspondence, not very interesting. I informed him. I mean, when I got the information, I gave him that. But it was not the most important source of information. What I really got, I think that, I don't know what I said, there were a few people in the left cause, particularly one. It was in the mixed commission mixed, which was the technical body which proceeded to the buying of goods and sending foodstuff and other material to the Red Cross societies and to the camps. The man who was most helpful was the Baron de Pilar. It was a Baltic Baron who came from Riga, and with all these international aristocratic families and all kinds of nationalities, must have had also a Swiss nationality. He was really a warm, human being, deeply interested in the Jewish question. From his time in Riga, he had very good relations with some Jewish families there. He had, in fact, a very good relation with the family of Philip Storch. In my first conversation or the second I had, he asked me whether we had somebody in Sweden. I told him about stuff, and then he said, "Oh, I know the family." He said, "But you are a very different kind of Jew, Storches." I said, "I know, but he is a Volksstudent." He said, "You are intellectual." Assimilated Germany, that's a very different time. But he was very interested, and I knew apparently something. He gave me a lot of information. He kept the contact with the German Red Cross. He tried to get information and so on. He was very frankly speaking to me after such things, knowing what it was. We also informed from some other sources. He very openly transmitted all kinds of news to me. But that's probably the only thing.
You mentioned now Sweden, which we haven't mentioned before really. Was there any contact, direct contact, cable contact, I suppose, between Ehrenpreis and Storch in Stockholm and your office here?
Yeah. No, that was Ehrenpreis not so good between and something. Storch was a volcano, enormous energy and so on. And Storch took the telephone, and the telephone through Germany to me. And we developed during our conversation a kind of code, knowing what we are speaking of. I don't know whether the Germans knew or whether they guessed, but even on the negotiations which he had, so this is the later part of the war, but she had Kersten and Steinmeier had Lucy had and so on. He asked me all the time news because he wanted to know how this affected his own effort. And we spoke about sardine boxes and I don't know what.
The what?
Boxes of sardines and so on. And we knew what we were talking about. As far as I had information, I tried to convey it. You can speak in English and other languages. You understand each other in some way. You have to talk a little longer, and it doesn't make more sense what you say, but it's meant not to make sense. And this was the only I mean, they couldn't write letters. It was from time to time they came a telegram code, but that also was a written word is not the same when you speak. There was, to a certain extent, there was contact, but of course not the normal contact which there should have been. The Red Cross was a great factor. With respect to what we discussed yesterday, this was, of course, one of the occasions where we were the most energetic. This was a time where we, after we had this information about this final solution, we really pressed for the Commercial Committee to make a public declaration. And that also is not known. And I must have spoken to a number of people. And Riegner must have spoken certainly to Gerhart, probably also to Yehuda. And our line was very simple. I said, you know what the situation is, and Gerhart then in these conversations confirmed to Riegner that he knew that this was really how what we said yesterday about the confirmation of Gerhart Whether that was known to his colleagues, I'm not so sure. Whether this was personal or what. Some people in the Red Cross there's no trace of all that. Maybe it was just his personal information, or he didn't leave any trace of it. That's also possible. But in these conversations, he said, all right, it's nothing to do with it. You are the greatest moral authority at the moment, in the time of war. Then you have to say, then you have to denounce. And I pleaded with a number of members. And there was a meeting. There was an official proposal to at least to address an appeal somewhere, saying something about the terrible situation there in the buses and appealing some from the kind of condemnation and denunciation in the form of an appeal. And I know from later conversations that two members of the Red Cross pleaded for our position. I'm very glad to know because I had with both a very good relationship among persons. One was Mademoiselle Suzanne Ferrière. Her father, I think, was also one of the grandfather of the founders of the Cross. Very respectable Protestant family here in Geneva. And the other was even more interesting because I didn't expect it from her. Was Mademoiselle Louise Audier, O-D-E-A-R. Both, she was really getting from the nurses department, but she was a full member of the Red Cross. And both pleaded that the Red Cross should do international committee. But it was the majority didn't ally around it, and it was defeated.
When was that?
That must have been in October 42. This is something which the Red Cross should really bring out in the Sege study. But in the discussions recently on the Holocaust, I mentioned it and others mentioned it too. And I know there was such a. And I think in the book by the Yugoslav, the name is
Romano?
Oh no, Arsenevich or something. Arsenevich. There is a direct reference to this. If you're interested, we can bring this in. There's no doubt that there was such a meeting, and that the majority considered that this shouldn't be done, and of course the argument there was the following. We have no legal texts to intervene and to care for the civilian internees in the civilian population. It's not our fault. We proposed a convention on the civilians, which was not adopted, was not confirmed and not ratified. We have the care for more than 4 million prisoners of war, where we have a clear status and clear competences and so on. If we denounce and reform and criticize and reform these things, we endanger our status as international Red Cross in this respect, and that we shouldn't have. That was the line. And I understand, of course, from their point of view, that was a very serious consideration. And from our point of view, it was not satisfactory because it was meant that nobody opened its mouth. And we were showing quite openly our dissatisfaction in this respect and came back on it a number of times, but it just didn't happen.
I think we'll have to stop more or less because we have to discuss what happens next. on the against disavowing anti-Semitism and that they won't force the Jews out. But that their moves to force the Jews out surely were in 1938.
But that was
a separate problem.
No, but this is the but there were apparently already such declarations about emigration at that time. The Harman told them that according to Jewish organizations, would be prepared to cooperate in immigration schemes only if the latter in no way infringed the equality of rights of Polish Jewry, if they involved no compulsory immigration from Poland, and raised no illusions regarding the present immigration possibility. The government declared that the immigration from Poland must be regarded as part of the general population problem affecting the countries of Eastern Europe, and that its solution will be sought only in this now.
Yeah.
And and this was confirmed by but that's an important point because this was, of course, today this is all history, and at that time it affected millions of people.
But two questions there. Isn't there? Did the World Jewish Congress then come back to this problem of forced immigration from Poland later? And did you have discussions with the Poles again in 38, 39?
Yes, I can't tell you.
You can't remember. And did you?
There were conversations with the Poles, especially the Polish representative at the League of Nations, Komarnicki, was in constant contact with Tito Komarnicki, and later, even after the budget, that's already the war.
Was there? The other question is this: was there any problem with the revisionist movement, between the revisionist movement and the World Jewish Congress?
Well, they were not in. But some of the declarations which were made by us, probably in regard to some of the declarations which were made by some of the leaders, that's I believe. Look up whether there's any mention in I could look up tonight and find out whether there were any mention of later discussions. There is not a bad summary in the book of these times. It's very short.
Kubowi's book. Yeah.
But which shows that they must have documents
in America.
But that was written in America. And it's very unilaterally to a certain point of view. Like there's a center which was done, for instance, in London, it's not adequately reported.
Have we covered the points that you mentioned before? When we talk about the beginning of the Second World War, the usual picture is of the World Zionist Congress meeting in Switzerland in August, and the sadness. Were you there at the Congress? Was there any action by your office to ensure continued contact with the countries in Europe?
Yeah. Well, I was there at the Zionist Congress. I came back from my vacation. was a terrible atmosphere after the Molotov pact, can you imagine? I was there that evening when Weizmann to leave. I was even writing the article for one of the papers, one of the journalists asked me if he couldn't stay until midnight. And I heard the famous words that you fight the Germans, this is with the...
As if there was no white paper.
No, this is, so there was no white paper, and you fight the British as if there would be on the white paper as on war.
That was Ben Gurion, surely? No? Weizmann.
It was always attributed to Ben Gurion, but it was said
Really? I also attributed it to Ben Gurion, you know. I thought it was Ben Gurion.
It was we must find it the day after I wrote for Max Baer the article. He left with me the paper and said, put in what happened after I had to go now, and put it in the post at the station, so that they get it the next morning and can be in the next day's paper. Which I did at midnight.
Which paper was it?
The Bauer National.
Very interesting.
So
Yeah.
you will find it there.
Uh-huh.
It's quoted BE there, but it was written by me.
Uh-huh.
And I quoted exactly what Weizmann, but I was very impressed by it.
That's interesting.
Must have been, I don't know, 27 or something.
Yeah.
Yes, and he left at 10 o'clock. It was a night train to Paris or something. It was a terrible practice. But what's still worse, I don't remember what day it was. But there were hundreds of delegates who had to go back. Should I remain here? That's another question. They wanted to go back to their families in Kyrgyzstan. They needed trains, they needed visas, they had to go with very strange ways. And they came to me to help them as I was actually the only one that was a little officer of the Zionist organization of the agency that's called Nazi, and I, nobody else had any relations. So of course the Harvard came to me. And I remember I spent hours and hours at the consulates with them to get to negotiate the visas. 70 Polish people and other people. For years I had very bad conscience that I had to pay attention that who could be. And the French consulate worked for a whole Saturday afternoon and the evening. 150 people there. Because I was a very intimate friend of the French vice consul. So he arranged this. The Hungarian consulate helped. I don't remember what. Someone. This was a terrible affair. Everybody knew that we were going in something. Nobody had really motivation. I remember only one man went on the news. Not in the spring of 1921, I think Vincent, one of the leaders of the dancing Jewish community was here relatively, Dr.
Gerson.
Yes. Der Rechtsanwalt Gerhart. And they had long walks along the way. And he said, oh, but this will be the next one. And he had an imagination. I have not got an imagination. You cannot imagine things to that. Very good. and he painted the picture of hundreds of thousands of Jews being killed and murdered, slaughtered.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the first.
He was one of the victims.
He was one of the first. He was led from Danzig to Bromberg, and so he was killed in Bromberg in the massacres. Well, we were all conscious of it, but of course nobody was expecting the downfall of the Western powers, France.
The first year then.
We immediately organized ourselves in the following way. The Goldman asked Silberstein to remain in Geneva to deal with Eastern European countries. He was a former member of the Polish Sejm, and he was an invalid, as you may know, and therefore anyhow handicapped in the war. It was not essential that he should be there in any case. He was the director of one of the directors of the cooperative movement in Poland. And he remained here, and Knopfmacher was also here. Mrs. Knopfmacher also remained here.
Who?
Mrs. Knopfmacher, the secretary from Paris, was decided Paris would probably be very difficult to work from, and she should remain here. But the office continued in Paris. That was difficult because of censorship, the opposition, and other friends. And we established in the first few days of the war a committee which is called later the Relico, the Committee for the Assistance of the War-Stricken Jewish Population.
Relief for the war-stricken Jewish population of Eastern Europe, yes.
Not only Eastern Europe. No, it was, Relico was really a relief congress or relief committee. It was the first, the two syllables. And we gave it a name in order to be able to write to various countries under a different name under which it was called. But in fact, it was the same. But for several years, and especially after the downfall of France, for a certain time I didn't use the name Congress in my correspondence with most of the people because I didn't want to embarrass them. We were after all one of the targets of the Nazis. And the atmosphere of the war was felt very much, even it was very quiet here. I'll give you an example how I was taught what has happened. As I told you, the Vice Consul of France was a very intimate friend of mine. Second evening of the war, we went out at dinner together, and he said, took me with his car. He said, excuse me, I have a few things to do before we can go to the restaurant. He took me to a place, a house, went into the house, took a key out, opened the mailbox, took out what was in the mailbox, took what he had. And we went around for 2 or 3 or so German agents in Geneva, and supervised and got to correspond with these people in this way. This would not be normal in normal times. And, for me, it was a lesson that was going on. Everybody was spying on everybody. Interesting. The people to whom we got and went. I mean, that was for me a lesson. This was the atmosphere which we had. As I said, we established this committee and we formed immediately the Red Cross. But we have established this committee and we met to cooperate with Islam. And this started the cooperation with the Red Cross in all kinds of small ways first and bigger ways later. Now, the first catastrophes happened in Poland. This was, of course, there very little could be done from here at that time. Later, how we call exactly, but there is a report of Relico in the first year. Have you ever seen that? The copies were
at the Yad Vashem, the whole of the Relico archive is at Yad Vashem.
No, it's not all of it.
Silberschein. No,
Silberschein circle, but Silberschein is also not all of it. There is afterwards, but Silberschein, it was a very difficult man to know. And at a certain time, when his mother died in Yugoslavia, his mother was in London. He was practically completely inactive for half a year. And after that, he made himself independent. He worked in the office of his own. Which was not very comfortable, because we had suddenly too many courses. But I couldn't help it, because the finance like anyone could do. So you have the whole radical files. You have the radical files from that part which he did. Now, he mainly dealt with Eastern European countries, and that you know. This I didn't interfere to, because that shouldn't be done twice. But we started really with an action for, first of all, there was thousands of refugees. And we started with a registration of refugees and with a list of refugees which were sent out. Soon recently we still hear such lists.
Refugees in Switzerland?
No, from Poland and other places.
In Romania, Hungary?
Yeah. And this is probably
the first period.
When we started sending some, as I said, some medicaments in Warsaw, I think that's still the first year. I think the first, we made a collection of medicaments amongst all the Jewish
druggists.
And got quite a
Was that done by Relico or was that done by this Zurich organization, HIFAP or whatever its name was?
Well, that was arranged. No, it was only arranged by, this was together, this was Feldstein, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was that also part of Relico?
Well, this was probably in cooperation with them. He arranged the things with the right cause and percent and so on. He made, but I think it was an appeal, probably from Kosovo.
So the Zurich organization and Relico are really the same.
Not the same. They
cooperated.
Strongly, they had not the direct international, but the international relations we had accepted and established was really not a local thing. But we may have done it together. Suddenly you didn't think of Holstein for 30 years, and suddenly the name comes back. Yes, it was there may be something said about it, I don't know. Usually we're very, very correct on such matters.
Now, was it the problem that arose later with the different offices here? In the first year or 2 years, this didn't apply. The Kahana office, what was the relation with the Kahana office?
Kahani. Well, wait a minute. They had their office on the same floor as us. First in the Palais Wilson, this is the 52
Rue de Paquis.
That's Palais Wilson, yeah. What happened then in the end of the 13th, after the Congress, the Zionist organization put Lichtstein in charge of the Zionist organization. And Kahani was in Goldman's office. Goldman was still here.
So what was Kahani's office actually? Was that the Jewish agency? Or?
Kahani's office was a Jewish agency. It was Goldman's office. He was assistant of Kahani in the agency office.
Of Goldman?
Yeah.
And Lichtstein?
Lichtstein was then put in. The problem became only complicated when Goldman then left. Because there was the office of Kahani and the office of Lichtstein. Lichtstein was really put in by the executive of the World Zionist Organization to be the contact man in Europe for all European Zionist movements and so on. From the point of when Goldman left, which is May 1940, there was, of course, conflict between Kahane and Lichtstein. Kahane claiming he is the continuation and Goldman's man, which is only to a certain degree true. And he is not subordinated to Lichtstein. On the other hand, Lichtstein was of the greater seniority in the Zionist movement than Kahane. So here is that was finally solved that they worked in the same office, of which Lichtstein was a chief. But the relations were
not so good. And what was the division of work between that and your office?
But we really were dealing with the community and with the systems of the community, and we were dealing with Zionist organizations.
With what communities were you in touch during the first 2 years?
But this is clearly there.
That's Relico, through Relico.
Yeah, well, this practically was the same.
Yeah.
And don't be now at all confused. Sometimes we worked under this name and sometimes worked under this. I was very much aware of censorship in the DCs who didn't want to embarrass people. So I used the other name very, very much. after the launch, I used it completely for certain time, except for official course and other things.
There it was the word Jewish Congress.
But they knew that we were using this.
May I ask you a sort of personal question? Were you what was your own personal status here? Were you a Swiss citizen, or were you a refugee, or?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a very good question. This had something to do. Has something to do with perhaps with my work. Not too much. I was a refugee. I came here with a German passport. When the passports were not valid, when Nachum took me for the Turkish Congress, he had to obtain a permanent adoption, which he got. International organizations, special question, special qualifications, language, and so on. That permit was given to me from year to year, from August to August. It's a very interesting question. People are very, very amused when I tell you so. And so my permit had really lapsed just of August 1939. Then I got I think a prolongation until 1940. And then I can't tell you exactly whether I got it until 40, but anyhow, the date is 40 happened to follow. That I put in my request for renewal, and I got no answer. I think it was 40. No answer. In the meantime, months had collapsed. It's tickets, Naaster, Yehuda. They didn't interfere. The consequences, the fact that I made the request, they gave me the car. The car was said that Mr. Sonso has made a request for renewal of this permit. And we had rationing.
Pardon?
And we had rationing.
Rationing, yes.
When you had to get your ration card, you had to have another card, which was delivered to you with the basis of your family citizenship. So, as I had no family citizenship, but only this card, they gave me another provisional card for the ration, on the basis of which I could withdraw my ration. So, these two cards had to be stamped every month, because from month to month it was long. But I never got reply. Now, as I had an office and lots of people here, so I sent them over and it didn't bother me. But in fact, for about 3 years, and that's half, I don't remember now exactly, but they didn't reply to my request for prolongation of my family decision. They didn't want to be in a position, obviously, this is my interpretation, that the Germans would one day say, close the office of the British company. And then they would have to be given with an permit to work for the citizens. So remember, they had no obligation to me. They didn't interfere with my work. And I was very discreetly doing it. I was intelligent enough not to embarrass him. In the situation here of Switzerland after 1940, I happen to tell you, it was a terribly difficult position here. And nobody knew whether they would tolerate us. So nobody knew whether the Germans wouldn't interfere. And I'm absolutely certain, some people have told me, although I have never seen it, that there were lists in which I was prominently, which were prepared by the German those warmongers and anti-Germans. So until after Stalingrad and half a year later, one day I get a reply to my request from 1940, in which informed that the prolongation of the seizure is granted, and would you kindly pay us for the 3.5 years? Annual sounds so much. Typical useless. And after this, very nice, polite, and when later the legislation was changed, they themselves gave me the what is called permit for 10 years or what it is. It's another kind of permit. Without even my asking, they informed me that they had done. So this was my position. It didn't really hamper me in any way, except if I had to send every month somebody there to stamp these various papers and to get these various papers. I was during the whole year, the whole war years, I had no problems with the Swiss authority, except that once I was asked to appear before the security police. That was after I had gotten in, whether it was 1940, 41 or 42, a long letter, telegram from the anti-fascist Jewish committee in Jerusalem.
Yeah.
They established, I don't know how, they knew of Velico. Probably because I have written the number of times to the Russian Red Cross to find out whether they could give us any information about people who had disappeared. I never got any reply from the Russian Red Cross, but the analysts somehow got there. And when they established something, addressed one of these appeals, which has 30 pages to the news of the world. And one of these was sent to Velico, and it came into my office. And a few days later, I was asked by the Swiss police what I have to do with Moscow rescuation. And it was a very amusing discussion which I had with them. But they finally apparently satisfied that I wasn't a communist. I told them, I said, what do you think? I said, even if I would be a communist, I would tell you. Knowing that the Communist Party is here forbidden, and so I said, I'm not a communist. If I would be, I would probably not tell you. Until they saw that I was a little bit more sophisticated than other people and didn't insist. And I explained to them, I don't know where it comes from. I suppose it comes from this. But this was the only time I had any problems with society.
Now, in those first years, your information about what was happening under Nazi rule, where did it come from? Did you have your own sources, or did you get the information from other offices, or how did it get to you?
It's easy to go back. In fact, the information which we got, we jumped on any information we could get.
That is what you got, of course, you got from your own offices, from your own accounts or what. Some of the people are not anymore really in offices, they are sitting somewhere else to fit each other answer. You got information and you try to establish as much as you could the content. And when people came with information, all right, try to evaluate the seriousness of the source and reliability. But we tried to maintain as much as we could contact this countries in which things happen. We contacted them officially, we contacted them not officially. Whatever we could do. It's very difficult to say afterwards because the most the things which you remember best are, of course, the not regular contacts. Those who left some impact behind in your mind.
Could you give some examples?
I remember, for instance, a man who was a Danish Jew. The name, I think, was Rottenberg, who, for some reason, was traveling.
What?
Was traveling around.
Traveling.
But the people who moved around were very near. He came here a number of times. He pretended to have some special relations with Gerhart, protected from some reason. Whether he had rendered services, whether he cooperated, I don't know. He was a businessman. And he came with very accurate and interesting information, for instance, on the Jewish community in Berlin.
When would that have been?
Well, it's a number, 42, 43, maybe 41. I can't tell you. But a number of times, from time to time, you didn't know when he would come, you didn't know why he came at that moment, suddenly he was there. And each time, he had a very interesting information. He, for instance, bought me the first time, I think, copies of the bills of the Nazi administration to the Jewish community of Berlin for the costs of deportation. Which for me was fantastic. Even the idea to build a Jewish community with a transport of less transport. Fantastic. But this I got from him.
Is he still alive?
And disappeared, these people. Extraordinary times produce extraordinary people. This is what I've learned in these times. And some people wake up and become quite strong personalities.
You wouldn't remember his first name?
No, I don't. Maybe it's somewhere in the north, which I can, but it's an interesting fellow. He saw also at certain times Lichtenstein. Maybe Lichtenstein make notes. Lichtenstein was much less careful than I was in this respect. I was very careful with putting names down, some maybe over careful, that's possible. Another source that sticks out in my mind very possible is the young Dutchman who came from Belgium.
Newkirk?
Newkirk.
Benjamin Newkirk?
Tall fellow. Very tall. He was killed,
that's him, yes.
Executed in Hamburg. Wonderful. He was coordinating the line with the youth getting money here and so on. He also had lots of courage. Very impressive person. We didn't know when he would come. Suddenly he was there.
But that's later, surely. Newkirk came a bit later, 42, 43,
yeah. But the most interesting part is, of course, when that's the second part of it. The first part of the work you could still write. You could write to Yugoslavia, you could get from Yugoslavia, you could write to Hungary. There came refugees from Poland to Hungary, and they gave, and there was the office in Budapest, Miklos, the Palestine office. He was
Klaus?
What?
Klaus?
Miklos Kraus, yeah. Then there was another one, not Kraus.
Lung?
He was the secretary of our committee, but he worked there also. I don't know. They sent you from time to time reports which what the people brought.
Did you have direct contact with Slovakia, for instance, at that point? First, Winterstein or Neumann?
Winterstein, I knew.
Was decided at the beginning of the war, and that was the establishment of the Institute of Jewish Affairs, which was to be established in Geneva originally. And Nachum Goldman invited Jacob Robinson in Kaunas to come to Geneva. But the events developed so quickly that there was no sense anymore, and he then went directly to America after summer 40. The headquarters were established in America. But that was the other immediate thing which was done when the war broke out. You have to think what comes after. You have to have a research apparatus
for after the war.
For after the war, that was a major reason. But at the same time, to collect also all the evidence on the changes and so on. This was right, of course. There was another thing which Goldman did, I believe, completely forgotten. In imitation of something which had happened in the First World War, the Committee Pro Causa Judaica, which they had in the First World War, now I don't remember where it was also kind of apparatus for propaganda or something like that. And they put in charge of this Albert Cohen, who was recently given the prize, who had ceased to be in the employment of the labor organization probably, and he was available. And he was for a time in Paris, and then he went to England, where he later established the first contact with de Gaulle from the Jewish side. But this, when we speak, what did you do at the beginning of the war, the first few months, when the war didn't really start, except that in Poland there was a terrible tragedy, but otherwise the world didn't start. These were some of the things which somehow in the planning for the future were done.
Don't you think it's peculiar that the World Jewish Congress should have in 1940, even after the downfall of France, especially after the downfall of France, should have been engaged on studying the post-war situation rather than putting, I'm talking now as advocatus diaboli, rather than putting every effort behind the rescue programs. I mean, what Jacob Robinson was doing, he was churning out programs for after the war.
Yeah, well, nobody knew really. Let me say this, we were still in 1940 in mentality, in the pre-war mentality. Probably the one who was extremely critical was Sillerson, rightly Sillerson, when he visited France after the war. He was one of the first to go to France
after the French defeat.
The French defeat. And he made a report which was terribly critical of the Germans. Of the Germans. But they left the whole thing. After all, they were Americans. That the French run away, okay. But the Americans run away in a time where they were not that really was overall. But and they established themselves then in Lisbon. That may have been quite right, that they established themselves. I don't think they should have completely evacuated France at that time. But the whole mentality from relief to rescue is really a gradual process. And in the Congress, I don't know whether you can trace it.
We were talking about, you said that there was a slow change from the idea of relief to rescue.
From the realization of the need to the realization of the necessity of rescue. And I believe in some of the Jewish organizations that never took place. The routine took care of the whole process, and the real need for a new emergency thinking was there for extraordinary measures. This is probably what the major accusation against the whole leadership is, that they realized too late that there was a radical change of the situation. What I could have been done is another question. It's not so easy to say that. But I mean, the first condition, I agree with you, the first condition is to realize the basic change. Now, that, I believe, hasn't happened anyway with Jewish organizations. Tubolitsky was probably the first with the greatest energy. And was probably in this respect quite outside the mainstay of music.
Wasn't that also the result of a realization of total Jewish powerlessness politically? Would you say that that was part of that syndrome?
I believe that this was a great one. Certainly people who had a political sense. But I would say also that then Jewish optimism was also one of the elements which paralyzed action. I have to say something about it for in the later phase when it became dramatic. But somehow there was certainly this feeling, well, we have always managed it. And there was not a realization you had a unique enemy. I said it yesterday. The Jews, nobody realized that this was a basic departure.
But you know,
No moral
yeah.
limits, no moral thoughts, no moral rules to be expected. What
1941. How did you react to those?
Read here. Let's have one. I don't know why I have this. I put this aside when they took it out from the press. Nobody has seen it. It's a very interesting long letter. Maybe I should read it, not to the sides, but maybe it's a letter of 5 pages to them.
When?
October 41. It's an interesting comment. I thank him for the information that's given. Ich will nur nicht well, he speaks about what he wants to do with the Congress in America and that he has problems, financial problems and so. Ich will nur nicht verfehlen, auch Ihnen zu sagen, dass wir große Sorgen darüber haben, was aus dem hiesigen Büro und unserer Arbeit überhaupt werden soll, falls die kriegerischen Ereignisse sich weiter ausdehnen und auch die neue Welt in den Krieg mit hineinziehen. This one sees already, when was the entrance?
December.
Ich will nicht unterlassen, Sie sehr eindringlich auf dieses Problem aufmerksam zu machen und Sie dringend zu bitten, gewisse Vorsorgen finanzieller Natur in diesem Fall für uns schon bald zu treffen. Von besonderer Wichtigkeit und großem Interesse war für uns die Mitteilung über die Verhandlungen, die gegenwärtig zwischen Zionisten und Nicht-Zionisten dort vor sich gehen. Und wir wären Ihnen sehr dankbar, wenn Sie uns über den Lauf dieser Verhandlungen etwas genauer informieren würden. Was Sie über die zukünftigen jüdischen Forderungen glauben, we were also speaking about the forderungen. Mit dem Großen und Ganzen unsere völlige Zustimmung. Auch wir sind der Ansicht, dass mit der Minoritätenformel nicht viel ausgerichtet werden kann. Dass wir nicht viel ausgerichtet werden kann. Und obwohl so mancher von uns sich oft und viel mit diesen Fragen beschäftigt hat und sich auch heute noch beschäftigt, so sind wir gerade, was die Minderheitenrechte angeht, äußerst skeptisch. Im Grunde handelt es sich ja wohl beim Friedensschluss eine große Lösung, das heißt die palästinensische durchzusetzen. Denn es wird immer klarer, dass in Europa für die Juden auf die Dauer kein Leben mehr sein wird. Das, was jetzt vor sich geht, ist vielleicht schon das letzte Stadium der völligen Niederdrückung des europäischen Judentums. Und wenn wir auch nicht wissen, was sich von den russischen Juden noch rettet, so wird westlich der Weichsel und das Brot nicht mehr stehen. Sie haben gewiss dieser Tage die schlimmen Nachrichten aus Deutschland gelesen. Ich füge Ihnen auf jeden Fall einen Ausschnitt aus einer hiesigen Zeitung bei. Sie haben wahrscheinlich auch den Bericht gesehen, den ich mit Datum vom 17. Oktober an Dr. Taghoff übersandte und der Ihnen in einigen Fragen und für einige Bezirke recht interessante Details gibt. Im Großen und Ganzen ist das Bild folgendes. Die alljährlich schon seit 2 Jahren an die Deportationen, die vor 2 Jahren aus Wien und Osten am letzten Oktober vor allem aus Baden und der Pfalz vor sich gingen, nun einmal auch wieder im Oktober mit einer erschreckenden Pünktlichkeit eingesetzt. Man ist sehr verwirrt, das ist das im Oktober. Aus Nachrichten, die uns hier zugegangen sind in der Nacht vom 18. zum 19. Oktober je 7000 Juden aus Berlin evakuiert und nach Lodz geschickt haben. Die Aufforderung zur Deportation erhielten ohne Unterschied des Alters und Geschlechts alle Juden, die in gewissen Bezirken Berlins ansässig waren.
Excuse me for interrupting you, Dr. Riegner, but I think we can get that whole letter copied.
Yeah.
And then there's no point in dictating it to the tape.
No, but I want
But
to
the thing is, so I'll stop it. Yes, so the analysis of the letter.
Well, it shows you, first of all, general very pessimistic outlook. And the foreboding of some terrible new measures and clearly the question raised of the plan. This, I believe, is the first time that this is raised anywhere. What is behind this? Number two, it shows the considerable number of sources of information. Great number of sources. Obviously, for Jewish, non-Jewish, other diplomatic sources, journalistic sources, and so on. Probably also too optimistic at the end, but because after all we live, we want to continue. Nevertheless, it is a very interesting letter from the point of view of the variety of information, the range of places from which the information is received. Some probably regular, some have not so. Interesting also probably the feeling, general feeling of impotence, what to do, and therefore looking for the future. What can we do after the whole thing is over? Not believing in a defeat in any moment of the Western part. So something will remain, whatever it is, probably very little. This is the fear. But something will remain, and we have to think of what's happening.
But you know, I find in this letter, just as in Lichtheim's reports and in others, an interesting contradiction. On the one hand, there's the foreboding and even the actual statement that, as far as Russian Jewry is concerned, possibly very little will remain, and the plan. And yet, on the other hand, the question of economic reconstruction and the problem of what will happen to Jewish property after the war, which makes sense only if the Jews will be there. So there's a contradiction there.
Yeah, no doubt a contradiction. I said it myself,
yes,
and I stopped.
yes.
I said, on the one hand, terrible, then.
So really, in October 41 is of course 5 months after the beginning of the final solution, because when the Germans began invading Russia. Do you remember that there was any detailed reports from Russia that reached you? No.
They didn't come here, but you know today that the first radio report came from this Dr. Bucher, this is sanitary mission to Switzerland. You know the sanitary mission.
Well, perhaps you could tell that story, because that's very...
Well, let me first say that let me say, as I remember it in my book, without any source. What came during the whole year 41, where from time to time terrible news about something, what happened in this place or that place or that place. And then sometimes there were thousands or tens of thousands of victims. This is no doubt. We had then, at certain moments, reports about gas or infections or other experiments with killing. Firstly, this question mark, then turning up again from another source, much more sure, but still not absolutely convincing that this is a method or this was an experiment. then again shootings. So there came during 41, the beginning 42, a number of news about mass executions in some places. Now that may be already past, it's on hold. But I believe the first real report which reached Switzerland, and not immediately us, was the sanitary mission which the Swiss sent to Germany, to the Eastern Front. This was an initiative of the circles which were friendly to Germany in Switzerland, and who wanted to show some kind of friendly act. I had it difficult because of the neutrality policy. This were the Colonel Bircher and these people. And finally, they came to the conclusion they should send a sanitary mission to help the poor Germans who were being killed at the Eastern Front, to combat typhus and to help the wounded. And the Swiss sent such a mission.
When was that, you remember?
About that time, the last quarter of 1940.
That was Bircher, yeah?
This was Bircher, and one of these people who was a member of the mission came back, a doctor, Dr. Bucher.
B-U-C-H-E-R.
Who wrote a report. And this report, for the first time, describes the mass executions in the East, in Russia. How was the action?
Reinhardt? No. The mass exists, but find a solution.
Yeah, the fact it started
in Russia.
In Russia, it has also a name. And describes this. This report is immediately declared secret. And he was not allowed to show it. The man, the doctor, however, reported on it in a secret meeting of the medical association in Bauer. And even that was considered as an absolute violation of the secrecy rule, and he was asked to come to the Minister of Defense and got a very serious claim, and was told that this was all secret. They had no right to communicate. But this ausgesichert. Now, this matter has been raised in recent times a number of times because it shows, of course, that the Swiss authorities knew. And this part that I have told the Swiss public is one of the obvious proofs that the Swiss authorities knew, because if the government prohibits them to speak about it, they must know what to prohibit them to speak about. I raised the question in a discussion with Bauer, when I was asked when the Red Cross knew first about the final solution. I said that I was convinced they knew about the same time when me, probably a little earlier. A little earlier, basing myself on the Buddha report. Because I said I cannot imagine, I cannot prove it, but I cannot imagine that the thought of this mission, the cemetery mission to Russia was not known in the international articles. Thereupon I was interrupted by one of the professors who participated, Professor Farley of Geneva, who told me, and there's no doubt about it, that of course knew about it, because one of the president of the Swiss Red Cross was a member of this commission, of this mission to from Gerhart.
Wait, what's his name?
From Gerhart.
Gerhart.
Gerhart. Gerhart.
Oh, M-U-R-A-L-T.
Yeah. And said in the last moment, the commission of the mission was changed to where the president was the Swiss Red Cross was made a member of this mission, which obviously shows that this was not done afterwards to the international. That is probably the first report of this group was in Russia at the end of last 2 months, 1941, and came back. I don't know exactly when it came back, but I think the report was somewhat in February.
And you have the report?
I don't know.
Did you received it at that time?
No, I didn't receive it at that time. I heard about it later.
So when did it get to you? When did the report get to you? Or the knowledge about what was written?
Well, after my own...
After the cable?
Later after the cable. But what was for me very important is that there were other reports which confirmed the matter.
Yes, but in other words, this is after August that you received the...
I received it, but that doesn't mean...
No, I understand, they did, but you didn't.
Yeah.
So...
I don't have this report anymore. I don't know whether I got it in full, but I got reports about it, and there was some talk which the Swiss authority didn't like about this report, which clearly showed that that is probably the first news in Switzerland on the executions, the systematic executions in the East.
So, would you say then that until August, or until the end of July, the situation essentially does not change, that you have reports of individual massacres here and there, and that you are not yet at the stage where you combine these things together in a clear...
Then comes July 42.
Let me, before we come to July, you'll remember, I'm sure, the Bund report, which reached London in June. And it was published in London and then in America. And it must have reached you. And there it says that there is a plan. It says clearly there is a plan of the Germans to destroy...
I can only say...
What?
You wrote this once in one of the okay. Well, first of all, we didn't forget what was printed in London. We get very little. I can only quote Schwarz. With whom, and Schwarzberg and my other colleagues in London, with whom I had talks about this. There was a Bund report and there was the press conference in June of the World Bank, who really locked this down and broke through the silence. I mean, that is one of their great achievements. It's through 3 years of complete silence on the Jewish question was maybe come away with what was. I put this question to you.
You, pardon?
I put the question
Yes.
to you. I said, Yehuda Bauer says, in fact, you didn't say anything new. This was all new. Now, you must know what was new. I didn't see what the report was. There was transport, because after all, a colleague who had the documents before and more than anybody else. I said, no, I remember absolutely the day when your telegram came. I had several discussions. And for us, this was something quite new. Either they didn't take this report seriously or what, or it was in the. I also like here, maybe there's a plan, who knows. But when it comes, somebody affirms to me that there is a plan. And somebody pretends he has seen the plan, or he has been told there is a plan, there is an order. That's apparently something different. In any case, the cable broke through in this respect. They considered this was the first signature about concrete. Now, whether they are right or wrong, I don't know, but this is what the people who listen to it, how they react. This was confirmed by Bauer and by Easterman and so on in discussion. He said all of you have been jury after the professions, not only on Polish jury.
Not only on Polish, that's one.
In this respect, there is a difference. I didn't know what the first will be. But I'll give you another example. The man who is, after all, also sitting in law. The Cassin. Not in the intimate friend of the work was going. Years later, he told me, remember me exactly, remind me of how did this happen? I remember being at the meeting one of the evenings with Mrs. C, Rebecca C. The leader told about your game. There I learned about it. Now he sits also in London. He's also there and knows about the Bund cable probably, because this was
public.
And he's still, I mean, here is an interesting thing, you may be right. What breaks through at this either because the source was a German source and not a Polish source. Here is another question. This I thought it was a German source from where. So because it was Polish source, they could say this, and you say this, but perhaps because it comes from a German source from inside, and I said access to headquarters. So it is information from inside and not from outside.
Well, how do you explain then that whereas the Bund report was phrased in very decisive language, your cable had at the end a sentence in which you were very careful, and you said that you were not certain that this was the truth, and that you were sending this with all the possible reservations.
That was good.
Huh?
That was really good.
Yes, but that was the case. But nevertheless, people believed or some people at least believed that the information was correct, although there were reservations at the end.
Yeah, that was. And a few weeks later, there was confirmation. The man himself confirmed it.
But that was in November. Guggenheim and Burkhardt were in November.
No. This was not November. This was the man himself came about 6 weeks later. It was in October. End of September. It is in the paper in October. the publications already in the but this they knew. I don't remember how I conveyed this, but I conveyed it, but that was this I don't know. You're right, there are certain things which, but some of the things which I gave to New York, let's say, they're also not taken into consideration. At certain moments, Gerhart published where so now $1 billion or $1.5 billion Jews are killed as I said, when I was about to get East Coast. When I read this came into the Swiss papers, must be at the end of I was upset. The resistance to absolutely, the resistance of belief. I have one of the best examples. Why my office knew all these cables and these reports. And after all, there are lots, apart from this cable, there are other terrible cables. There's every year is a kind of a fashion, but I don't know whether you have seen that every year it's a cable with iron Lichtern we send together about making a fashion.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you have ever seen that. There are three such cables, 3 or 4. And they say what is the position now, how far. So my people in New York knew. Nevertheless, one day I thought I get a store. I get a big package from New York. What is the package? List of names. What list of names? Names of Polish Jews with their address. This must be 1942, 47, 47, 47. Tens of thousands of people to whom I should send packages.
Tens of thousands of addresses of Polish Jews to whom you should send packages. None of them were alive.
Yes. That comes from the symbol. I don't think I understand why.
Yeah, sure.
But it's you can imagine what my reaction. Here you have this. After.
Well, you see, there is a letter by Lichtheim to Greenbaum. The date is November or December 1941, in which he spells out, that's the only letter that I know that precedes the Bund report, shall we say, or your cable, in which he says in so many words that he feels there must be a German plan to kill the Jews of Europe. The whole development leads towards it, and he is convinced that after the war there won't be. End of 1941 to Greenbaum. It's a private letter. It's not a letter of one of these official reports or anything. It's a private letter to Greenbaum. It's in German, of course, and he writes with that extreme pessimism that Lichtheim used to write. Yes? Like this, but more so, you see, because here you still leave hope, what we should do for the future. Lichtheim, in fact, doesn't do that. And Lichtheim infected Greenbaum, Greenbaum was absolutely desperate after that. So, I wonder whether there was understanding between you and Lichtheim, whether you were very close to each other.
Very close to each other. We were probably the closest to each other in exchange. Although when I had the first news, I didn't tell.
You did not tell him.
I told him a little later. I didn't want to disclose around it. My fear at the beginning of this was zerredet.
This was?
Zerredet.
Zerredet, yeah.
They come some gossip and nobody takes it seriously. This was my fear. Therefore I didn't I think we should have something to eat.
Okay.
You are from Stone?
Right. So we start with the story of the cable.
Well, the story of the cable has been told a number of times, and I'm ready to tell it another time. It starts really. It starts with a telephone call from Zagalot to me. Now we were working together very closely. Zagalowitz was the press secretary of the Federation of Jewish Communities, and we worked very closely together for many, many years. Apart from this, he was a very, very good personal friend. One of the finest Jews in Switzerland. It's a Russian Jew with all the ethos of the Russian Jew. A very good family too. He called me and told me he has to see me over. He had important information which he had to share with me. We should discuss together, and we met, I think, the next day or the day after in Lausanne. But your accident in Lausanne, which was after somewhere in the middle. Some books are writing about my office in Lausanne, which for this reason has nothing to do with it. We met in Lausanne and he told me about the story of she had from a friend, a German industrialist who was at the head of a big factory working for this war effort, occupying 30,000 workers who had access to the headquarters of Hitler, had arrived in Switzerland and had approached some business friends and told the story that he had heard in Hitler's headquarters that the plan was being discussed to deport totality of Jews of Europe to the east and
To kill them in one blow.
Yeah, one blow. After deportation, concentration, he at one blow exterminated in order to resolve once and for all Jewish questions in Europe. He said that the plan was still under discussion. He had it seen in order, but he also said the methods by which this should be done were still under consideration. But he heard something about prussic acid, Lauser. This was the story. His business friends knew this man for many years as a very reliable person, and he had come out to warn the Jews and to warn the world, to tell the story out of personal question of conscience and personal responsibility. To kill 3 to 4 million Jews, of course, an enterprise not so easy to even to imagine. So when we heard the first story, we had to assimilate the story to our thinking, to convince ourselves that it's possible. And the second question was, is the source serious enough? And number 3, what could we do? I said to Zagalovich, I would like to hear his business friend, to hear it from him, because he had heard it from him. And I wanted to cut out every intermediary as far as possible. I was told that he was not ready, the German was not ready to speak to Jews directly or to official Jews. And I was ready for whether I should speak directly to him. But the story, I met a day or two after with this friend.
With a Swiss?
With a Swiss friend. And he repeated, in fact, exactly what Zagalovich told me. He spoke a little bit more about the man whom we knew a couple of years. And I decided Zagalovich we should find out a little bit more about the man. And then I consulted only with Paul Buchner, who was left over from Goldman's times as a senior consultant. And I told Buchner, that in my opinion, we had to inform New York and London. And it seemed to me that this was a very serious thing. Now, why was it serious? Number one, we were all still under the impression and impact of what has happened in the months. Number one, we were all under the impact of what happened in the month of July. That month, on the 14th or 15th of July,
16th.
16th.
Yes.
But in the middle of the month, in any case, there was all over Europe, or Western Europe at least, razzia going on, mass arrestations, mass arrests in Brussels and in Antwerp and in Paris and in Amsterdam and so on. And this was really one of the largest actions of arrest which so far had been undertaken in Western Europe. And at the same time there were news from Eastern Europe and Central and Eastern Europe. And suddenly this news that there was a plan, that there was a concept, this gave to the whole action what was happening a new sense and a new direction. So even prima facie, one was inclined to accept there's something in it. And although it's still, when you hear this now, now we know that this happened. When you hear it the first time, when you don't know, you know that there were tens of thousands of people killed here and 2,000 there. Still, to exterminate the whole people and one blow, something which is still beyond the imagination of the human mind. Still, there was something which could explain very simply what was going on, what we had witnessed in the same recent days. There are other things which, and in fact, I put down myself some of the, in a draft of a cable which I didn't send. Well, it was too long and I wanted to concentrate on the facts. I said here that we know that in Paris 28,000 of Jews were to be arrested and deported on the 16th of July. Several thousand succeeded to their escape. Arrestations concerned about 14,000. Equally, several thousand French Jews arrested in province, especially two Poitiers. At the same time, general terror started leading, among others, to plundering biggest synagogue, Villa Victoire. The non-occupied zone, 10,000 foreign Jews will be delivered to Germany. Transport of the first 3,000 Jews taking place from 6 to 10 August. Simultaneously, large razzias in Lyon, Marseille, Toulouse. Since 16th of July, daily big deportation transport Dutch Jews, starting from Holland. Berlin, Vienna announced equally increased deportations. Middle July, only 15,000 Jews remain Prague. 33,000 old protectorate. 40,000 Jews aged 65 to 85 already concentrated the regions. From Slovakia, 56,000 Jews reported already. Now, all this together, which really means every direction, every part of Europe involved, made some sense. The second main argument was that the Nazis had announced it many times. We didn't pay any attention to it, but there were a number of declarations on the 30th of January 1940, 1941, 1942. Each time the same kind of threats. Something will happen, as you can be sure it will not Germany will, but the totality of the Jews of Europe will be annihilated or will be exterminated, or whatever language was used. It was clear they will have to. Hitler did it, Goering did it, and a number of other people did it. Nobody paid any attention. But here my German origin comes in. My knowledge as a German Jew, what the Nazis was capable. And my experience as a young man in Berlin and other places, how they were able to act with brutality without any moral limits. And I convinced myself that this is bothered. In any case, should be taken very seriously. And therefore I personally decided to send this famous cable. But as I said, I consulted Professor Riegner, who was in vacation. We were all on vacation in the middle of the summer. And he asked me to be a little bit more careful. And the last sentences in this cable is a little bit more careful, have been added really on this request. And I say, transmitting information with all necessary reservation is exactly which cannot be controlled by us, which is obvious.
Yeah.
Back to state that informers reported have close connections with highest German authorities and which reports to be generally reliable.
So that sentence was not in the draft.
What?
Not in the draft. This sentence was.
This I added to.
That's not here. That's not in the draft.
No, this is not the draft. Yeah, here it's also not in the draft. Here it is. No. This is. I had prepared. We were two drafts. I finally gave this shorter one. This is with the whole story about what.
Yes, but
that I said orally to the people. I didn't.
But that sentence, the last sentence in the final telegram, is not in the draft.
Yeah, it is. But in my draft to Guggenheim, but this is what I gave.
Yeah, I understand. But you see that the last sentence, which Guggenheim asked you to add, that is not included in your original draft.
That's not the original draft. The original draft was unfinished. I had two drafts prepared after Guggenheim. I spoke with Guggenheim. One was this, which I sent, and one was this, what I sent, plus the whole story which I read to you about the deportation.
Yes.
And I decided, wasn't sure that they would take such a long cable. I decided I give them only the first part, and I tell them orally what I gave at the second part. This was but I kept the draft because I wanted to remember what they knew, what I said. I have to add that during the 2 or 3 days, I was thinking through what action we should take and whether we should take the responsibility. We're never sure. You could be the victim of any provocateur or what. As I said, we inquired a little bit about the man, and we found out a number of very positive things, particularly that he had been to Switzerland a number of times before, bringing inside stories from Germany, and among other things, predicting exactly the beginning of the war against Russia with quite concrete details which later verified, showed that he was very well informed. Particularly information from army sources seemed to be very very alive. So I decided to go to the Americans and to the British consulate. I knew a little bit American consul personally. I didn't know really the British. And I had never been introduced either by England or by America, our friends. So I had no choice. I had to introduce myself. As I said, it was a summer period and both the consuls were not there. And I spoke with the vice consul. Elting was vice consul in the American consulate. And forgot the name of the British. The British consul was Mr. Livingston, but as I say, he wasn't there. This Livingston, I had later a number of very good conversations and never any problems. Mr. Squire, the American consul whom I knew, as I said, he was a very decent, very fine, very good, fine human being. He wasn't there either. And Elting gave him my message.
Elting.
E-L-T-I-N-G. Elting Jr. The name is in Morse's book.
Yeah.
Because he found the notes by Elting, what Elting thought about me was very amusing to read. And said I was quite excited about the news, but it made, I didn't make an impression of a serious man. Well, I argued, but what I said first, I argued mainly, I said three things. This is what we have got. Please inform your government, number one. Please verify through your sources. After all, you have more possibilities to control such news than me. And number three, give the following message to Rabbi Weiss and Sidney Silverman, respectively. Very interesting, the two cables were completely identical, except that in London I added these from New York, which I would have done probably in any case, but I must have had the premonition that maybe the New York cable doesn't go through, and because he was a member of parliament, Silverman may get the cable. This combination, this speculation was right. Because, as a matter of fact, a few days later, 10 days later, more, and August 24, Mr. Squire, American consul, wrote me a letter that he had forwarded to his transmitted the cable to American legation in Bern for transmitted to the Department of State for delivery to Dr. Weiss. And they had done that, but that the department was disinclined to deliver the message in question in view of the apparently unsubstantiated character of the information. Whatever that meant. I don't know what I should have substantiated. Told them there's a plan. Couldn't substantiate no. I couldn't deliver the corpses. And I was very upset about it. But a few days later, I got a telegram from London that they had received the cable. It took also nearly 3 weeks. and this cable was transmitted by Mr. Minister of State Richard Law to Sidney Silverman in a letter which is '17, and it says, "Dear Silverman, the Foreign Office had received by telegraph through His Majesty's Consul General in Geneva the following message addressed to you by Mr. Gerhart Riegner, Secretary of the World Jewish Commission. Yes, we have no information bearing or confirming this story. Bearing on or confirming this story. This was then transmitted by Silverman, I understand, through the War Office to America, and Civil Wise got the message in this. He didn't know that the message was earlier already transmitted to the State Department, and when he received this message, must have made a colossal impact on him. You find in some of the letters which have been published after his death some agonizing letters to some of his friends, where he speaks about this cable, which is laying on his table and he cannot sleep, and says certain very funny way that it comes from a very conservative person. Never considered myself a very conservative person, but what he meant was somebody who was not wild and easily influenceable and exaggerated. There are letters to this effect to Justice Frankfurt. There's a letter to his great friend, the pastor.
Niebuhr.
Huh?
Niebuhr?
No.
Bauer.
The Unitarian pastor was from which was very
yes, I know what you mean. I forgot.
Holmes.
Holmes.
Yeah. Holmes. A very wonderful human being. There's a book by the former secretary of the Christian Palestine Committee on the relation between Holmes and White. A very intimate relation. In this book, such letters. It brings out White as a great moral personality. Now, these were the first news about the total plan. The whole following period was, of course.
Well, before we come to that, may I ask a few questions? You once told me that the first meeting, the first phone call from Segalovich was on the 1st of August. Would that be correct?
No, we met on the 1st of August.
You met on the 1st of August. You at that time you told me that you couldn't yet tell the name of the industrialist. Do you want to put it on the tape now? You don't want to do that.
I will give my reasons. I've never given my reasons. That should perhaps be. the man who gave these news, who risked his life to come out twice bringing these news, never asked for anything else than that his name be kept secret. Now, I feel today that the man was rendered for such service and has asked made one request that we should respect. That is the only reason why I have never publicly given the name. I have once given the name secretly. When we were called a few months later to the American ambassador, minister in Gerhart, they gave him in a closed envelope the name of the man. But we had one thing more. The name, if it would be known, would not add very much in the knowledge of the general public. The man who was certainly a very fine human being, there as a name which is not generally known. It's not a personality was in the public light, and the historical science couldn't learn very much about than it would learn to me. But I felt that because of this request, I entered.
Let me ask you. A German industrialist who visited Switzerland quite often. But I have another question, which is in order to clarify this story. The other story, it was published by, the Salin Sommer story. Salin, Edgar Salin, and Sommer story, which was published in German. As though that was, the theory runs like this, that Riegner in Geneva got two stories which bore each other out. One was from an unnamed German industrialist, and the other one was the Salin Sommer story, which was transmitted to him also by Segalovich. Now, what I would like to ask you is whether there's any truth in this, and if there isn't, how come this story came about?
Now, this is also not true in this way. The Sommer story, the Sommer I never heard the name at all until recently. What is true is that the man who was a Geschäftsführer I believe in the second meeting of this house, and the man came back a couple of weeks later, mixed two stories, because he had heard the other story too. Because he had heard also the other story. You understand?
In other words, the Geschäftsfreund
had also heard
the Salin Sommer story.
The Salin story, or whatever it was, but another story. I cannot say that this was a Salin story or what it was. I know that there was another source from which he had some confirmation. But in any case, the original story did not come from this is no doubt about that. And whether there was a similar story, or whether I wasn't so sure that there was a similar story, I think we mixed it together. I don't know what Salin, what did he publish?
Well, the story runs that Edgar Salin was living here.
And he had relations with Reichswehr.
with a rice
somewhere.
And this man Sommer, who was a scientist in Germany, was a friend of his, and he worked for the Reichswehr or for the OKW or something, and he brought to Stalin a written report, which he left with Stalin. Now, what Stalin did with it afterwards is not 100% clear, but Posner maintains that he heard the story through Segalovich. In other words, not directly from Stalin, but Stalin via Segalovich to Posner, and that he, Posner, told that story to the British military attaché in Bern.
First of all,
Now there is a record in the Public Record Office in London which says that the military attaché in Bern had a meeting with Mr. Posner, and that Mr. Posner told him something confirming the stories that are out, Jews are being murdered and so on and so forth. But you see, the story that Stalin published is that he got a report, a parallel report.
That's not possible. What is clear to me, I forgot even now the name, but I shouldn't give it because then one can immediately identify the firm. The intermediary from the Swiss firm. This is my conviction. When we were having a few weeks later the second report, that the man now confirmed, and yet they told us the story, which in my opinion was not 100% right. You know the story about what was it, the minister Dares, that at that stage...
What story is that?
Dares.
What's the Dares story?
The Dares story is...
Yes?
The above mentioned, it's not Dares, it's Backe. The above-mentioned German source has now stated that the plan to exterminate the Jews of Europe, which in the second half of July was still under discussion at Führer's headquarters, has meanwhile become a reality by an order issued by the Führer. The draft project had been submitted. I have my doubts today whether this was not mixed with the other story. The draft project had been submitted to Hitler by Hermann Backe, Secretary of State for Economics. You have seen that. Mr. Backe is said to have based the plan on economic reasons, as a difficult food situation would be eased by the annihilation of about 4 million people. I don't believe this story at all. About the anti-Jewish policy has always been one of the main points of National Socialist program. An important section of the party was for various reasons opposed to Mr. Backe's plan. In the first place, Dr. Frank, Governor General of the occupied. There's a whole story here which comes. I have not the slightest idea whether I have today. But what was important when we came a few weeks later, we were told the man is again there in the Israelis now, it's confirmed.
Yeah.
That so far
that's clear, yes.
That's clear. And now I believe that the intermediary now mixed thoughts, which did not come. This is my conviction today. That he had the confirmation from the first man, and he heard stories probably through Salim. And this whole story, which is never confirmed for anywhere else, comes there suddenly in this letter, which was of no importance in any case. Importance was that there's no doubt there is today a plan and there is a...
But let me nevertheless go one... see, I have to check this out, from a historical point of view, although it is not important, I agree.
Yeah.
But did Posner at any point get in touch with you, or did he give you any information or anything like that?
Posner gave me, first of all, at this point I doubt that he was in contact with Salim. This was the interest by Zagalowitz very intimately with me. And later, when the Americans invited Lichtenstein and me together, we met at sea. So Lichtenstein also went to me. I don't believe that he was in contact with Poland. I doubt very much. At certain moments, Posner told me some stories which he obviously had from the Sabine, in any case from the Reichswehr line.
Was that at the same time?
That was not the same time. Some of them, I think I have one here, so September.
28th September, yes?
The following information was supplied by Mr. Gerhart Riegner, Secretary of the World Jewish Congress, who stated that the data came to him through an intermediary with Swiss University professor originating with a German officer. Here you have the source.
Yes.
Attached to the UKW, Army High Command, belonging to a group opposed to the Nazi regime. German informant is described as reliable, having close relations with military industrial circles in Germany. During the deportee trains now arriving with corpses on. During the past months, a great number of trains arrived in Germany from Belgium, Holland, and France. The trains were loaded with Jewish deportees. At the beginning of August, the cars were filled partly with dead bodies, partly with deportees still alive. It is reported that since the beginning of August, the trains arrived at German frontiers containing corpses only. Use of corpses. The corpses are routed to special factories, which are now overburdened. The informant has personal knowledge of two such factories in which corpses are used for the manufacture of soap, glue, and lubricants. That I have never heard from anyone else.
And it's not confirmed either.
It's not confirmed. But that comes from the source.
And that's from Posner.
That must be from Posner, but I have nobody else about university. As to the killing process, the informant stated the Nazis have adopted a new procedure. The killing special gas wounds has been replaced by another method which consists in the injecting of air by physicians into the veins of the human body. This procedure is much less expensive than the previous method. The injecting of the air into the human body leads to general poisoning. Nazi research work on utilization of corpses. Now this I got from Morse, from the files of the State Department, because I didn't keep it. I didn't want to have it.
What do you mean? You got?
Listen, we were here also.
Yeah, I know, and I understand. You didn't keep it here then? No.
That's not good.
Yeah. I understand, yes.
You have to do.
Yeah, the situation.
Be a human being too.
Yeah,
I was a human being too. I got a long time.
Yeah.
But it's a should have it around it. Somebody comes and I spread this kind of thing. I didn't want to. I must tell you, one of my difficulties is that I made even intentional disorder in my office sometimes in order people shouldn't find the easy.
Yeah.
Some things I had in my. When something happened, I could take it away immediately. This I didn't. I have it. No problem. But I gave it to Sly.
Yeah. Well, that clarifies that part of the story. Let me ask you one other question.
This is very clear. This is the set source which is in it for university professor.
Yes, it must be.
Other source in the High Command. There were 2 or 3 such things. And I'm not so sure that they were right, and not so sure that they were propaganda also.
But it's clear that this was after the cable.
Yeah, it is
You said several times. So Posner got in touch with you after the cable. This was additional information. Now, when you met Segalovich for the first time on the 1st of August, a week passed between that and the cable, right? You sent a cable on the 8th. Now, you explained that you had to meet with people, that you had to verify, you had to check, and so on and so forth. Does that explain why there was that week in between? Or is there also a possibility that you yourself were so shocked that it took you a certain amount of time?
It took me two days to convince myself that I always said. Now, listen, let me say it now, let me formulate a little bit differently. I felt this is a terrible responsibility. And in this, even as a young man, I had a sense of quality and what I was doing. This was a terrible responsibility, and if it was true, and I was inclined, as I told you, to take it from you, then you had to handle it in such a way that it should be considered as very serious. Don't forget. Now, I had first to be personally convinced absolutely that this is true. I certainly would say it took me 48 hours to convince it.
I understand.
The next thing was to see the other Geschäftsführer, to go to, and then I had to get in touch with Gerhart, and I have I have still the letter which I wrote. I couldn't do this by telephone. Didn't want the people to listen to it. Was whether my telephone was, I'm sure he listened. So I wrote him a letter. He said, after all, what will we know, and so on. Typical this in this way. Well, I didn't object to it.
But you know that the phrasing of the last sentence caused Sumner Wells in America to say, look, the man himself isn't sure that this is true. So why should we get these people into a panic in this case? You know, that's what he said. Sumner Wells read this cable very carefully. And he said, Riegner in Geneva, who is much nearer to the situation than we are, tells us a rumor. Now, it's from a good source. That's what's Wells said. It's from a good source. It may be true. But he himself says very...
I asked him to verify it. That was
now you see, so what Wells said in internal correspondence in the State Department is, he says, let's verify. Riegner says, let's verify. So let's verify. He did. Squire they sent a cable to Harrison, asking Harrison to verify it. No, immediately. He didn't do anything, that's another story. But they asked to verify. And when they got the information from Squire, after Guggenheim and after Burkhardt... We'll come to that in a second. One more question. See, in other words, what I'm saying is that the State Department, from a purely now objective point of view, if you look at it, the wording of the cable was such that they had a very good case. They were thousands of miles removed. It took you 48 hours, and you were in this. Now, they received a cable which was unbelievable. And the person who sent the cable says, please verify. Now, they took that as an explanation why they told Wise not to publicize it in America. That's one point. And the other point is that you and I know that the information that you received from this German person was not true. that in fact the destruction of the Jewish people started a year before. Now, how do you explain the fact that the information was belated, not true?
But it was similar. But I know this somehow spoke.
But it's untrue, isn't it? I mean, it's not, as far as we know, it's not correct. The information is not correct.
Information is not correct because a man with committed breach of confidence probably expressed himself in such a way that the man understood a little bit better.
Dr. Riegner, you said yourself that he came back 2 weeks later and he said, now they decided.
No, now he knows that they decided.
So you think that he knew all the time?
Don't forget, I didn't speak to him.
And
months or years later, I spoke. What I interpret the thing is that the second time he had a conviction that was not only talk, that was it was blind. That was this is my interpretation. Now, the first thing was obviously somebody talking to me at home. So he didn't say there is an order for a year. So he said, what they want to do is to do. I mean, this is very normal. How could he have gotten such a from somebody who
broke the confidence?
So that's not so astonishing. That it's sickert, durchgesickert, sozusagen. Maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally. How do you know? But in any case, the man it is obvious, it's absolutely clear that he wanted to inform. He wanted to warn the youth. He said something else, which I have never said. For the reason, probably, which I gave you a moment. Before we approach the area, that we made thank you. There was a talk, I think, no, I didn't speak to the man at the time, but I don't know whether it was injected in or not, which is not important. He suggested that the Americans should take the fight.
In America. The Germans suggested that the Americans should take reprisals on Germans in America.
Then I didn't think so.
He said that.
That I was told, he said.
You were told afterwards or at the time?
No, I was told at the time. But looking at stopped me from that, what I myself was told, whether I left it to them and they clever enough to do it. The Americans wouldn't have done it in any case, so they would have said.
You know, that is the proposal that was sent by the leaders of the Bund through Jan Karski 2 or 3 months afterwards from Warsaw. They demanded, and afterwards the National Jewish Committee.
So they had it before. I didn't know that. Whether I was right, whether I was not right. That was probably my. I don't think they would have done that.
Now you say that the additional information to substantiate the cable you supply to Squire here.
Yeah, now the additional information in all kinds of things came.
But did you do it on you supplied it to Squire? Did Squire come to you and ask for the verification? You went to Squire.
I gave them. There are no letters. I must have quoted them. There were a number of things which then happened, and which my opinion I gave them each time I had something important I wanted. It is all together in the document which we put together for the American minister in October. There we put everything again. Now you see some of the things which were there. There were, for instance, the Sternbuch letters, which came.
The Sternbuch letters.
The letters from what's his name? From Warsaw, from the 12th of September. Now that's already very late. You have ever seen this letter?
42.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 42. We are in August, September 42. Today everything is legal.
Yes. No, just a minute. I just want to repeat that because it wasn't. So we have two letters actually.
We have the two letters from Sternbuch.
To Sternbuch from Warsaw.
And the 12th from Warsaw.
12th of September.
The 4th and 12th of October.
Yeah. Then we have
we have the report of the Jewish refugee. But you see that I gave to Squire also other things which I didn't keep.
Yes.
The story about the
Saline thing. Yes.
Then the Jewish refugee. This was a very exciting story. A fantastic story. Unbelievable. This was a young man who was arrested in Brussels and was deported and went to near Stalingrad and used in the fortifications works and came back with the help of a German officer and fantastic that there was trains going from Stalingrad to Paris and Cardeles. Unbelievable. The whole story from beginning to end.
Yeah.
And the men came finally to a very simple young man. I think his name was Itten or something like that. Itten. I lost sight of him. He was a mechanic. Was simple speaking. I checked like an Untersuchungsrichter, facts and so on and so forth. It was all very simple. This was simple. And he came back to Paris, and in Paris he was helped to the non-occupied zone, and then he came to Switzerland over the frontier. And he told what this German officer in Stalingrad told him. The people who are able to work in front of the they are unable to work. Those are unable to work are being killed. Those who are not anymore able to work who also killed. Two story and two sentences. And that was a real story. With all the details where he was stopped and where he went out and where that cost penalties. The third story is the story of Tsivian.
Tsivian.
Gabriel Tsivian, a young Jew from Riga.
Is he still around?
He went back to Latvia. I don't know what happened to him after the war. He had relatives here in Geneva. and arrived here in the month of August. It took 6 or 8 months to get to Switzerland. He was present in the killing, extermination of the Jews in November, December 1941. 76,000 Jews shot amongst them from over. And he was saved and got, I think, to Stettin with the help of something. Worked there in the hospital. He was, I think, a student. As a nurse, male nurse, he offered himself to, and took him months until he got to Switzerland and he came. And with him I did exactly the same work. Several hours I interrogated him. Now, these were very important confirmations. That 9 months before something had happened in Riga, which the world had not heard anything about.
Yeah.
Now, in addition to this, comes the question of Bauer.
No, Guggenheim first, yes?
Yeah.
Guggenheim.
Bauer. That is Bauer. And I was asked to come this Lichtang to the squire, no, not the squire, to Harrison. I told him the story. I gave him the report of Celia. He asked me if we had an affidavit. Okay, it's an affidavit. He asked me for the other literature. I said, listen, I have not legally access. Don't get me into trouble. This is with authorities. It takes the reporters if they should believe it. So I didn't ask. They should bring it to in form of an agreement. And that night I told him the story. Of Guggenheim. And the Guggenheim, who were careful and so you cannot say it's an enforcement. So go and tell it forward.
What was the story of Guggenheim actually? Guggenheim told him the story that the Red Cross had confirmation of the murders, yes? And thereupon Squire went to Burkhardt to verify it.
Much that I don't know. We went back to Guggenheim on the request of Harrison and asked him to make declaration before this would have been made. And this was what Guggenheim said.
I just read it into the tape, if that's all right. There exists an order of Hitler demanding the extermination of all Jews in Germany and in the occupied countries up to December 31, 1942. Both Himmler and Frank opposed this order not for humanitarian reasons but for reasons of assuring the useful employment of Jews. Hitler, however, reiterated his order in September 1942 because it had not been executed previously. Professor Guggenheim's informant is under the impression that the order is in the course of being executed. Is that the same German industrialist?
No.
Or is that the Red Cross? Yes. Up to the month of September, Professor Guggenheim's informant was enabled to make personal intervention in individual cases at the German Consulate General at Geneva, where he applied to the German official, Mr. Albrecht van Kassel. Mr. van Kassel begged Professor Guggenheim's informant to intervene no longer, beginning with September, since such steps were entirely useless and futile. The existence of Hitler's order mentioned herein has reached Professor Guggenheim's informant through two sources, each independent of the other as follows: an official of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs at Berlin, an official of the German Ministry of War at Berlin. Professor Guggenheim's informant confirms all the bad news given by Dr. Gerhart Riegner, Secretary of the World Jewish Congress in Geneva, and Mr. Richard Lichtheim of the Jewish Agency for Palestine in Geneva concerning the Jewish situation in Latvia, except that with respect to the details of the assassination of Jews as well as the number killed, there are numerous divergences in the various reports. It is only in the essential that these reports are unanimous. Many Latvian Jews are even now still succeeding to escape. The order of Hitler herein mentioned is also confirmed by a Swiss citizen with whom the informant is acquainted and who is at Belgrade, Yugoslavia, and who has always intervened in favor of the Jews. You know who that was? Hockey? Mr. Hockey? No? The German authorities told the same Swiss citizen that the Jewish question is one of high electrical tensions, Starkstrom, and that it was not necessary for him to occupy himself with it. The Swiss acquaintance of the informant is convinced that there are no more Jews within the confines of Serbia proper. The Jews of Estonia left the country with a Russian army. It's 29th of October. And then there's Burkhardt.
And then there's Burkhardt, and that I have somewhere else. And
That's
then
the
there's
5th of
Burkhardt,
November.
which I didn't know, which this also I got from
Mars.
Mars, that Harrison asked Squire to go for, because here there's nothing wrong. But I said, openly in the conversation, I said, I can tell you that this book is good. We were not allowed to say this, and therefore we cannot put it in the thing. And we wouldn't want to trade the confidence in this way, but I will tell you this. And in the conversation, you have that document or not? I have it.
Yes, the Burkhardt Squire document I have, yes.
That he quite clearly confirms. That is the immediate consequence of the conversation. Now, what else was in the document which we gave to Harrison is this. There's a relevant Edward.
When was that?
What?
When is that?
That's all given to
22nd of October, yes.
When we saw Harrison.
Yeah.
When was Harrison? I don't know.
You said 29th of October or something.
20. And then comes in repetition what he had said. It comes in what I read to you before about the informer. And then comes here something. This is the instructions of the French about deportation.
Yeah.
And then comes another very interesting document where we put together what we knew at that time on the whole status of deportation.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the figures, yes. That's the document called Note, yeah, regarding the German policy of deliberate annihilation of European Jewry. And then come the figures regarding Germany, Austria, Bohemia and Moravia, Poland. Here comes also, you include here the Bund report. You say, even German statistics lately published give the number of all Jews in the Generalgouvernement as being 2,092,000, thus admitting that 1,700,000 have perished. The Polish government has stated 2 months ago that according to their reports, 700,000 Polish Jews have been killed or starved to death. But these figures and the above-mentioned German statistics do not yet take into consideration that meanwhile, again, large numbers of Jews in the Generalgouvernement have perished. No Jews left in Warsaw. Then comes Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia,
Belgium, Holland, Yugoslavia, Greece, France, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Italy, Hungary. From reliable reports, it results that the deportation measures taken against the Jews mean for the greater part of them, if not for all, complete annihilation. A great number of the deported people are starving in the trains in consequence of the undescribable inhuman conditions in which the transports are carried out. Yes. Deliberate policy of extermination of European Jews systematically carried out quite in accordance with the announcements made in the last speeches of the head of the German government. And that's the 22nd of October.
Well, that's all prepared. We were all giving
To Harrison.
And this was quite a documentation. Yeah. And when that arrived in Washington, they called in one advice and they said they can't stop you anymore. That was it.
Well, yes, but you know, they went one step further, Dr. Riegner. They still were not sure that all this was true, despite all these reports. What clinched it, I think, was a combination between that and a note by the Polish government in exile. As a matter of fact, not one note, but a number of notes, which were given in November and then in the beginning of December 1942, in which the Poles, quite independently, because the Poles didn't know what you had sent the Americans, and you didn't know what the Poles were sending, and the Poles confirmed all these stories from their own sources. And the Polish government in exile was saying, this is impossible, the Western powers don't believe us. Surely if they don't believe us, they must believe the reports of the Jews themselves. So you had a situation where the Poles were saying, well, they don't believe us, why don't they believe the Jews? And the World Jewish Congress in London was saying, if they don't believe us, why don't they believe the Poles? Yes. And it was only after from these two sides, that the British, especially the British and then the Americans, believed the story.
Well, the British took also quite some time on the day.
Oh, sure, but they actually preceded the Americans in believing.
Was there any contact with the Vatican about these information?
Not immediately, no.
No.
I do not. I had some meetings, but the one is I think a little later. The meeting with Bernardini. The nuncio in there. There is this famous memorandum which Riegner published in the book on the Secrets, where we asked the Vatican, the date I don't remember at the moment, at least to intervene with regard to the Catholic countries. This is Croatia, Slovakia, Hungary, I don't know. Hungary was not yet, but anyhow, there's 3 or 4 countries that were particularly Catholic. Now, we had several approaches to the Vatican here. Whether immediately on this, I don't know. This I don't remember. I believe this is a letter to the newspaper. Wait a minute, this is even a problem.
18th of March?
18th of March.
Yes, Slovakia would be, wouldn't it?
This I forgot. Yeah. You see, this is one of the letters which we together. Thank you.
Yes, that's 18th of March 1942, and that's Vote Yourself and Lichtheim. Yeah. Yes, and nous prenons la liberté d'attirer tout spécialement l'attention sur les cas de la Slovaquie, de la Croatie, de la Hongrie et de la France non occupée, où les mesures prises ou en cours peuvent peut-être encore être rapportées, ou tout à au moins adoucies par une intervention du Saint-Siège, qui nous sommes permis de suggérer à votre Excellence. And then comes the details in an aide-mémoire. Put in here the Slovakian thing. Concentration of the whole Jewish population of Slovakia. It doesn't say here. Pour envoyer la population juive dans des camps ou des ghettos près de la frontière polonaise. Ja. Vom 2. September 48, das vom Herrn Dr. Segalowitsch, das Misskater und Herr Erich Kaufmann, Chief Interrogator am amerikanischen Militärgericht, in die Schweiz reisen, um ihnen einiges Material zukommen zu lassen, das den jüdischen Weltkongress und sie im Besonderen interessieren dürfte. Die Aussage von Freudenberg sind von großer Bedeutung. Der Weizsäcker Kreis von Nostitz, von Kesselkraul und so weiter und Weizsäcker selber behaupten, von den Vernichtungen der Juden erst seit 1943 oder gar 1944 erfahren zu haben. Der von der Verteidigung angerufene Entlastungszeuge Dr. Freudenberg sagt nun als erster in dieser Eindeutigkeit aus, dass er bereits 1942 Kenntnis gehabt und mit dem Weizsäcker Kreis darüber gesprochen hat. Kreuzverhör durch Dr. Kempner, Nürnberg.
From Weiss's daughter. And she told you that this was found in Alexandria. Alexandria in Virginia. Ah, I see. Well, that's clear. No. Well, may I read it into the tape?
It's an interesting letter.
Yes.
It fits into the whole. Well, we haven't discussed at all whether we could believe the whole thing. We couldn't believe the whole thing. Why the world didn't react as it reacted. I mean, that's the part which perhaps one should discuss.
Well, we'll do that in a second. I just want to read this in because this is really unusual. Reichsführer SS, persönlicher Stab Reichsführer SS, 20. November 1942, Stempel geheim, an SS-Gruppenführer Müller, Berlin. In der Anlage übersende ich Ihnen eine sehr interessante Meldung über eine Denkschrift des Dr. Weiss vom September 1942. 1. Dass derartige Gerüchte in der Welt einmal in Umlauf kommen, wundert mich bei der großen Auswanderungsbewegung der Juden nicht. Wir wissen beide, dass bei den Juden, die zur Arbeit eingesetzt werden, eine erhöhte Sterblichkeit vorhanden ist. 2. Sie haben mir dafür zu garantieren, dass an jeder Stelle die Leichname dieser verstorbenen Juden entweder verbrannt oder vergraben werden und dass an keiner Stelle mit den Leichnamen irgendetwas anderes geschehen kann. 3. Lassen Sie sofort überall nachforschen, ob irgendwo ein solcher Missbrauch wie der in dem Punkt 1 wohl als Lüge in die Welt hinausgestreute stattgefunden hat. Jeder derartige Missbrauch ist mir auf SS-Eid zu melden. Gezeichnet HH, Reichsführer SS. Now this would indicate that that Dr. Weiss said something about gassing or about soap, because it says here that the corpses should either be burnt or buried.
Well, maybe this refers to the story, which I...
Yes, to the story, yeah.
That's not impossible.
So, well, I just said because the tape didn't get that.
That is, by the way, in September. No, that's end of September. That's good.
Well, there were rumors like that around before, but you said before that this letter by Himmler would indicate that Weiss said something in September 1942 on the basis of the cable that he got from Geneva.
Yeah. Certainly he said something very drastically about the final solution, no doubt about the methods which were used. And they knew that it was known, and that is an interesting part.
You wanted to say something about the way in which this was received in the world, and why you think it was not.
But I think this is one of the questions one cannot completely avoid. Why is it that the world at the beginning? And this is the question which I've asked myself hundreds of times. This is our, I don't know what could have been done, really, and had the intention. I think hundreds of things could have been done. What we could have saved, I don't know. During the period of the war, the possibility of saving, of course, living. But why did the people not even begin? And one of the, probably the major answers this is it was beyond human understanding. You can understand you kill one person, you can understand you kill 10 persons, you can understand you kill 100 persons. You have already great evidence to understand you kill 1,000 people. You have no possible understanding of numbers. Even the imagination of such a thing is really beyond human understanding. I think that is one of them. Number two, people really didn't believe. They considered we were exaggerating, we were making propaganda, but even when they were forced, the action was so limited and so incomprehensible to what was happening that still today it's very difficult to understand. I believe that the great mistake which we committed, and here we come back to what you said this morning about relief, that even the Jewish world did not understand this dimension of the catastrophe. I give you a very simple example. In Geneva in October 42, it had come out more or less that terrible things were happening. And the Jewish community got together a meeting with the major institutions, directly the board of the community. There was an agency, the Congress, and some the Palestinians and the others. And they asked us to tell them what they did. And there was one of the most terrible experiences in my person. The very respected the Jewish personality, a Polish officer, member of the Central Committee of the Board. He lived in the room. And he listened to my report and this time's report, just made fun of it. Quoted some speeches of Thomas Mann and Riegner. Thomas Mann spoke about the first deportations in Germany to Riga. And he spoke of trains of 8,000 people in the train. And the man made fun of this report. And this was one of the most decent human beings I knew. And I couldn't sleep for several nights after this speech. I asked myself, what is happening to us? And in reality, he refused to accept the montage, he refused to accept the reality. At this moment, we became Zionist propagandists. In his eyes, what was really happening didn't happen. And somehow moved by the then Jewish optimism, he just didn't believe this was true. Now what do you expect from one? He didn't believe because he couldn't believe. And he didn't want to believe. And for me, it was a terrible experience. I later thought myself, but probably the fact that I was of German origin, only because I was of German origin, and that lived through the experience of the Hitler beginnings, I could understand what was going on. Jews in Eastern European countries, a mass of Jews, lived under terrible persecution for centuries, but somehow they understood. And while they were slain and they were offended and insulted and had terrible losses and suffering, somehow they understood. But they had never an enemy left. And here again, the particular character of the Hitler regime and the brutality and the ruthlessness in this case. There was an enemy with an index card and absolute brutality. This never happened. That is part of the explanation. I would say, even to a certain degree, that the fact, it's paradoxical what I'm saying, that the fact that the people couldn't believe it is in reality a compliment to their decency. It's absolutely paradoxical, that because they didn't believe it, they were slain, murdered, and exterminated. But the fact that they couldn't believe it is one of the few hopes we have in the moment. This is my conviction. After the Holocaust, it's a very strange image and a very strange philosophy of this country. I've mentioned before the request for retaliation and reprisals from the Germans in the United States. I've often thought of this. And I believe that Roosevelt and Americans come out greater having refused such measures than if they would have not. I personally am not convinced it would have helped in any. Knowing the Germans and how they would have reacted to this, I don't believe that there was any chance to really to influence. I think I'm not convinced that the idea of the mass extermination was grew up in Hitler at the beginning of the war. I think he had it somewhere in his head from the beginning, but he waited till those time when he could implement it. But somewhere it was a basic concept, get rid of the Jews, somewhere, this way or the other way, to liberate the world of the Jewish poison or whatever you call it. I think that these are important things for somebody to say who lived through this scheme. It remains whether and what could have been done. And I said that before, I think what we were all guilty of, and I include myself, we had not sufficient imagination for extraordinary. But I'll tell you what I mean by extraordinary. I give you a few examples. In fact, I give you one or two examples what I did absolutely irrational. One day, Yitzhak Riegner sent me a telegram. I should find his son. You know what I told you this story.
No, I have the telegram. I saw the telegram. Yeah.
You saw it. You saw my reply?
No.
Now, Yitzhak Riegner, for him I have great respect. So really one of the great fighters for Jewish rights, the Naaser fighters for Jewish rights to the Polish state, very, very respectful. And I must say, man, use of his forces, intellectual forces, who was the head of the Hatzalah department of the Jewish Agency, sends me a telegram, find my son. In the country, thousands, hundreds of thousands of Jews were killed. How can I find his son?
That was in France, wasn't it?
What?
Where was his son? In France at that time? No, in Poland.
And what did I do? I made the electoral test, said I have to do something. And I decided to send to 10 different camps a package on the name of the son of the son of the
אחד, שתיים, שלוש, ארבע, חמש, שש, שבע, שמונה, תשע, 10, 11. Interview with Dr. Gerhart Riegner in Geneva, September 28, 1980. Don't copy the following sentence. I've promised Dr. Riegner to provide him with a copy of a letter by Sally Meyer regarding Sally Meyer's agreement with the World Jewish Congress and disagreement with his own organization. From here now, start copying. This is a cable sent by Dr. Gerhart Riegner, World Jewish Congress, Geneva, to Dr. Stephen S. Wise, President, World Jewish Congress, New York. The date is 14 of April, 1943. Quote, in reply your cable March 15th, relief scheme proposed by us and International Red Cross was definitely rejected by German authorities insofar as Poland, other eastern countries are concerned. Stop. Therefore suggestions letter Tartakover of December 17th not suitable. Stop. However, German authorities accepted scheme of Red Cross collective dispatches Theresienstadt. Stop. First considerable dispatch to which we largely contributed, now being forwarded by International Red Cross. Stop. Red Cross intend obtain same possibility for labor camps in Upper Silesia, Auschwitz, Sosnowitz, Birkenau, Jawiszowice, other places where many young deportees concentrated. Stop. Wide rescue action equally possible for Romania, especially Transnistria, provided necessary amounts available. Stop. This action could be undertaken through intermediary Red Cross or directly. Stop. Romanian Jews proposing special commission composed Filderman, Wilhelm Fischer, Benvenisti, working independently Jewish central organization which strictly controlled by authorities. Stop. We received last days new urgent appeal for assistance Transnistria. Stop. They need 100 millions lei, of which urgently 60 millions for clothings and most necessary equipment for children and orphans who should be transferred Palestine. Stop. Transfer of money to Romania not necessary if definite guarantee be given that amount would be put disposal Switzerland or America and paid after war. Equally needing urgently considerable amounts for France, especially for rescued children who being lodged at non-Jews or hidden. Stop. Furthermore, for favoring illegal departure young people who intending go Spain, North Africa. Stop. This action requires considerable amounts. Stop. No currency will be transferred France. Stop. Equally for departure and hiding certain number endangered political friends in France, amounts are needed. Stop. Deportations in France going on constantly. Camp of Gurs, now a new center of evacuation. Stop. During last week's 3 convoys left Gurs, first included 2,400 people, second 600. From Poland, sporadic news dropping in. Stop. Letter from Warsaw reports at middle March about 40,000 Jews living Warsaw, mainly busy in war industry. Stop. Other news indicates that about 5,000 still Bochnia. Stop. Ghetto Krakow still existing, but Jewish social self-help answering no letters seems dissolved. Stop. Considerable number Jews seem being concentrated region Belzec on Bug, where typhus decimating population. Stop. From Slovakia, news indicates that certain number deported Slovakian Jews working Polish villages as Malkuce, Malkuce, and Końska Wola and environments. Stop. Considerable number Galician Jews, as reported, are concentrated in regions situated between Przemysl, Przemysl, and Rawa Ruska. Stop. Eyewitness reports from Berlin confirm brutal action of arrestation Berlin Jews, which took place February 27th and following week. Stop. All people busy in war industry were taken away. Stop. Cars fetched people in factories, thus making Berlin nearly clear of Jews. Stop. Only certain number of people in mixed marriages spared. Stop. Situation of some 1,000 people hiding becomes constantly worse due to air raids Berlin and destruction considerable number of buildings. Stop. From Holland, extremely worrying news. Stop. Whereas Jews have been expelled from cities Haarlem, Heemstede, Heemstede, Bloemendaal, Bloemendaal, Aardenhout, Aardenhout, Voorschoten, Voorschoten, already middle February, and had to move to Amsterdam. New decree prohibits sojourn of Jews from April 10 on in following provinces: Friesland, Drenthe, Drente, Groningen, Groningen, Overijssel, Overijssel, Gelderland, Gelderland, Limburg, Limburg, Noord-Brabant, Noordbrabant, Zeeland. Stop. All Jews of these provinces had to move to Camp Vught, VUGHT, taking with them only trip luggage. Stop. Beside this camp, there exist other camps in Westerbork, Westerbork, Barneveld, Barneveld, and Doetinchem, Doetinchem. Stop. Concerning reported extermination Jewish war prisoners, contacted Red Cross but could not obtain precise answer. Stop. Needing precise particulars concerning camps, date, etc. referred to. End. Well, this telegram obviously has a very interesting story. This is after they told Harrison from the State Department not to send on any cables from you. So could you please tell us how...
Yeah. Yes, this is really one of the most exciting telegrams I ever sent in my life. I, of course, didn't know that Harrison had received instructions from the State Department not anymore to send any cables from me. This whole thing came out with Morgenthau and his diaries, and later in the Morse story and in other places. I knew, however, that there was something strange in the communications with America. I sent this very long telegram to the consul in Geneva, Mr. Squire, who was an extremely friendly and understanding person. And he sent the draft to Bern for transmission to the United States. And then I heard from him that there were some problems. He never told me what exactly happened. But obviously there was a discussion between Harrison and Bern and Squire. Both considered the information which I gave them was most important. On the other hand, they couldn't explain themselves why they had been instructed not to transmit such cable. They finally offered a compromise solution and said, all right, they would send the cable provided I would pay for it. And I said, okay. I considered it very important, and as we had practically no other ways of communication, we couldn't send open letters, we couldn't send open telegrams, we were really relying on such diplomatic ways. So I accepted it. The telegram was, I think, the most expensive telegram which I ever sent in my life. It was coded, and nobody can tell you exactly what it cost. It cost me at that time something like, I believe, 600 or 700 Swiss francs. In the long run, I must tell you, this was the cheapest telegram I ever sent. Because this telegram is the basis of the whole negotiation, which I had later and which Weiss had with Morgenthau and other American functionaries concerning, firstly, the license for sending money to Europe in order to finance actions of rescue and relief for the victims of Nazi persecution. And secondly, it was the beginning or the basis for the action which finally led to the establishment of the War Refugee Board. The War Refugee Board, which was established, I believe, if I rightly remember, in January or so in 1944, and which became the only efficient instrument which the Jews had during the last year of the war. From that moment on, we had the full help of the American administration, of all the American embassies and legations behind us. And you know that during the last year, through the War Refugee Board, about $20 million were sent and used for rescuing and relief efforts for the victims of Nazi persecution in Europe. So this telegram, which is really the opening shot in this direction, is one of the most important in the whole activities, war activities of mine in those years. Now, I want particularly to stress that here, what is suggested here are two actions, really. One with regard to Transnistria, and one with regard to France, refugees and children and so on. The Transnistrian action was suggested in direct letters which we got through the International Committee of the Red Cross. There are in the files several such letters in which, I believe, written by Filderman, but apparently, as it is said here, by a special committee, in which they suggested action in favor of the Jews in Transnistria. This action never happened because when finally we got some permission to send money from America to Switzerland, these facilities, possibilities were not anymore existing. Whether there was anything serious in this whole proposal, I cannot judge. But as our friends in Romania were so insistent, I have no doubt that they, at the beginning at least, there were serious discussion that such a possibility was there. And if they conveyed it through the International Red Cross, they wouldn't have done it so in a serious body like the Red Cross if they were not convinced that some action was possible. When finally something came about this, later we used it to great benefit for the French Jews and for other Jews. We know it for children, for other purposes. Now, let me say what happened with regard to this negotiation. Firstly, I got no reaction at all. What happened, we know today from Weiss and from his memoirs and from others who have reported on what they did on the American scene. The first time something happened was a couple of months later. I believe it took 3 or 4 months, that I was called in by the commercial attaché of the American legation, Mr. Riegner, to and was asked to come to see him, and I didn't know even on what it was. And it was in June, early June. And when I came there, Mr. Riegner, whom I have never seen before, first asked me who I was. I didn't understand very well the question. I said, what do you mean? Yeah, I want to know, are you representing the World Jewish Congress or the American Jewish Congress? So even that question I didn't understand very well. I said, well, I am representing the World Jewish Congress, but American Jewish Congress, one of the most important constituencies of the World Jewish Congress. So I represent, if you want, both. So he asked me, how can you represent an American organization if and be in contact with enemy's territory and enemy-controlled territory? Well, now I knew what he was after, and I was quite tough on this. I said more or less that I was there, put in charge by Dr. Weiss to report to him on the fate of the Jews in Europe in order to enable him to report to the President of the United States to inform him on what was going on with the Jews in Europe. And I didn't know how I could report and do this without being directly or indirectly in contact with the occupied or controlled, enemy-controlled territories. And at a certain moment I was a little bit chutzpahdik and said, what does the commercial attaché do here in the war in Switzerland? This allusion brought some fruit. I had no questions anymore. And then finally the first license came through. It took a long time. You will see a trace of this, because it somewhere authorizes me, or I'm authorized by the President of the United States to be in contact with enemy and enemy-controlled territories. My comparison with the legation was not absolutely out of order, only they had an authority from the President of the United States and I hadn't, so they had to give it to me. And it's a wonderful example that in spite of bureaucratic difficulties and so on, if you want to do something, you always find the way, the legal way to do it. So they put in this license the authority for me to act. In reality, the negotiation was very long. And they asked me how I envisaged blocked accounts and so on in Switzerland and on some and how they would be able to control it. They were very conscious that this was a democratic administration, and if there would be a change in administration and a Republican would take over, they could be accused of all kinds of illegal things, and they had to avoid it. They wanted to have clear legal rules and so on. So we discussed this, and we discussed it 2 or 3 times. Until, and it took really, I think, December, 8 months, or 7 or 8 months, until one day I got a telephone call from Mr. Riegner, who was elated and in a very strange mood. I said, come immediately, leave everything, I have something very important to tell you. And I took the next train to Bern, and he handed me the first license, which allowed, in fact, the first transfer of, in an experimental way, of $25,000 to Geneva for the rescue operations for victims of Nazi persecution. under certain rules, and the rules were 4 or 5 pages. He was how, I don't know how you did it, he said to me. I said, I didn't do anything, I don't know. Yes, but this is a complete break with the whole policy of the Allies. I don't know how this can happen. And we know today that even in the last moment, the British made a big opposition and quite some noise about it in the war Ministry of Warfare.
Economic warfare.
Economic warfare. Dalton, probably.
It was Dalton's ministry, yes. But
not himself.
No,
he himself was a friendly man. Yeah. But in any case, this was the... it took from April to December. And we know that the thing was blocked, the plan was blocked in the State Department. This is part of the famous story which has been told by Du Bois. I have learned this story only after the war, what really happened. In fact, very strangely through Kastner, who got the story from Du Bois before it was published. That's also an interesting acquitté of some of my memoirs. In 1945, after the war was over, maybe it was already 46, I got one day a telegram from the American, I think it was then already an embassy, where some of the people who worked in Nuremberg asked me for the address and the cooperation of the authors of the famous Auschwitz report, Wilber and Rosenberg. I said, you gave us this report, can you find these people? There are whole parts on the Buna works in Auschwitz in this report, and we want the authors of this report to appear in Nuremberg as witnesses in the IG Farben case. And I didn't have the slightest idea where these people were, but I said, you are lucky, I'm going next week to Budapest via Prague. I will find out whether I can find them. And in fact, in Prague I found them. In Bratislava 2 days later, they agreed to come to Auschwitz, to Nuremberg for this, and I gave them the information. And I then went to Budapest. It was not Budapest, but then the first stage of the communist regime. Didn't have easy conversation and stuff. So I told one evening this story about this. It was war crimes. It was very popular, even in Eastern Europe. And a little later I got a letter from our director to the Jewish Congress in Budapest, in which he said, well, we have a lot of other material on Buna. We have 4,000 witness testimonies after the war, and we have a number of stories about Buna. Maybe that's interesting for the Nuremberg trial. And as there was no communication with Nuremberg at the time, Germany was still completely blocked off. And Kastner was here in Geneva and was going for some kind of witness which he has to give, probably in the Becher case, I don't know, I didn't even inquire. I asked him whether he would be ready to take a letter to Nuremberg. And he said yes. Now, Kastner was Kastner. He didn't take the letter and gave it to the procureur, to the attorney. But he went and got an audience and talked to him. And so on. And the attorney was this fellow. What's his name? Du Bois, who saw my letter addressed to him, in which I asked whether the matter with the witnesses of the Czechs had been settled, and I had never heard any reaction, and whether he was interested in other such testimonies, and I had this and this offer from our Budapest people that he was interested. So Kastner came with this letter, he looked at the signature, And the man said, "Oh, very reliable, seeing my signature." So Kastner was, of course, very surprised and said, "Well, but you know Dr. Riegner, how do you know?" I said, "Well, that's an old, long story. If you're interested, I'll tell you, but not here in the office. Maybe you have dinner together." And so he told him the whole story, which later was in the Morgenthau diaries. And when Kastner came back, I heard this story with great astonishment. Didn't believe all this immediately until I read it, and then I later spoke with Du Bois and other people. That's an accoté, but a very amusing accoté in this respect.
Do you recollect any direct information about the scheme to allow Jews from Transnistria to emigrate to Palestine, or anything connected with it? I understand you have a cable from 19th January.
But the first which I have in my files is information which is obviously based on letters from Finland. And I know that in the files with the Red Cross there are several such letters, and we can look them up if you want. In my cable which Lichtheim and I sent together on 19th January 1943, which is also a cable referring to the whole situation, I say the following on Romania. Special report from Romanian Jewish representatives, signed Finland, states, autumn 1941, 130,000 Romanian Jews deported Transnistria, of which 30,000 from Cernăuți, 40,000 other parts, Bukovina, 45,000 Bessarabia, 15,000 district Dorohoi. Stop. Summer 1942, 6,000 reported from other parts of Romania. Stop. Deported people distributed 5 districts, 90 places, partly confined labor camps, partly secluded ghettos, partly comparatively free Jewish settlements. Living conditions indescribable, deprived all possessions, no money, foodstuffs, stop. Housed in deserted cellars, sometimes 20 or 30 people sleeping one unheated room, on floor. Many illnesses, especially spotted typhoid. Resulting these conditions of total deported 136,000 people, about 60,000 already dead, while 70,000 starving. Community Filderman insists urgent help since Jews old Romania unable. Provide larger amounts being themselves deprived money, ejected, most professions property confiscated. This is the basis for this. Now then came some letter through the Red Cross in which there was a direct description of a project to evacuate these people from Transnistria, provided money would be made available and it could be in blocked account. This is the story as far as and there is a letter which we can look for in the files.
So you would say that the idea to transfer large sums of money to Switzerland was in connection with Romania, basically.
With Romania, yeah, it was Romania in the first instance because this was the largest project which all came to us, but it was equally needed for France. I had Jablum then here in my office, and he pushed for money too. It's clear.
The relationships with the Red Cross regarding Romania. Was your office instrumental in any way in getting the International Red Cross to send Kolb and others to Romania to help Jews there?
This I really can't tell you. I doubt it. I think when did Kolb go there? So
he went he went the middle 1943.
Oh, then this was a normal distribution of delegates which they had in the war. I don't think that he had a lot. But Kolb behaved very, very nicely,
well, yeah.
very positively, and reported regularly on Jewish matters. So he must have a very positive attitude to the whole thing. By the way, later most of the Romanian leaders who spoke always very friendly of him. No, I don't think he had anything to do. But the fact that this came is an indication that there were relations and that he reported on such possibilities immediately.
From your point of view, or from your vantage point in Geneva, how did you view the Romanian Jewish leadership, Filderman and his associates? Did you think that these were successful Jewish leaders, or did you have any reserves about them?
Well, I believe, let me say, we spoke the other part about the Romanian action on the Roga Cuza, and there were certainly certain diversions of view, divisions. I have probably never been completely exempt of certain prejudice, if you want. I knew that there were different lines, but during the war, my information tended to state that these the difference of opinion were overcome, and more or less they worked all together. And I had no hesitation at all to take a proposal seriously, which was supported by Filderman and Wilhelm Fischer, who after all was an exponent of the other group, even if he was a moderate man. So in this respect, I wouldn't think that I had any reservations.
We know today that the Vatican had in Romania a positive influence regarding Jews. The nuncio there was tried to intervene in favor of the Jews. Was the World Jewish Congress in any way involved in that? Do you remember anything about that?
No, we didn't consider Romania as a particularly Catholic country. If you look at the interventions, the first interventions which we made with regard with the nuncio, especially in February, March
42 with Slovakia, yeah.
It's not only Slovakia.
Generally, yeah.
No, it's very interesting. Have a look at the whole letter, the whole memorandum. And we picked out Catholic countries. And we said to them, if you can't help, at least help in Catholic countries where you can. We picked out Croatia, we picked out Slovakia, especially those countries who had priests at the head. We spoke about, I believe, Poland. We spoke about, we limited ourselves to typically Catholic countries. And we looked at that moment, in any case, to the Vatican, at least for help in this respect. I don't think that we mentioned Romania there.
Well, let's move then to the question of Slovakia in that year, 1943. Do you recollect any kind of information or any kind of action regarding Weissmandl and Gysi Fleischmann, the so-called Europa Plan, which was late 42 and early 43?
Yes, well, the Weiss the Weissmandel plan never came to me. It's difficult to say when I learned about it the first time. The details about the letters I saw after the war for the first time in New York in our office. I had heard of these ideas, and of course, when it came to the famous
Becher.
Huh?
The Becher negotiations.
Yeah, the negotiation, the Brandt negotiation, the Brandt negotiation, the whole Brandt plan. At that time, we knew about such things. I must say, having been involved in these negotiations for the license of $25,000, and having seen with what terrible difficulties that was finally achieved, I considered these great plans as just dreaming. Dreams which had no basis in reality. That doesn't mean that I was of the opinion one should perhaps try, or the Brandt case one should prolong negotiations on such matters. This is another question as a tactical thing. But that the idea of selling out or for a million of Jews for arms or other technical equipment for the Germans, for me, had no reality whatsoever. Maybe I was naive in these matters, maybe I was too realistic, but in any case, I wasn't unhappy that I had nothing to do with this plan, because I didn't believe that there was anything. I don't know who believed the war. I don't know. I've never seen really that anybody took this very seriously.
What was the activity of your office in the summer of 1943, essentially?
Well, to a great extent, I used the time to negotiate with the American authorities on the license. And you find in the files a long memorandum to the American attaché at several occasions in which I describe how I envisage the practical help in the scheme with regard to the banks.
Wasn't it terribly frustrating to be here in 1943 essentially without money, not being able to break this thing, and knowing already for almost a year now what was happening in Eastern Europe?
No, these were the most terrible years of my life. If you ask me this question, I think I said it already on another occasion. The world was crumbling. We are sitting here in a beautiful stuff, marvelous mountains and marvelous lakes and so on, and the blue sky and so on, and you were completely helpless. And you waited and waited and waited, and nothing was happening. And the suggestion, lots of suggestions, which after all were made, nothing came through. Don't forget, at the beginning of 1943, we still waited for something to happen in Bermuda. I happened to be very naive on this. We didn't know that there was no will to do anything. Maybe it was good we didn't know. Maybe we would have got crazy. But at that stage, in any case, I remember when I heard about Bermuda, I said, thanks God, now something will happen. And then the same frustration started. What I, in the meantime, we did what we could with regard to getting information and helping a little bit those with whom we could get in contact. For instance, I don't know whether I've told this. I don't think I have. They're sending packages to the camps all the time. With authorization or without authorization. This I just didn't observe. The whole blockus with regard to packages, in my office from Switzerland, I did what I could. We have sent probably hundreds of thousands of packages, small packages most.
From Relico?
Relico, yeah. This went through Portugal mostly, but every week we got orders from individuals, and we got a little money here and there, and we took more from the individuals in order to have free money for sending people otherwise. And this not only gave us the possibility to help, and it was some help. I've spoken to some people who have discovered some friends of mine who have gotten some of the money of the family in Theresienstadt, for instance, and other places. Not only did we send these individual packages, but we used it also to get as many addresses as possible, to trace people. At a certain moment, I had here, I believe, more than 7,000 names from Theresienstadt. And I had thousands of names in other camps. Now, this was, of course, always shifting. You never knew what was. But for a certain number of people, it was very important. Some of Jewish leaders saw to it they should get from time to time those who knew. And since I sent for several years to Leerbeck packages to Theresienstadt. He never knew it came from me. I was a pupil of Beck. I was permitted with him. And of course they shared it. This is very clear. Some did not share, but most of the people shared. And later, after the war, I met him, for instance, and he said that enormous help such things were, not only for him, but for people around him. We sent not only individual packages, we tried then also to organize collective sendings. Now this also you find in the files a number of such dispatches. Some money I had from the Congress, some money I got from Lichtenstein from the agency, the Times Organization. Some money I got from Kopetsky from the Czechs, and we sent packages. Some money I got from the World Council of Churches, who was Freudenberg, whom I told you clearly I cannot make any differentiation, and Jews, non-Jews, who is there is there. Whether he gets, they will be treated the same way, and we were treated the same way, of course. We were sending some of these dispatches to Theresienstadt. We were sending some of these dispatches to the Unterstützungsstelle in Krakow to the ports. They're sending it probably also to some of the other ghettos or what. I was very surprised to find out after the war that these collective dispatches, which included usually rice and milk powder and such things, especially things for children and for what you call it, fortifiers, such things which I got. Some of the things, by the way, I got from the big Swiss firms. They gave us, in addition, and made some gifts to us, and Ziba and others.
Which?
Ziba and
Shiba?
Ziba. Ziba of Mandaros. I don't remember the big Swiss pharmaceutical firms in Basel and Zurich. They gave lots to the Red Cross, of course, also, but they gave also to us. Very, very nice such gestures. I say I was not so sure at all that this would all arrive. And I was very surprised after the war to find out that it all arrived.
All?
All.
Yeah.
There was a man who was active in the Krakau Unterstützungsstelle. You know, Reichmann, I think.
Reichert.
Yeah, Reichert. Man was Mr. Tisch. The Swedish section of the World Jewish Congress. And I had long talks with him. I said, what? What's going on? What's Tisch? Yeah.
Tisch, yes.
Yeah, all right, let me repeat. There was a man who worked in the Unterstützungsstelle in Krakau, it was, I think, the Reichert office, who later emigrated to Sweden and was working in the office of the Swedish section of the World Jewish Congress, Mr. Tisch. And after the war, I had several long conversations with him about whether they had received all these, they had letters from us, and it was announced, and they had letters from the Red Cross, and so he said, we received everything. I was astonished because I never believed that they would receive anything, and I took the risk. All right, they will not receive everything. Somebody else will benefit from this, but somehow it will help some people. But no, you know the Germans, the efficiency of German bureaucracy. You are allowed to do this, you do it. And it was quite correct and in this respect, for me, quite a surprise. Another question which I think I haven't mentioned at all. We collected here not only reports and information in Geneva, but I had a special section in my office which collected the laws and decrees and legal announcements all over Europe, in all the occupied territories. And we had full collections of the anti-Jewish legislation not only, but also of the anti-Jewish decrees and Bekanntmachungen and announcements and so on, which we put together on the basis partly of the official gazette, partly of the Jewish and non-Jewish newspapers. And we had this for not only the major countries, let's say Germany and Poland, and so we had it even from the occupied territories, in the Baltic states. And this I organized with the help of some friends in the Secretariat of the League of Nations. They got all this stuff. And of course it was secret, wasn't there, but I was given permission to copy it and so on, arranged them. So all these collections of legal stuff were very, very completely collected. I have still in the cellar here downstairs some
where did the bulk of this go afterwards?
It is now in Yad Vashem. It went all to the institute in New York and to Jacob Robinson, who used it for the institute work. And a couple of years later, a couple of years ago, I had a request from them to okay that all this goes to Yad Vashem, and I said, okay, this is a thing which they should really have. But I have still, partly it was translated to us. Who knows the Czechs and some of the other languages. So this is a nearly complete collection which was done here, and which was, of course, extremely useful to see what was going on.
May I ask you now another question regarding this period? Jahrblum came here after the great razzias in France. I understand that he joined practically the office here. What was the World Jewish Congress able to do for his organization or for him? What kind of relations did you develop with him?
Well, he was, first of all, he was a member of our executive. So I considered him as such. I gave him a room in my office. He had a secretary, and he was, on the one hand, keeping contact with the French here. I mean, other French groups, the Free French and so on. On the other hand, joined and tried to, from here to help the French Jewish community, whatever we could do. So at the same time, he was in contact with the joint, and he was in contact with the Hatzalah and the agency, and he took the money from all sorts in order to help French Jews, which I thought was very good. And I helped him as much as I could.
Well, you know, at that time, in 1943, Mark Jahrblum was trying to get the World Jewish Congress to help him get Jews out of France into Spain. Were you aware of this? I mean, what did you try to do for him in that area?
Well, no, listen. The whole question of help to France was two questions. Jahrblum himself was the one who had refused to become a member of this official Vigif, which was a sign of quite some courage at that time. And then he immediately went underground and came a little later out. Let me say another thing on this summer, on the Swiss, I have to say something. He was on the list which we had given in to those who should be let in. Now, two things we really tried to do. On the one hand, to help the underground. That means to help get people into hiding, get people in false papers, help whatever in this respect we could do, and get them out, especially children, but also general. Now this is whatever we could get to get them out to Spain or to Switzerland, we have no doubt about that.
Were you in touch with the Ose people here?
Sure. Schlenov and Govich, sure, everywhere.
And Weil?
Weil, sure.
Did they approach you to for help or?
We did a number of things together. There were good relations with them.
Do you remember anything specific that?
I know that I was many times with Schlenov, and Schlenov was an old, great old man. Now, details I don't know. But I mean, there was also Weil. I'm still today in Weil with good relations. No, there was respect.
And you wanted to say something about the Swiss in that summer?
No, that's the summer before.
Ah, you did? You talked about that.
Did I? I don't think so. With regard to this, because you speak of France. The Swiss authorities finally then made some concessions and let the children in under 16 and so on. And then also they came, and that I think was one of the most terrible things, they asked the organizations for lists of people who should be let in because they are politically in danger at the front. Now this I remember we were also asked somehow. I definitely remember that Gerhart was on the list, but I definitely also remember that when he was in, he must have had some discussions with Riegner and submitted other lists on France. I thought these were the most terrible things which I had to do. It was also playing God. And I don't like that. And I think it's inhuman to ask you to do it. Because you have forgotten somebody on the list, therefore he is condemned to death. And because you thought of somebody else, therefore you let him in. One of the most unhuman procedures to save people. I never forgot it. But I had to submit because what can we do? At least some of these people were let in. But this is something which somehow should be included
in the previous thing. Yes. So my first question would be: the War Refugee Board was founded in the third week of January 1944. Now, how did the relationship develop? When did you first have practical evidence of the War Refugee Board's activity here, and what did you do with them? And how did this develop into the Hungarian problem after the occupation of Hungary in March 1944?
Well, in my recollection, the establishment of the War Refugee Board is a direct outcome of that negotiation between Weiss and Norgotau with regard to the help for victims of Nazi persecution. And in fact, one can see it from the point of view of documents. We spoke about the first license which I got from the Americans in December, and I wasn't very happy with all the clauses which there were. So I made some remarks, and they changed some of the clauses. And there came a second document of 5 pages which replaced the first one. And then there was a second change. Maybe even a third, I don't remember, in January. And the next day, the War Refugee Board was created, and then suddenly these new conditions were general conditions for everybody. So in this respect, there is a real sequence of events which you can observe, and I must say I was very impressed by this, and to a certain degree proud, because this is really the one thing which somehow did something in the world. I believe if I look back to the whole thing, I have 2 positive points. I'm not speaking now in the great line. That I helped to set the historical record straight. Nobody can say he didn't know. Now, that is in itself a very important thing. And the second is that we broke through the blockade and with the war with Gerhart, after all, $20 million were finally used for rescue activities. Probably it was much too late. It should have happened a year and a half earlier. But nevertheless, this happened, and so far as something happened at all, this is, in my opinion, the greatest contribution which exists. Now, how did I get in touch with the war refugees, or how they got in touch? This is a little, it's not a complicated story. It's a little funny story. The man who was chosen to be the representative of the Norwegian board in Bern was a representative of the Quakers here, with whom I was in constant contact. So my relationship with him became suddenly official relations. But we had cooperated very, very closely before on a certain number of matters. By the way, a very fine human being, my client. Don't know whether you ever met him. He's still around.
I met him very much.
No,
I interviewed him.
Very fine. Yes. And his wife's also still alive? What did I say the last time?
That the relationship became official, a friendly relationship.
Official, yeah. When the Hungarian catastrophe started, we continued to cooperate even unofficially. And I edited here 4 or 5 brochures, middle brochures, on the catastrophe in Hungary, Jewish persecutions, deportations, and so on and so on, which exists also in my files here still, which was published or edited or helped by the Quakers. And we sent it around all over Switzerland at the time, which exists in 4 or 5 little, what you call it, fascicules, with text and details and so on. That was produced together by us. I think it doesn't bear any name, because, you know, in Switzerland at that time, you were very, very careful what you did. But we distributed it, and he helped me in this. In this respect, there is no doubt that the relations were existed before. They were friendly relations, and we immediately became continued our cooperation in Bern from the first day he was in office. And he helped me a good deal. I had from that day on, I happened to go to 3 or 4 people and negotiate about getting my reports through, but this was a matter of fact and natural. Now, the Hungarian story, from my point of view, starts with the first telegram which he sent to America and London before just after the invasion, where we warned, Lichtheim and I warned that they should be prepared for terrible things. I don't know whether you remember that telegram, which is months before the actual news about the deportation came. That must be immediately in March or so. And it came from some place. This, in fact, was a report which came to Lichtheim, not to me, but from some source of Deutsche Wehrmacht. But we both jumped on it and said, of course, this will now happen, and that's one.
You were in touch with German sources in Switzerland then regarding the Hungarian situation?
No.
No, Lichtheim was.
He had some sources, but this I remember the only time that he came.
Did you have any contact with the pro-Ungarn committee of Banyai?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Who was this man, Banyai?
Nice little Hungarian, for whom, of course, he wanted to be on everything. He considered himself as important as the Jewish agency and the Jewish Congress. No, he had a kind of local actions committee to help the Hungarians. And you will find a number of the documents. And once we took them with us, I think, to the Americans or to the English.
Was there any importance in the actions of George Mantello, whom Levi after the war exalted as the great man who tried to help Hungarian Jews? Do you remember that situation? This consul of San Salvador?
Yes.
Do you think there's anything in that? Or do you think this is just a big story?
Yeah. Let me be careful what I'm saying. Mantello was the secretary of the Salvador consulate, or what he called it himself. And he was promoting one of these things that was sending passports and so on into the camps. Now, because of Silberstein being involved in this passport office, I didn't mix in the passport. A certain division of labor established itself when you are an intelligent. This, I said, there's no sense. He does it, okay, let him do it. And I didn't interfere. I had more to do with the, not to do, but was involved in meetings on the sending of such passports or whatever certificates to Hungary. This was the other part of his activities. And he must have sent a great number. Now, I encouraged this. I encouraged the sending of Swiss documents, or giving out of Swiss documents, of Red Cross documents, of whatever. I remember very clearly in one discussion with Gerhart on this, in which he consulted me whether the Red Cross should continue to give out papers and give out more papers. And he was very doubtful. He said, after all, you know, paper, and the more paper you give out, the less value they have, and therefore you are probably diminishing yourself, you're destroying yourself what you are doing. I told him, no, you are wrong. I said, don't believe that you are in Switzerland. You are in Budapest, where you have a criminal regime which is completely arbitrary. This was already in the later part of it. The more people have a paper, the more they have a chance to survive. Because what is happening? I remember I told him this. Whether this has any value or not depends on whom. On the policeman in the street or the soldier in the street who asked the Jew, have you any papers? Now, how this policeman or this soldier or what will react, we don't know and I don't know. He may have slept well, he may have slept badly. He may have a quarrel with his wife during the night. So whether he will tear to pieces this document or we will respect it, you have no rational explanation and what will happen. I said, at least give the maximum of people the chance that they can show something. To show some documents, better to show no documents. And therefore I plead with you, give them as many documents as you can. You give thousands of people a chance to survive. It's not, this is, I wouldn't say it for the Swiss, but you have to transpose yourself into a situation which is not a legal situation, which is not a normal civil right situation. And he listened to it and he did it. He said he was convinced that this goes into the chapter extraordinary measure of which we spoke. You had to convince them this is not a normal situation. The moment you convinced him it's not a normal situation, he accepted. Now we came to the from what's his name?
Mantello.
I have, after the war, this I must say, on the other hand, I've never found people who have been saved because of these papers. I have been several times to them. Now, I'm sure that a number of people have been saved by it, but this action which was quite, I've seen people who said they were had the papers from Weinberg, and they said the papers from the Swiss, and the papers from the Red Cross. But this I've seen, the Mantello paper, I've never seen anybody. That doesn't mean that this wasn't useful. I believe that he was a good Jew. He tried his best. He also came. There was a certain cooperation with him, which I cannot say for the others.
Let me come now to the... regarding the first few weeks of the existence of the War Refugee Board, there's a letter that you wrote to Mr. Daniel J. Regan, Esquire, February 7, 1944.
Commercial attaché.
Yes, the commercial attaché, which in part reads as following. It's a message to the World Jewish Congress which you ask him to transmit. Quote, referring to your telegraphic message concerning the evacuation of Jewish persons from Transnistria, I'm informing you the following. 1. I've transmitted the main content of license Y2115 to Messrs. Filderman and Fisher, and am awaiting their reaction. As communications are not very easy, answer will not be received before some time. I have furthermore been informed that the action of evacuation of Jews from Romania to Turkey, while favored by the Romanian authorities, depends still on obtaining necessary shipping possibilities. This question is handled by Mr. Barlas of the Jewish Agency for Palestine in Istanbul and is not yet settled, as necessary safe conducts for the steamer of various belligerent powers, notably Great Britain, Soviet Union and Germany, have not yet been obtained. Then there are some other sentences, and then it continues. 2. I've been informed that evacuation of deported Jews from Transnistria to Old Romania is now proceeding with active help of Romanian authorities, the Romanian Red Cross and the International Red Cross delegate in Bucharest. Action is so far financed with great difficulties by local Jewish organizations who are appealing for funds in order to provide clothing to most distressed repatriated population. Unquote. How far were you involved, or did you know about, or were you asked to intervene
You don't want to get the Hungarian thing general?
Yes, but Kastnerbrand starts early, doesn't it? I mean, that's April, May. Were you involved in that situation?
No, but Kastner, you can look it up, it's Kastner's own memoirs. Kastner the Kastner story has happened behind our back because Meyer didn't let us in. And when Kastner was not getting anywhere with Meyer, and he pretended at the same time, because of ideological reasons, he wasn't happy that Meyer was not allowing him. He came to see us here in Geneva behind Meyer's back. Now, when that was exactly, I can't tell you.
I was in the summer.
That must have been in the summer. And he came several times then and told us about these negotiations. I was at the same time under pressure from Storch, who asked me what is happening there. And I mostly couldn't tell him because I really didn't know, but he knew that something was because of his connections with the Germans. Now, when the two great transports came out from Belgium, then of course I was immediately in contact with these people. A lot of them I knew. It included all the leadership. A number of them were in the leadership of the WGC before the war and after that we were doing. So Josef Fischer was his father-in-law, I knew from 1936, and a number of others. But on the real negotiations of with Becher, I really didn't know.
You know, Kastner was accused after the war, as you know, of having sold out a Hungarian Jewry in order to get their transport out. Let me ask two separate questions there. What was your impression then, and what is your judgment now? Not always the same, but it could be the same, regarding that accusation or that statement.
I have basically not changed my mind on Kastner. Kastner was a very intelligent fellow. I believe that I don't accept the accusations, even the general accusations. He wanted to help, there's no doubt, and he believed the only way to obtain results was to talk to the Nazis and to negotiate with the Nazis. And what he then did to bring out a certain number of the leadership, I must say, first of all, that he included all the people from his own family or what he was included as human. He in fact included the leadership of all the parties, which was probably the best he could do. Here again you have the question of playing God. This is the inhuman situation, inherent in this situation. Any such selection is inhuman. The real accusation, which I have heard, was that he didn't tell the people what was happening. That is something more serious. Whether it would have helped or not, I don't know. I don't accept the accusation that people could have in the thousands gone over the frontier to Romania or what. A few hundred may have gone over. I mean, in the judgment of Halevi, such implications. I think this is a complete misreading of the situation as it exists. That great numbers of Jews could have escaped if they would have known, I doubt it very much. That some may have escaped, that some more may have hidden, that I'm not sure. But I believe that this accusation, I mean, this is I believe, very exaggerated. Kastner was his own greatest enemy, because with his great imagination, he didn't tell always the same story. And the differences between the stories which he told this time or that time really contributed to the fact that people didn't finally not rely. I personally do not believe that basically he was wrong. No, basically he was bad. I don't believe. Der Handelnde hat immer Unrecht, heißt es bei Goethe.
Der Handel?
Der Handelnde hat immer Unrecht. He was one who was acting. And when you act, you also commit mistakes, not defending everything which he has done. But I have heard his story many times. After all, he remained in Geneva, came often to see me. And for hours he told me sometimes story, and also I noticed that sometimes the story wasn't exactly the same as he had told me another time. He was terribly egotistic, full of his own importance, but I think he has saved these 5,000 people. I don't know what would have happened to this, or whatever it was, 6,600.
Well, no, 1,684.
No, there were two.
Yeah.
Together?
Yeah, together. 1,684.
Now, the whole Brandt story was, as I would say, the same, from my point of view, the same as was the Weissmantel story. That this, although we were now much later in the war, this was a different story. But I believe the whole idea came from the Weissmantel. And I also believe that I believe that one was right to say negotiate and drag on and so on. I didn't believe really basically there could be a break. I said that this before. I mean, I may be very hard in my judgment, but I just didn't see that the Allied attitude basically was becoming easier in these matters. On the contrary, the more they were nearing the victory, the harder it was. It was, of course, clear that it developed in this way. When you consider, I won't hide this, that the attitude of the joint in this matter, which did not share with people like Riegner or myself as important information as this, was really irresponsible. And I had the feeling that Kastner himself was very uneasy about it. He considered, after all, that the changes in the World Congress were as much part of the Jewish establishment as those who should take such decisions and the Jews. This was not just a philanthropic thing. This was a decision on political grounds. And therefore, I personally feel that this was basically quite wrong, and it also had some bearing on some basic other decisions you had to make. I mean, all this was connected. And I believe that the Musi thing and the Meyer thing, the Bernadotte and Kersten thing, they were all, after all, on the other side, they all came together. And that there was on the Jewish side no coordination was it. This I certainly would say. Now, whether if they would have coordinated, we would have saved more people. That's very doubtful too. But in the situation in which we were, it was absolutely inadmissible in reality too. How did we learn about this whole thing? There's also never been really told us so.
Excuse me, we are talking about the Hungarian situation, the news about the Hungarian situation, and the reaction of the World Jewish Congress to it, right?
But I said that in March or April, we sent the first cable in Bonn. And then the story breaks through what has happened. And this is also some of the strange things, I mean, which today you don't understand, that for several months you didn't learn anything about there was a complete blackout, there was nothing about deportations. As we didn't know on Riga what happened before 9 months later or 10 months later as it happened. But that was military closed territory. Now, how this can happen that from Hungary we didn't learn anything, I can't explain it. Maybe also it was special for the Germans, for the military, there was a special blackout news. But in any case, the news came in at the beginning of June, the last days
of May. You said there are two things, yeah?
Two things. One is the report of the Slovakian Jews, the two Slovakian Jews and the Polish.
The Polish major.
The Polish major
and the two Slovak escapees from Auschwitz. Right. Yeah.
This comes in two ways. One through Kopetsky, through the Czechoslovak underground. One through Mantello to Poznan.
Through Mantello?
Through Mantello.
Mantello? How can Mantello go to report?
Because Mantello had some agent who was going from Budapest. And you don't know how you suppose?
No, I don't.
And Mantello and the Mantello copy and also the report from, no, what was his name? Kraus and Palestina and Budapest and Palestina and Geneva. It was a very procedure. And the thing went through Mantello, or Mantello got told it. And Mantello's brother, you don't know that either?
I know he had a brother here, but I don't know.
There was Mandel.
Man.
And Mandel gave the report to the man of the press agency. What was the press agency? Doesn't exist anymore today. To an American or British press agent, international agency, without any permission from Bosnia or from anybody. But at that time, the news broke into the Swiss. You know, they were not anymore so afraid.
They were not anymore?
Not anymore so afraid. The first time, this is June 44, don't forget. And the news of the deportation comes from the international, what is it called? Exchange telegraph, yeah? Something like that.
Exchange telegraph, yes.
This was the agency, since that. And it's being given to the press internationally through a man of the exchange telegraph who got it from Mantello before he had given the whole thing to Perpus.
Just a moment, what he gave the report of the two escapees from Auschwitz. In other words, the report on Auschwitz. Or he gave the report on the deportation.
I think both. This I don't know, but they came together to...
Was there no connection with Schwalb? No. In other words, you got it from two sources, Kopetsky...
I got it from Kopetsky.
And by Mantello.
And the Mantello thing went to Put. I'm not saying that I got it from Put. I got it. I didn't get it from together.
You got the Polish major together with the... Where was... Do you know who the Polish major was? Did you meet with him?
No, he wasn't here.
He was in Hungary.
I think he was in Czechoslovakia.
In Czechoslovakia.
My recollection, but I'm not 100% sure, is that this part was only on Bosnians.
In other words, the part on the Hungarian... that the information on the deportations came with one of the two reports.
Certainly, with one of the two, perhaps with two. I recollect that this part was in
Poznan.
In Kraus's.
Kraus to
while
Mantello.
The other came from Bratislava, from the underground, from the Slovakian underground to Kopetsky, and didn't have that part of the information, but had the two basic reports.
Oh, I see.
And that's also logical, by the way.
And then, you would say that you received those reports between the 10th and the 15th of June sometime, and then immediately you cabled regarding the Czechs in Theresienstadt.
That's the first.
The first reaction, and that was broadcast by the BBC To Auschwitz. Yes.
And then, a few days later, I made a whole extract of the whole report, of the two reports, which I gave to Kopetsky, who cabled it to London, and I gave it to McLaren, who cabled it to the War Refugee Board. As the report came to Kopetsky, I started that this report came to Kopetsky, which gave it more credibility than if I would said we had gotten. And that ends with the proposal of bombing Auschwitz and bombing the lines of communication.
Who suggested that?
That came in the report from Budapest.
From Bratislava?
No, I think from Budapest.
So,
I
McLaren...
said it's Kopetsky.
Yeah, I know.
The representative of the Czech government doctor has received reliable reports here.
This is
That's
your...
my
To McLaren?
to McLaren and to Lichtheim sent it to the British, and I gave it to Kopetsky.
Uh-huh.
And it's all the
To
same.
McLaren? You gave it to McLaren?
I gave it to Kopetsky too, because Kopetsky didn't know what to do with such a big report.
Yes.
And I made a 5-page summary of it.
I see. Mm-hmm.
He said, listen, Riegner, you know much more of this. I cannot send this by... All right, I tried to send it by mail. But it takes a long time, you know how difficult it was. So he asked me, make for me a summary. So I made it a summary. And I gave the summary to McLaren. And this summary exists in the
War Refugee
War
Board.
Refugee Board because Weinand, or what's his name is, sent it to me, a copy of it.
Yes. I saw it.
Huh?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. And it ends, this is my, I know that I have shown this a number of times, that this is a clear indication that I asked for funding. Then starts our action, what we do with this record. What do we do?
Well, shall we go into that now?
Comes a whole series of cables from me to America about what we do. And it starts with a request, clearly a request which Guggenheim made to Hoover to intervene this thought. Now, I read you here what I have.
That's July 3rd.
This is 5th of July.
5th. Now this is a cable by Gerhart Riegner to Nachum Goldman, World Jewish Congress, July 5th, Geneva, July 5th, 1944. Quote, for your private and strictly confidential information, stop. Upon receipt most appalling news concerning situation Jews, Hungarian-dominated territories and daily deportation 12,000 people to Auschwitz, and of detailed reports on death camps Auschwitz-Birkenau, undertook on June 23, Common Intervention Czechoslovakian Minister Kopetsky, Dr. Ullmann, myself at International Red Cross, who represented by Mr. Lombard, member Inter-Red Cross Committee, in Schwarzenberg as competent staff members, stop, appealed most seriously for immediate action. Red Cross views stopping by all possible means deportation and extermination. Stop. On June 26, myself, on basis your various cables, renewed démarche at Schwarzenberg, urging again immediate dispatch of eminent Red Cross representative to Budapest. Stop. On June 30, Professor Guggenheim renewed démarche at Professor Burkhardt. Stop. On Burkhardt's request, Guggenheim called upon him on July 4, made most serious and energetic representation, warning Burkhardt their responsibility and making him understand great dissatisfaction Jewish circles, their inactivity, in spite changed political situation and necessity they will have to render accounts after war. Stop. Suggested notably personal handwritten appeal of Inter-Red Cross President Max Huber to Horthy, an immediate dispatch of outstanding Red Cross representative, possibly one of their committee members, to Budapest, to do utmost last minutes to save at least Budapest juries. Stop. Burkhardt promised submit and recommend first suggestion to Huber and agreed also second suggestion, but stressed visa difficulties for journeys through Germany for any of their prominent representatives. Stop. I understand today confidentially that Red Cross Committee deliberated thoroughly on whole matter yesterday afternoon. Stop. I understand equally confidentially that Huber's letter to Horthy was agreed upon. Stop. Also dispatched special delegate agreed in principle, choice still open. Stop. In spite their report, do not reckon upon any effective results of Red Cross, always slow and cautious activities. Stop. Keeping you further informed. Unquote. Now comes from Riegner to Goldman, July 10, 1944. Quote, in addition to my report of July 5 on intervention at Inter-Red Cross, submitting following further confidential details. Stop. Learned officially today from Professor Burkhardt that Inter-Red Cross Committee decided July 4, dispatch of handwritten letter its President Huber to Horthy. Stop. Huber's letter enumerated facts on anti-Jewish persecution and deportation which are known in Geneva and contained in documentations submitted by us. Stop. Letter asked whether these facts are correct and eventually detailed answer as to what is happening to deported people and where are they at present. Stop. Letter offered equally dispatch of special Inter-Red Cross mission to Hungary who could be present at deportation, might assist people with food and medicaments, supervise how and where people are brought to and control at place of destination what is happening to them. Stop. Letter was dispatched on July 6 by special messenger to Budapest. Stop. This information not for publication. Unquote. Next cable is July 24, 1944. Quote, you are certainly aware of official communique of Inter-Red Cross concerning Hungary. At occasion conversation Guggenheim-Burkhardt on July 21 obtained following details. Red Cross communique is nearly identical with and based on official communication of Hungarian government to Inter-Red Cross transmitted by Hungarian Chargé d'Affaires Bern on July 18. Red Cross obtained full power and seeking now realization various points. We insisted on large responsibility of Red Cross and necessity to control strictly execution of promises, notably cessation of deportation. For this purpose we insisted on dispatch of big delegation to Budapest, charged with distribution of relief on top. Red Cross preferred to act through Jewish Council presided by Hofrat Stern, but we insisted on putting whole matter into hands Red Cross, who would have more liberty of movement and more independence from Hungarian government. We made also reservation on personality Stern, 80 years of age, and insisted on principle of non-discrimination between Hungarian and foreign Jews. We proposed joint Red Cross mission, who would be officially responsible, Special Jewish committee in which all Jewish tendencies would be represented. Question whether it would be possible to buy considerable foodstuff in Hungary not yet resolved. Red Cross promised support American suggestion contained in Note May 6 concerning payment by amortization of Hungarian debts to America, at least partly, but success doubtful. If buying foodstuff in Hungary impossible, Inter-Red Cross ready put disposal Swedish Red Cross steamer Halaren, Halaren, which could carry foodstuff until Trieste. In any case, considerable amounts will be necessary, which Jewish organizations hardly could furnish without governmental supply. Proposing, therefore, take up old vast rescue plan of last year, at least partly, as with regard Hungary, Red Cross obtained now large power of control. Insisting also our personal participation to a certain extent, view obtain influence in the whole proceeding. Concerning departure of children, Red Cross asked already for rise age limit originally fixed at 10. Pursuing negotiations on this point. Switzerland ready accept here certain number Hungarian children. Equally, negotiations going on concerning Swedish proposals. Concerning immigration to Palestine, Red Cross willing to deal with, but our opinion is to let for time being this matter in hands of protecting power. In general, Inter-Red Cross very proud of their big success in matter Hungarian Jews, which they needed very much also for their political position. Our duty is therefore insist by all means on strict execution of promises obtained and on extension of promise cessation deportations from other camps in various countries, notably Drancy, Malines, Westerbork, Fossoli, etc. Unquote. The whole action, yeah?
The whole action is on activities of the Red Cross, of pushing them and so on. They had, at that time, quite good men in Hungary.
Born?
Born wasn't bad, and the other one, Schirmer, was excellent. Now there are some other I don't know where this is. I must say, I think we should stop here somewhere, because
this is a document written on June 13th by Kopetsky to Mrs. Elizabeth Wiskeman of the British legation in Bern, for her to transmit to the BBC in London in order to warn the people in Birkenau about the approaching date of presumable murder by the Nazis of the Czech group. Kopetsky starts the letter, Chère Mademoiselle, voilà les projets de la dépêche urgente concernant le groupe de Juifs en danger dans le camp de Birkenau. It then carries on, and there is attached on Dr. Riegner's private note paper from the 13th of June, the cable which should be sent in Dr. Riegner's handwriting, presumably, and the cable reads as follows, quote, according report made by 2 Slovakian Jews who escaped from Birkenau to Bratislava and whose reliability is assured by Jewish leaders there, 3,000 Czechoslovakian Jews who were brought from Terezin to Birkenau on December 20, 1943, will be gassed after 6 months quarantine on about June 20, 1944 stop. Appealing most urgently that this news may be broadcasted immediately through BBC and American radio in order to prevent at last moment this new massacre stop. Report which contains horrible detailed descriptions of massacres in gas chambers Auschwitz, Birkenau, of hundreds of thousands Jews, all nationalities, occupied Europe, states that already first group of about 4,000 Czechoslovakian Jews who arrived from Terezin in Birkenau beginning September 1943 were after 6 months quarantine gassed on March 7, 1944 stop. Report reveals that treatment both Czechoslovakian transports called SB transports Sonderbehandlungstransporte was strikingly different from usual transports. Stop. Families were not separated, even children's school was allowed, and prescription 6 months quarantine absolutely unusual. Stop. View fact that first group was entirely exterminated, danger of imminent extermination, second group most serious. Stop. Please issue without delay most impressive warning to German butchers who directing slaughters Upper Silesia. Stop. Do not mention Bratislava as source. Stop. Further reports following. Stop. There's an addition, unquote, there's an addition by in Kopetsky's handwriting which reads, quote, please inform immediately also the Czechoslovak government, unquote. This would mean that you received the actual reports probably about 13th or 12th or 11th of June in that.
Well, I probably the day before, but
yes.
Kopetsky maybe a day before. Anyhow, this is the most accurate dating which is possible. And I gave my summary of the report on the two big papers from the two Czech Jews and the Slovak Jews and the
Polish major
to McLaren. I gave him also something else. I remembered that Auschwitz belonged to the district of the plebiscite on Upper Silesia in 1922, I believe. And as this plebiscite was organized under the auspices of the League of Nations, I thought maybe they have very good maps at the League of Nations, so that this may be useful for the air forces who may be bombing the camp. And I went to the archives of the League of Nations, and I got some of the most detailed maps, of which I made copies. And I gave, together with the report, a copy of such very detailed map which I found in the archives of the League to Mr. McLaren. What happened with this I never learned, but in any case I thought this may be a useful addition to the information. Now, as you said that the military attaché or the Americans played this whole document into the hands of the Hungarians, this probably shows that the military attaché and the other propaganda agents knew about these facts and about maybe also about the maps.
Did you give these maps by any chance to the British as well?
Not on this occasion, I believe. We had an agreement at that stage that because of the official status of the British agency with the British government, I let Lichtheim have the, the préséance with regard to the British, and I had the préséance with regard to the Americans, with regard to who is dealing with whom. They associated each other in some ways on some of the cables which we considered very important, but it was more regularly treated. The British were treated by Lichtheim and the Americans by me.
So that Lichtheim's cable through
It's
Norton
absolutely
would be
parallel.
the same on the same date.
Exactly.
It would be the same thing.
Let me before tell you.
Yeah. We are going back now to the Romanian emigration project. There are some documents here in French. One is a letter by Dr. Riegner to Monsieur G. de Schwarzenberg, 5th of February 1943, which reads in part, quote, Monsieur le professeur Burkhardt m'a fait part aujourd'hui par téléphone du projet d'émigration pour les Juifs déportés en Transnistrie. Je lui ai promis à cette occasion de vous communiquer une note au sujet de l'attitude du gouvernement britannique en ce qui concerne l'immigration juive en Palestine. Even before that, on the 1st of February 1943, there's a letter by Schwarzenberg to Dr. Riegner, which says in part, quote, Je vous remercie vivement d'avoir bien voulu me transmettre les informations très intéressantes concernant la Transnistrie. Unquote. In continuation of this correspondence, there's a letter by Schwarzenberg to Dr. Riegner of February 15th, 1943, which informs Dr. Riegner about the Centrale des Juifs in Bucharest, with Gingold as the Secretary General, under the orders of Monsieur Lecca, L-E-C-C-A. The idea being to have 1,000 to 1,500 Jews board a special Swedish boat, which will go from Dedeagac, D-E-D-E-A-G-A-T-C-H, that's on the Aegean coast of Bulgaria, to go to Mersino Alexandret, and there's a discussion in the letter concerning the security and protection problems of such a boat journey. It's definitely concerned with the emigration of Jews from Transnistria and not of the Romanian Jews generally. The correspondence refers to a report of January 28, 1943 concerning Transnistrian emigration, which was presumably transferred to the Red Cross either from the World Jewish Congress or from some other source. On the 26th of March, Dr. Riegner writes to Schwarzenberg, enclosing in two copies an aide-memoire concerning the Jews of Transnistria. The aide-memoire reads in part, quote, Nous estimons qu'il est d'une importance capitale de préciser avec toute la clarté voulue si le gouvernement roumain est en principe disposé de permettre une émigration soit de personnes adultes, soit d'enfants de la province de Transnistrie. Unquote. The aide-memoire deals essentially with the problems of emigration either through Romania or directly from Transnistria to Palestine. It also deals with the question of the International Red Cross delegation that should help the Transnistrian deportees through Filderman and the Union of Jewish Communities and Willem Fischer. There is also attached an estimate of the Jewish population currently at that time in Transnistria. The whole correspondence goes back to a letter from Dr. Riegner to Schwarzenberg, which accompanies three reports, one from Filderman, the other one from the president of the Jewish community in the district of Mogilev, and the third one from a Jewish personality which has been known to the World Jewish Congress for a long time, which resides at Temeshvar, Temesvar. The letter describes in detail the sufferings of the Jewish population that was deported to Transnistria, 140,000 Jews. It also reports that 15,000 Jews are left in Chernauti, Cernauti, and 270,000 Jews in Old Romania. The letter concerns not the emigration of the deportees, but rather the problems of aid that the International Red Cross is asked to provide to the deportees there. So now we go back to the Hungarian episode. We'll arrange the interview, the copy afterwards.
Now, we yesterday spoke about the major action on Hungary, and I showed you mainly 3 cables, of which I sent to New York. And the last was, I think, the
24th of July.
Now, how does it continue now from there on? And my files show then 2 efforts. One effort continue the help to the Hungarians, Jews, the action of the Red Cross, which they had been promised would be allowed and which afterwards collapsed, as we will see in a moment. And secondly, a general effort to allow food parcels and other help into the camps under the supervision of the Red Cross. This becomes now more and more a very important line. Clearly understanding that there is no legal basis for it, so one tries to construct a case that this is a request, humanitarian request, and they should apply by analogy the Geneva Conventions to the people in the camps. The more the balance of the war goes to the Allied side, they become more and more victorious and advance on all fronts, the more insistent this concept becomes. It started, of course, in 40, if you want, 42 and so on. It was without any possibility of success at that time. The balance of the war was so that nobody paid any attention to it. And this goes on now in the last half year of the war, with more and more insistence, and you find a whole series of such demands. The first I report in a telegram of August 3, and then comes a little later in October a general request for guarantees. With great insistence, and we are being even told that this has been conveyed to the Germans. That the Red Cross itself found that it had to do something and it asked for certain, conveyed these requests to the Germans. And this is interesting because before we got very vague replies from them. But you have that in October 1944, and you see the ending of the war. where they take much more energetic action, and we are being informed that they have conveyed our request to the Germans and made it to some extent their own. Official note to German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, October 2, claiming same guarantees as contained in the Geneva Convention and Tokyo Project to all foreign people sojourning in Germany and occupied territories.
So it's not only Jews?
No.
A general thing. So the World Jewish Congress intervened in favor of really everyone, not just Jews.
Yeah, clearly, because first of all, we are looking for allies. And here we come to a very interesting. I was that led me to organize the Allied front, so to speak, at the end of the war, which we come to it in a moment. But clearly, we are asking here for everyone.
For everyone.
For everyone, and knowing that if everyone gets it, of course the Jews will get it too. But this, I must say, yes, and very interesting cable of the 1st of November on this matter. Following our repeated intervention at CICR, the retreatment of interned deported Jews as civil internees, terms Geneva Convention, respectively Tokyo Project, Professor Boker communicated us confidentially that CICR addressed in October 2 official note to German Ministry of Foreign Affairs claiming same guarantees as contained in Geneva Convention and Tokyo Project to all foreign people sojourning in Germany and occupied territories, and in fact deprived of liberty of movement and designed as Schutzhäftlinge of foreign nationality.
As
Schutzhäftlinge.
Schutzhäftlinge.
According to Burkhardt's statement, this notion is covering not only all foreign workers, political detainees, but also all foreign Jews interned, deported in Germany or occupied territories. The ICR now awaiting reply of German government. The batch due documentation concerning our negotiation with CICR through a war refugee board. This is the one line. Now, with regard to, and this is going on at more insistent, of course, because the political power balance has changed. Now, with regard to the Hungarian situation, we have here a certain number of facts which are characterized by my report of the first is September 4, which we can refer. Which it's a long cable, signed by the way by Yardlem and myself, because at the end we are also asking for other money from others. Maybe you, if you have read this into the record, you read this also. It's a cable of September 4.
It goes to Leon Kubowicki and it's signed by Yardlem and Riegner. Your cable 128, besides negotiations which Sally Meyer has been commissioned to lead by Dr. Schwarz, joined, and of which, insofar as we know details, we do not expect great results, it is impossible at present moment to submit any concrete rescue program concerning Hungary as political military situation changing every minute. According our not very substantiated information, deportations seem to have continued, at least to a certain extent, from Hungarian province. We have made and renewed several times all possible démarches at International Red Cross and at their President Huber personally, as well as at other competent authorities to whom we submitted all communications received from you concerning situation in Hungary and situation of already deported people. We especially insisted to do utmost view prevent mass murder of Jews in Hungary and other countries at last moment. We do not believe in effective action of International Red Cross, as such official bodies seem to have no access to those German authorities in whose hands lies the real power in Germany and countries under their domination. We have particularly no illusion whatsoever as to the possibility of realization of the rescue program which was announced in July by International Red Cross in their famous communiques, as in our opinion present situation excluding any important measure of evacuation, and International Red Cross did even not yet receive transit visas either for their 2 special delegates for Hungary or for subordinate staff. This fact prevents them from any effective action and supervision in Hungary. We acknowledge receipt of $10,000 for Hungary, asking you transmit us maximum funds, same purpose, as view changing situation, new possibilities may occur any minute. We are watching closely situation and are endeavoring all possible means to rescue at least small groups. We finance series of publications concerning situation in Hungary, reports on extermination camps Upper Silesia and Jewish struggle against Nazis, which were largely diffused. We ask you to send us urgently special publicity fund for continuation of this work and similar activities. Unquote. The change in the situation that you can already publish things in Switzerland.
You can already. We are not anymore so afraid of the censorship nor of the German intervention. You are asking for normal public action which were out of question during the years before. Now, the next information which we have on the Hungarian situation is summarized in a telegram
So now we have the cable of 1st of November 44 from Dr. Riegner to Dr. Kubowicki. Quote, Situation Hungary, CICR communicated us confidentially following news based on cable report just received here from Swiss Minister Budapest. 1. Swiss protection documents were recognized by Hungarian authorities. 2. Swedish protection documents were not recognized. 3. Male Jewish population was not deported but sent for fortification work outside Hungary. 4. This measure is stated to be a general one, touching as well non-Jewish as Jewish men. 5. Jewish children and women are at their houses in Budapest. 6. The CICR is requested to furnish urgently linen and foodstuff for these women and children. Please cable whether you are disposed to participate in this action and what amounts available. Unquote. October 15th is the
change of government, the fall of the, what was the name of the...
Latakosh, no.
No.
Yeah, Lakato, no, Kalaik went before. Latakosh, the Salashi government came to power.
This is being described in a very dramatic way in the report which... the oral report, which we got from Dr. Schirmer, the representative of the Red Cross in Budapest, who comes now shortly afterwards to Geneva, and who had a very long conversation with me on the 9th of November. I think this report is known. I don't know whether you know it. It's a very dramatic report.
May I have a look at it? Okay, now regarding Dr. Schirmer, Schirmer, there's a cable by Dr. Riegner on November 10, 1944 to Dr. Goldman in New York. Quote, had long conversation with Dr. Schirmer, belonging until October the 29th to CICR delegation Budapest, and just returned. He gave detailed report on situation Budapest and action taken CICR, which I'm dispatching through War Refugee Board. Report confirms that about 160,000 people still Budapest, 50,000 male Jews marched direction Austria and really working. Further 50,000 in Hungary on labor service. Protection documents of CICR, Sweden, Switzerland, Spain are recognized. All institutions under CICR protection, including all Jewish institutions, soup kitchens, hospitals, children homes, food stores, etc. respected. In vicinity Vienna, about 18,000 Jews working in 400 to 600 camps and places, comprising groups of 5 persons to 300 persons, mostly Hungarians, partly Czechoslovaks, Polish. Germans allowed to CICR representative to assist them in collaboration with Dr. Löwenherz, Loewenherz, who always in function at Vienna community. Dr. Schirmer, who soon returning to Vienna, urged for funds this purpose. If money be put his disposal, he will make available clothing, foodstuff in Vienna, urging your soonest remittance. Unquote. The long German summary of a conversation which took place on 9th November 1944 between Dr. Schirmer and Dr. Riegner will be attached to the transcript of this interview in photocopy.
And the major attention in the next few weeks is attached to this dramatic situation of these people who are marched out. And there are there we get apparently from Budapest direct news about this situation, which are summarized in an aid memoir to the Red Cross of December 20, and then which are being used in all other political interventions with various governments, including the Swiss government, by the way, who accepted at a certain moment to accept 12,000 people to be let in. I think here I should stop on the Hungarian situation, which...
May I just ask you, what exactly was the information that you had in December concerning the foot march? May I have a look at the document? First document in French on December 20, 1944, an aide-memoire, says as follows. The 100,000 Jewish persons were forced to leave the Hungarian capital towards the Austrian frontier. There follows a description of the terrible conditions under which this took place. And then it says that apart from a few thousand of people who are under the protection of the foreign legations or the International Red Cross, only 75,000 old people, women and children are left in the ghetto, of which the conditions are very bad. The requests from the International Red Cross are to ameliorate the hygienic and food conditions of the people on march towards the frontier. Secondly, to help the people in Budapest in the same way, to protect as far as possible those people who have foreign papers, and press the various embassies, Swiss and others in Budapest, to practice a very wide interpretation of protection policy. Also, it says that 18,000 Jewish families are in possession of certificates for Palestine, but the Hungarian authorities recognize only 7,800 of these, and only for single people and not for families. The request, therefore, is to have these papers recognized by the Hungarian authorities as far as It then says also that people have papers from other legations, especially that of San Salvador, and the CICR is requested to ask the Swiss Foreign Office to extend protection to holders of these papers as well. Then there is a second document in German entitled The Destruction of the Budapest Jury, no date, which covers the same ground essentially. It mentions that there are 100,000 people who were marched to the frontier. It describes the refusal of the German, of the Gestapo at the Austrian frontier to accept many of these people for work. It also describes the expulsion of the labor companies from the Bor area, B-O-R, 2,000 of these people having been murdered on the way, and 75,000 people are left in Budapest. The third document is the Hungarian fascists in Budapest. There are 3 pages of such eyewitness testimonies. I think the best thing will be to have them copied at a later date. So we are coming to the last period of the war. The question arises how to save those Jews who are still alive under Nazi rule.
Yeah, I would say that this whole last period, the last few months of the war, are really dominated, in any case in my mind, by the fear that anything can happen at the end. The irrational behavior of the Nazis, who now see that the war is lost, and who might realize what they have always said, if anything happens to us, the Jews of Europe will be finished in any case. That is the old threat, and we are deeply preoccupied. I am absolutely obsessed in the last years, months or so, if they will try to realize. And there are these various attempts at least to make the Allies aware of such possibilities, and everybody aware of the Red Cross and whoever that is. That leads me really to the initiative which I took, when was it, October, November of 44 to this November. This Dr. Kopetsky, whom I tried to convince that we had a common problem. All various nationalities in Germany and in the occupied territories. And it was really a strange situation that, in spite of the fact that we had all the same problems, that there was practically no cooperation, coordination in that project. And I felt that we should, in the new situation, the war was practically won, although the fighting was still going on, in coordinated efforts should be made. And therefore, that I took the initiative and went to Kopetsky to suggest to call together a meeting of all the representatives of the Allied. The choice of Kopetsky was because not only because I had very good personal relations, but it was very difficult to find anybody with whom everybody could meet and who could take the initiative. And even then, when the people met in his house, some of the people had difficulties. They couldn't sign with some others together any paper because the governments had no relationship. And the idea was, therefore, that that he should take the initiative to call together either the representatives of governments in Geneva or the representatives of the Red Cross societies of the various countries in Geneva. And there were a number of people who were specially designated as such by their governments practically. And this took place in Geneva on the 17th of November. The letter was drafted by me, and Kopetsky took it over. He signed the letters, and the people who attended the first meeting mentioned in the list of presents, which is equally available. At the first meeting, there were representatives of Czechoslovakia, Romania, Greece, Italy, which already was on the other side, Norway, Yugoslavia, France, Poland, Holland, Belgium, and myself. At later meetings, Americans and British and others joined in it. I don't know whether I should read the letter of convocation.
May I?
Yeah.
Yeah, the letter of invitation of 14th of November by Dr. Jaromir Kopetsky mentions that the treatment of the civilian populations by the Germans was very negative, and it specially mentions the deportation and extermination of the Jewish citizens of all these countries. The idea is to put pressure through the CICR on the German government to give parallel treatment to the civilians, treatment to the civilians that will be parallel to that given to prisoners of war, and thereby protect the civilian populations. And the meeting was set for 17th of November. And we'll have when the time comes, photocopies of.
I had to be in Bern that morning, and came a little late. And as soon as I came, Kopetsky said, "Well, the real idea comes really from Riegner. Why shouldn't he explain what he wants?" Very fair. He was a very decent fellow. And yes, the compte rendu, which I don't know who made it, but then probably the secretary, and in which in which I say the following. Dr. Riegner takes the floor and exposes what as follows. The idea to ask Dr. Kopetsky to assemble the representatives of the interested countries has come to him in view of the change of the situation in the political situation. The great parts of Germany are already in a situation similar to those of the occupied territories, and there are indications that the indication that one may obtain some changes in the attitude of the German policy with regard to the civilian population. It would be right to push in this way, in this direction, by a collective démarche of all the interested countries, be it through neutral countries or through the International Red Cross, and to try to obtain some guarantees. And such a démarche would, of course, include all the categories of persons which are suffering from the German persecution. And as far as the Tokyo project is concerned, only some of the principles could serve.
What is the Tokyo project exactly?
Tokyo project is a draft convention on the civilian population, which was elaborated by the Red Cross conference in Tokyo and never accepted. And the Red Cross always said, well, we did our best, but the government didn't follow up. And what could we do? We had no yes. And in fact, the principles of Tokyo have only been accepted for the situations of citizens interned in enemy territories at the beginning of the hostilities. That's what the Germans considered. For the case of the occupied territories, the occupying power has refused the application of these principles from the beginning, and the British Congress has renewed the intervention with the International Red Cross Committee. And after interventions with President Hoover and Dr. Gerhart, a note has been sent to the Germans to ask for certain guarantees in favor of ausländische Schutzhaftungen. You remember I mentioned this today. Political detainees, workers, foreign workers, deported population, and particularly the Jewish population. This démarche has not yet produced an effect, but from the German side, they have let known that a reply would be coming. A démarche, a collective démarche of all the interested countries could sustain and renew the démarche of the Red Cross. One could perhaps direct oneself to the neutral countries also, which could come into account to push this idea forward, and maybe also to submit the idea to the Vatican.
To the Vatican?
Yeah. And he just says that he would like to have an exchange of views. And this leads then to an agreement of a collective démarche. Collective, not in the in the technical sense, but in a de facto sense, it's agreed that on a certain moment, at a certain date, all participants, states or Red Cross organizations, would submit to the International Committee an identical note, diplomatic note. The note which I elaborated and suggested and was accepted, and it in fact took place. This leads then to the last initiative of the Red Cross to send the special delegate to Kaltenborn, to the Germans and negotiate in the last part of the war. This you must have where they get some kind of assurances, but in reality, what is important is that for the first time a concerted effort of all of them is initiated. They tried to do it then in London, where all the government of exile came together, or that they not came together, but seated also through the states. This didn't work. But
wasn't there a second meeting of that group?
There were several meetings, yes. The letter which we agreed upon was circulated, and most of them agreed. And then in February, Tumovitsky came to Geneva, and I persuaded Kopetsky to call a new meeting.
A new meeting?
And there were representatives of the Red Cross of Czechoslovakia, Poland, Romania, Belgium, Holland, Norway, Yugoslavia, Italy, Greece, France, and myself. Mr. Kopetsky, because I couldn't hear soon.
No, just that one. Go into the thing.
These meetings were continued until until March somewhere, and the war was nearly over. And what was important was there were two initiatives. The one was we got the mission to Germany of Gerhart with Kaltenbrunner, and he came back and reported on this. And there was a big meeting, which we were informed.
When was that? The meeting? That meeting where he reported? You have that here?
I forget. The second intervention was then with the Allied authorities, military authorities, to make available, because the whole system at that time cracking down, the whole transport system, everything, and not only the German population suffered from it, but also the foreign population, the people in the camps and so on. And there was a second demand to alert the Allied military authorities that they had to do something about the distribution of food and other things with regard to the intern people from all nationalities and so on. Now, the question of Volker coming back.
We just put into the tape that we have to look for the report of Dr. Burkhardt when he comes back from Kaltenbrunner. Now let me ask you, Dr. Riegner, do you think that the intervention of Burkhardt with Kaltenbrunner had an effect? In other words, that was conducive to some action?
Well, you know that the whole situation in these last months was absolutely chaotic. And I'm personally sure that it showed to some of the German officials that they should behave, and that as much as the Bernadotte mission in Germany and others. And after all, finally, there was a link between the Burkhardt mission and the Bernadotte mission, no doubt about that. He got particular very clear assurances about the ladies in Ravensburg and such, which afterwards were evacuated, I think, to Sweden. So there is no doubt that this that this had some effect. What I was stressing at the beginning was that we were really concerned about the question of total massacre of those who were kept. And any presence and any action with regard to the camps, which they alleviated and so on, was in the direction this couldn't happen. There were witnesses, there were people, they accepted delegates and so on and so on. And in this respect, I believe that this had some effect. Whether this idea of Götterdämmerung was only in our minds or had reality, I don't know. There were certainly indications when you remember those times that people advocated such ideas, and what they did with the youngsters to put them into the war. I mean, kids and harm them and so on was something which could easily convince you that there was in any case not only in motivate. Now, I always considered this was for the whole line of the whole time of the war. I was considered that these people were capable of everything. They were not like normal, rational people. They were capable of doing completely irrational gestures. And therefore I thought that we had to take this seriously, and I believe that I exposed this, of course. I told this fears to some of to all of these international representatives, made them aware of it, and they understood it very well. Now, this is the one thing which happened during the last few months. The other thing was the strange thing which until this day I have never understood why we didn't get anywhere with the Red Cross on this. And this was the interventions on the situation of the prisoners of war, Jewish prisoners of war. Generally speaking, during the war, we had few complaints about treatment of Jewish prisoners of war. At 2 or 3 occasions, we heard definite complaints. But we were in contact with some of these camps. I personally was in very close contact with the camps of the Yugoslavs. Close contact is exaggerated, but I mean, I sent the Jewish, a lot of Jewish prisoners regularly some food stuff, packages as far as I have money for them. I was approached through the YMCA, I believe it was, for prayer books, prayer shawls, and other things, religious utensils. And I got it, no problem. This is from this date. This time dates my friendship with a good number of the Yugoslav leadership. The whole Yugoslav Jewish leadership after the war really came from that camp. And it was Oplag, I forgot the number, 12 I think.
The Helfgott and
yes, Helfgott. Azaria was the one who asked for the prayer shawls. But all the names, most of the names are new. By the way, it was not only Yugoslavia, but this, I had here around me a certain number of people of various nationalities. And each of them had really the task to look after his people and come to me and ask me, should do this or that. There was Dr. Winterstein, for instance, from Yugoslavia, who was a Serb, and there was Jaromir Rosenberg and Riegner. They were the two who looked after the Yugoslavs and organized it much better than most of them. But I had somebody who was interested in Bulgarian Jews. But we had a certain network of people who brought to us this problem. Now I say, from time to time there were such problems, and I remember also with the Yugoslavs. I remember there was at a certain moment Jewish prisoners of war with the English who had been chained. The former Secretary General of the Statute, Ben-Aaron was one of them. I remember that he sent somehow a postcard to Riegner. And we were very upset seeing them. He somehow conveyed what had happened. But generally speaking, nevertheless, it was not much what we heard. I mean, there were periods, this may be punishment and but at the end of the war, we had news from various quarters about the separation of Jewish prisoners of war from the others in a number of ways. And that we took up very energetically with the Red Cross. And strangely, the Red Cross took a very passive attitude. There is a correspondence on this Red Cross with Bauer and others, which is quite sharp from our side. Where we told them that after they explained what they had, this can only be a preparatory action for extermination. And you cannot look at this from a purely legal point of view, whether the people in a separate camp that they get exactly as much water or as much food or as much coffee or others. This is what they said, but there may be separation, but the separation in itself is not prohibited by the convention. It's equality of treatment, and there is equality of this is the. We were very sharp with it, and the correspondence, which is available here, goes up until after the war was over. The last letter is on May. The very sharp listened and really rendered him responsible for what they had done. Strangely, they didn't accept our point of view.
Didn't accept?
Our point of view.
Yeah.
Didn't accept. It was very formalistic. In any case, this is really which led us, which conducted us to the post-war period, as a matter of fact. That's the last letter which I had, which I wrote to them. Most of the letters signed by both of us, Guggenheim and myself. We used Guggenheim very much, first as a professor of international law and such matter, and secondly, in all this, you may have noticed in the articles, he was a colleague of Bauer in the Institute of International Studies. He was a pupil of Max Huber, and very much on the Huber line in his legal publications. But he considered himself as a pupil of Huber. So this was very deliberate that he played a role and also externally was visible, not only as an advisor. Now, I said that the last letter leads us to the post-war period because I directly asked that I couldn't consider myself satisfied with that position, and I asked something like the future when they are coming to the problem of the revision of the Geneva Convention, he should be consulted. He would like to be consulted, and there starts then the whole chapter of the revision of the Geneva Convention, in which he played some role. I personally also. But then, of course, the emergence of the Jewish state, the whole situation was then different because you had a Jewish diplomatic representative. The remarkable thing, what I have told you this morning, about the cooperation of the various representatives of various states and across societies and so on, was initiated by somebody who had no state, had nothing behind himself. Nevertheless, it functioned. And I must say I was very proud of this achievement, that I brought them together. They couldn't come together themselves. They needed a Jew for being pushed in this. This is quite a remarkable thing. Now, you want me to say anything about the first one? I think it's an interesting thing. Well, there was a general feeling that the Geneva Conventions had to be renewed and rewritten and so on. And there was a long process of preparations going on in the Red Cross International. And the first phase was that they contacted governments and so on. At a certain moment, they also contacted organizations who had collaborated with them during the war. There is in the Geneva Convention general clause that they are allowed to cooperate with voluntary agencies for certain. And in the draft, but also in the draft for the new convention, was also such a
provision.
Clause, yeah, such a provision. At a certain moment, this must have been 1946, already 46 or 7, they called together all these voluntary agencies, philanthropic, and to discuss to discuss with us. This was the listeners. This was one of my most strangest experiences with the Red Cross in the whole career. They had invited two Jews to this. The Gemeindebund, I think Salimaya.
Who?
The Salimaya or something. And myself and Salimaya didn't show up. I don't know why. Well, the joint and the Congress. I was alone among about 50 people. And when I came, we were told at the beginning of the meeting what the agenda would be. And really the agenda was this paragraph about the cooperation with the philanthropic associations. To which Ari objected very strong and said that this is not possible after all, either you consult us or not. The experience of the last war had really indicated that there are enormous lacunae in the whole thing. And I would like to have an opportunity to say something about it, not only on the draft of that article. So that was my first fight. They didn't like that, but finally accepted that at the end of the meeting I could raise this point. I had a whole instruction from Kubowitzki about what I should say. Of course, it was in the line which we had to fought through the whole time. That was my first fight. The second fight was even more strong. And then I understood why they had really called together this meeting. The international committee at that time was in a very delicate political position. The Russians didn't recognize it, didn't cooperate. And the Russians, don't forget, there was also this whole question of the diplomatic relations between Switzerland and Russia. You know that they got quite heavy beating from the Russians in the last war, and the foreign minister of Switzerland had to be changed in order to somehow re-establish relations with Switzerland, which didn't exist during the whole war, since 1920 or something like that. So the head now of Russia was emerging as one of the great world powers, and not to be recognized, not to have relations. It was a very serious problem for the organization at the time. So they needed support, and there were ideas which apparently was somehow pushed from the Russian side, that there should be maybe the League of Red Society should replace the International Committee in the future, or a committee composed of some Red Cross group. In any case, they wanted to. And therefore they called all these
voluntary agencies
together. And in the middle of the discussions, the representative of the professor of Geneva here, of the World Council of Churches, formally, I don't know whether he had anything to do with them, but they sent him as their representative, submitted a resolution expressing our thanks, gratitude to the Red Cross, what they have done to Now that happened in their own premises, and that didn't put me in a very easy situation. when this was read out, at first I was terribly shocked, not to tell you anything in advance. And after all, really, you couldn't say thank you. How could and the first few seconds that you had to react swiftly, otherwise the whole thing quickly, otherwise the whole thing goes through. So when this was read, there was silence. Nobody said a word. I said to her, I cannot let it pass. So I asked for the floor. And got up and said, I suggest to strike out 3 or 4 words. And the words were endless religion information.
And you sat down?
And so on. Nothing. So the whole discussion started. But this was not the time to make the bond of what has happened. History will judge whether everybody has done what he should have done. I'm not accusing anybody, but I cannot say express gratitude for what has happened to the millions and millions of people who have been deported and have been in concentration camps and detainment camps and so on. And I just cannot say that. So that you have your public opinion, I have my public opinion. I must say, I was absolutely infuriated. Nobody supported me.
Nobody supported you?
Not one was. I was completely on the contrary. So if anybody spoke, they spoke in favor of adopting and so on. Then this could have done for an hour. And they were sitting over Botner, Dicte, the whole cream of the cream, all of them. This was and I didn't budge.
You didn't budge? Yeah.
Said, well, you know, and then they recited, after all, at the beginning of the war, this is what I told you before, the foreigners in enemy countries, for them there was agreed that the Tokyo project should de facto be applied. But this was, I don't know, probably at the beginning 50,000 people or something. This is more extending, probably many more. And they argued, but so it wasn't only the prisoners of war. I said, as a prisoners of war, I do not interfere. All right, they did mainly, generally, what they had to do. They protected millions of people. The French were very well protected, without and others. So I didn't raise our reservations on prisoners of war. After all, these were marginal question, and in the end of the war, and after all, nothing terrible happened. So this was a fear. But with regard to the civilian population, I couldn't accept it. It's clear. So they said, but this, I said, all right. I said, but so you had this technical category also under your protection, fine. But when you speak, then the public about the civilian population, civil internees, so what they mean those who were in the camps. And you know what happened to them. So it went on there for a long time. And as I said, nobody supported. Nobody. Finally, they came with a proposal, compromise proposal. What they had done for les prisonniers de guerre, les personnes assimilées. I said, but I could accept it. I said that I can accept this. Nobody understands in any case. Person assimilée, but assimilated person. This was the end of the story. But it left a terrible shock in my mind. Finally, they gave me the possibility to explain a little bit of what I wanted about civilian population and protection and so on. And I must say, I've never forgotten this. And I know it made a great impact. Guggenheim told me later that he had conversations with Huber, who several times referred to my performance and said that I'm very impressed by the way and the dignity in which I defended our point of view, and that he admitted to Guggenheim that he had sleepless nights about whether they had done what they should have done, but he was a decent fellow, a religious person, but this was then the beginning of a real reconciliation. And then we were invited to the Red Cross conference in Stockholm to send a delegation. This was a real. And since 1948, we have been invited to all international Red Cross conferences. And I cannot complain. I mean, I must say, in many ways, there was a quite friendly cooperation on a number of things, also in Israeli or other such matters between us. In Stockholm, we submitted a very detailed memorandum to the Congress on what we considered to be important for the. And I was given the opportunity of speaking in the legal committee, on the committee which was dealing with the elaboration of the new convention. Sandstone was the chairman.
Sandstone.
By the way, that conference was the first conference of which international conference of which a delegation of the new state of Israel was present. I remember it was unusual. We were not used to such a thing. Abraham was, I believe, the doctor.
I don't remember. I know.
Red Cross conference in 48. And I said that this was the first time that the Israelis appeared, and remember how much this impressed us at the time. Then in 1949, the Geneva conference took place, the conference of plenipotentiaries of the states, not of the Red Cross. And there also we have been invited as observers, and have also submitted a detailed memorandum on our views about the experience of the Jews in the war, and I also participated in some of the debates in the commissions at least. And this has continued.
Is there any, did they actually adopt any of your proposals regarding the civilian treatment of civilian population?
The proposals in the convention, I have now before me the text, but there are certainly convergent ideas which we submitted and which were got into the no doubt. But the basic thing was, of course, that these people detained have the right to basic human rights. And this is very important. We have really pursued a line of policy that there should be some basic human rights which in any circumstances have to be observed and respected, including the rule of non-discrimination. This is, of course, for us one of the most important rules. This goes so far that when the Covenant of Human Rights was elaborated in the United Nations, there was, of course, a clause that in certain situations like war and emergency you could suspend human rights. And my colleague Rudolf Binnenfeld, who was a legal advisor for many years, an Austrian too, wonderful legal mind, very inventive imagination, he came with the idea and said this we should not allow. There are certain human rights which under no circumstance, even in war and emergency situation, you should be able to suspend. And we were the only ones who said that. It's a very interesting thing. And we won that fight.
When was that?
That was in the Human Rights Commission. Nobody knows today that this came from us. And in some legal works, I've seen it stressing the thing. And it's in fact one of the clauses which are not subject to suspension under any circumstances are actually named in the text. And the one clause which is named at the beginning is the clause of non-discrimination. Now, for us, this has always constituted the whole. The Red Cross conventions are the personification of human rights in times of war. And the other times are covered by the General Covenant on Human Rights. And we have seen to it, and we have also made this clear, that this has to be seen together and it has to correspond. There shouldn't be clashes and differences and contradictions. I believe this is one of the great things which we have fought. And even in recent years, there was a series of conferences to revise the Geneva Conventions of 49 and the new protocol, especially the liberation movements made all possible. Some of the clothes are very bad from the non-legal procedure, although politically I understand what was behind it. But even in this, we were interested and we participated. As a matter of fact, I personally was elected the chairman of a working group of non-governmental organizations which elaborated memoranda for the diplomatic conference. And the memoranda were finally signed by about 50 international organizations. It shows that I had my working group was a very balanced group and really submitted a number of ideas which was in support of progressive organizations.
This was recently, more or less.
This is in the last 2 years, yeah. 2-3 years ago was the last one. But we haven't given up this interest, and we feel that the Second World War gives us an obligation, imposes us an obligation to watch that what happened to us shouldn't happen to anybody else.
Well, I think this last statement, that what happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else, is a very important, if I may say so, very important. Would you like to go over now to another theme, going back again to the end of the war? What was your work with the survivors in the camps, the DP camps? Was there any work that concerned the World Jewish Congress specifically in Geneva concerning that?
No. This was handled partly by London and partly by New York. The first problem was already that we had no communications here. And even travel facilities were very, very bad. I remember only my first encounter. I don't even remember. I reread it not long ago by pure accident. And it's interesting, I have completely forgotten. My first encounter with the survivors. This was very shortly after the end of the war. Somebody organized an encounter on the other side of the frontier in Deutschland with survivors in the French zone. And going through, for a completely different reason, some of the old files, I really found this description, which was kept completely forgotten and probably wanted to forget. It's a deeply moving document where I describe how we met the first time with these people. And the real question was why, when we were separated a few kilometers, why did this happen to them and why did it not happen to us? And it's so emotional that I wanted to forget it, obviously. Completely out of my mind. But apart from this, and from people who were brought here, children's groups and others, the American zone, which was the largest zone, of course, was handled from New York by White, Bubowitsky, and so on. They had their direct reports from a number of chaplains, Jewish chaplains in the American army, who reported directly to White all the time. And we had an excellent relationship from London with the British zone, which has never been really described. But all the activities of Gerhart and this committee in the British zone he was much more disciplined than the others. And they had really influence on all the people. The others was much less disciplined and was made possible by the constant support, I must say daily and nightly support we got from Bauer, Eastern and Silverman from them.
I just want to say for the typist, Barou, B-A-R-O-U, Easterman and Silverman. Yeah.
Lady Redding, so on. They really, when there was any problem, running up the telephone in the night to Barou at any impossible hour, and they could the next morning then take it up with the higher officials, and therefore this was really under colossal help.
What would you say was then the major concern of your office in the years, say, 45, 46, 47?
Now, 46 or 7, first of all, we organized immediately after the war kind of European Secretariat of the Congress, which was really the cooperation between London, Paris, and Geneva. And I was the secretary of it. So I had from that time on a very considerable responsibility, organizational responsibility, the building up of the contacts with the Jewish communities in various countries, the visiting them and so on. This was to a great extent my work. I visited Hungary, I visited Czechoslovakia, we went all together for the inauguration of the Warsaw Ghetto Memorial. I went to Sweden and Norway and to a number of other places and organized, so to speak, the Congress organization after the war. This was number one. Number two, I was certainly quite active at the UN, attending especially those bodies with which we had to deal with, let's say the Human Rights Commission, the refugee. I had something to do. I was with Lyndon together at the founding assembly, the founding conference of the IRO, provisional IRO became the IRO in Lausanne. We had such matters, political matters, which I mentioned in your presentation at Red Cross conferences and so on. So my activities were divided between organization and political activity. With regard to the camps in Israel, the most important thing which comes to mind is, of course, the preparation from the point of view of the Jewish communities of the discussions in Anscombe and later first in the Anglo-American Inquiry Committee and then in Anscombe. And here we had a definite job to organize the Jewish communities in support of the major Jewish claims. And we saw to it that all the Jewish communities of Europe, including the very important DP communities, should come out with long memoranda in support of the major claims with Israel. I was active in bringing together a special conference of all the DP communities, like here in Switzerland, where the Jews from the occupied zone in the British occupied zone, the American occupied zone, and the Italian, it was in the Italian camps, probably in the French camps, I don't remember. They all met here and made together a statement, memorandum, I don't remember what form it finally had. This is in this direction. Now, just have something with them. But then in 19, I forgot it, the peace treaty, the Paris Peace Conference. Here again, we not only we tried to prepare these the submissions to the peace conference and to have a Jewish policy with regard to the peace conference. You remember in 1919, some of the Jewish communities rejected what the Jewish representatives had asked for, especially the Hungarians, but they want the minority treaties. So we did not want to be in the same position, to be what to say, disavowed by Jewish community. So we called together here in Geneva in the beginning of 1946. Yeah. The Jewish communities with whom the peace treaties were envisaged, which meant Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Italy, and Finland, I think. Now, Finland, we decided we wouldn't do anything. They all came, with the exception of the Hungarians. The Romanians came, and the Italians came, and the Bulgarians came. And we came to certain agreements. I don't remember if there was certainly Istanbul here and Pelswald from our side, and myself. From the Bulgarians, there was Jack Nathan and somebody else, I think. Cantoni from Italy, and what's his name? Anyhow, these were some of the major participants. And we came to quite to understand. And then, but we had nothing from Hungary.
From Hungary?
Hungary. So I was asked to go and to get something from Hungary. Well, this wasn't so easy. From here, nobody knew what one could do. So I went to Prague. And I should say that we were, in the meantime, we were in a hurry because the foreign ministers' conference was meeting in Paris in, I think, July or so, and they had to submit something. There was an agreement of the World Jewish Congress, the American Jewish Conference, and the Board of Deputies. This was a trio which was active in the international scene. So they had to submit something. They couldn't deal out Romania. It was the largest community. In Hungary, it was one of the largest communities. So I went to Prague and tried to get into Hungary. when I went to Prague, went to the Hungarian consul, I said that I would like to go to Hungary. He replied to me, I also. I too. Which meant he couldn't do anything. It was all under Russian control. Finally, it was arranged for some friends in Bratislava that the Hungarians would come to the frontier, and I would meet them in the frontier. In the no man's land between the Hungarian and Slovakian border. That was really how it happened. My friend Gerhart never forgive me for this, because this happened on the day after his marriage. And he was one of those who came from Hungary. I think it was Stöckler, was then the president of the community. Roth was the director of the office. There was one from the Zionist and one from the Orthodox community. And we meet sitting in the Straßengraben, how you say it? Yeah. On the ground floor. And they brought to me the paper on which they had agreed, 3 or 4 together. And the Neolog community, the Orthodox community, the Zionist group, the Congress, was coordinated. There was discussion even whether I should go into Hungary illegally or not. And finally, I had the document, was decided was not necessary. Why? In fact, they were waiting for me, and I took the next train back in the night to Prague. The next morning, I took, I think, the next train which I could get was to Brussels, and to Brussels, there was a train to Paris. And they were waiting for me, writing the document. This is when we were in Paris. We were writing first the document for the foreign ministers' conference, and then a couple of months, 2 months later, was the Paris Peace Conference. And where I was also the whole Jewish delegation. This was, as I always say, more a peace conference between the Jews and peace conference. The former enemies. This was one of these terrible performances, as Easterman used to call it, the Jewish unity mongering.
Unity mongering.
They try to agree on a united line. And there were really very few people who understood what it was going, what it was about. To have there 50 people to decide on it was really not very. But you had to do it. You had to go through all this, and there was a united Jewish document, which was the committee, and I think everybody signed it. Yehuda also, some of the groups which are not in the mainstream, of course, use this in order to try to humiliate the more representative groups and so on. And that was, I don't think that historically very much came out of these peace treaties. Nevertheless, we used this, we did our duty so far as we had to. We tried to get in clauses, general clauses on human rights, and we tried to get in clauses, and we got some clauses. It wasn't on Irish property and the disposition. Now, with the Eastern European countries, of course, never worked. But it had some problems for the Italians, no doubt. I mean, we got the Irish property out. Then, parallel were these first discussions on reparations, the reparations conference of the Allies, not of the views, but there were also some clauses which were quite of importance. And Jacob Robinson represented us in this. There I was personally engaged. But this is, I mean, when you add this all together, quite an important activity, and it brought me around a lot, both politically. I came to all kinds of international conferences, learned the métier, and on the other hand, it brought me to a number of Jewish communities. And some of them it was quite an experience to go to Hungary as a first trip into a communist country. So that is, I think, yeah, in the United Nations, I said already, this is, I think we made in these first years a very considerable contribution to the Human Rights Declaration.
May we perhaps go to another question, and that is, what was your involvement in the steps leading immediately to the establishment of Israel in 47-48? Did you have any specific part in this?
Well, the specific part which I had in this was to give Moshe 3 rooms in my office that he could work on during the meeting of the Anglo-American Committee here. They met in Geneva, as you know. And I helped them as far as I could. I mean, I gave them really, I was lucky. I had established after the war a kind of central cartotype, index of all those who had come back. All our officers were overwhelmed with requests, is there any trace of anybody? And we established, in fact, in 3 places such indexes, here and in London and in America. Then America stopped and that it lifted to others, and then it was London and Geneva, and finally we left it in London, and London transferred it to ours. But I had a number of people there, and it was a colossal, this is a little thing which you don't speak anymore about it, but it took you, I don't know how many people who worked the whole day, because this was a human need. And you found people, and you brought them together, there's no doubt about it. So when I closed this down, this must have been in 46 or 47. I had, by accident, I had a few rooms which I could be. And then Shelter came and needed rooms for this delegation. They were practically in my office. We had the rooms of the agency and the Congress on the same floor in the building of the... No. K. Wilson.
K. Wilson.
K. Wilson. K. Wilson was the whole... and together we had the whole floor. But I had more because I needed all the time for the packages for other such services in service. So they were all there, and I saw them often. I helped them whatever I could. Whenever they asked, I don't remember what they asked, but I know that some services, but this was their responsibility. I was present at a number of these discussions which they had. I remember the ways which Horowitz is also now that he was on us. He was always very optimistic about everything. And Charette and who else was there? Whole group. And then afterwards the whole group met in Montreux.
In where?
In Montreux.
Montreux.
For the second commission. The Anscop met in Lausanne, and the Jewish group met in Montreux, and the Hotel Metropole, which doesn't exist anymore. And there I was not all the time, because I really had nothing to do, but I was interested. Goldman was there, Arrête was there, They had long evenings together, and they competed in telling stories. The story of Charette took 20 minutes at least. Now stories usually take half a minute to tell 6 stories before Gerhart started his next story. No, I personally don't have any particular recollection. What I said, what we had definitely to do was organizing the Jewish community in support of this was quite
And in 48, the discussion with the United Nations, were you there? No.
No, this was... this doesn't mean that we were not asked to mobilize Mr. X or Mr. Y. This, of course, happened, telegrams and Mr. Son. Whenever we got something, we did what we could, no doubt. But I don't claim it was really, it wasn't proper even to do anything which I was not before.
Now, let me ask you completely. Do you want to stop now?
Let's see what you ask.
You said you had you would like to add a point about your meeting with Montini.
Well, when I surveyed the activities of the Congress during the first post-war years, I think I should add one footnote concerning the Catholic Church. The Secretary General of the Congress then was Dr. Kubowitsky. He had visited Rome in the summer of 1945, and he came with the idea that after the Holocaust, the time was ripe for the Catholic Church to make a public statement on its attitudes towards the Jews. In fact, he consulted with a number of Catholic scholars on this matter, particularly Jacques Maritain, who lived then in the United States. The Catholic scholar of Jewish descent, the Father de Menasse, of Egyptian origin, who was deeply interested in these matters, and the professor of Catholic theology in Fribourg, who later became a cardinal. I just forgot the name, but it's one of the few Swiss cardinals, and we can add the name later. He came to Rome, and he was received at the time by both the Pope, Pius XII, and Montini, who was then Secretary of State. It's interesting that the idea to issue an encyclica on the Jewish question, this was the idea, was not ripe, apparently. And it took, about 18 or 20 years to until the Second Vatican Council that something in this light was done. But in the aftermath of this these contacts with the Vatican, Gobori asked me a couple of months later to visit again the Vatican in connection with the matter of the Jewish children saved by Catholics, Christian institutions or individuals. And in the fall of 1945, when I visited Italy, my first visit to Italy after the war, in connection with the first Congress of Jewish DPs in Italy, which took place, I think must have been in October or so, 1945 in Austria. The opening was in Rome. The other meetings were in Austria. In connection with this Congress, in which I participated on behalf of the Congress, and where I delivered a speech also on behalf of the Congress, I paid a visit to Monsignor Montini in connection with the other matter which I have mentioned. I was accompanied by Cantoni, who was then the president of the Union of Italian Jewish Communities. And this meeting with Montini sticks out in my memory as a very memorable occasion. Because when I submitted to Montini this request to help us to recuperate the Jewish children, the reaction was quite negative. And while my argument was that we were most grateful to all those who had saved Jewish children, the catastrophe had been such that we really couldn't renounce any Jewish child, and that we wanted them to help us to recuperate these children. And while we were very grateful, not to help us would be a reflection on the motives which had been involved. The later Pope, who was after all in a central position in the church at that time, surprised me enormously by his complete lack of knowledge of the Jewish position.
For the Jewish
position. It was obvious that he had never realized what it meant that 6 million Jews had been put to death. I remember that I argued with him about the enormous loss which we had. And I said to him that we had probably lost more than 1 million, perhaps 1.5 million of children. He was quite surprised about such a statement. I said, this cannot be. I was not badly prepared. In fact, my figures, statistics. And I told them that alone in Poland, we had lost more than 1 million children. I argued that if you take the average number of births which existed, statistics were clear, of the Jewish population, and you multiplied it by 16, from the age of 0 to 16, you arrived at a figure which was higher than 1 million. And we knew from the reports which we had that the total number of Jewish children found after the war was about 3,600. I have somewhere the exact figure, but this is what it was. I told them that we knew that in the Hungarian province there were about 400,000 Jews living, which would probably lead us to believe that there must have been 70,000, 100,000 Jewish children. I told them when the Hungarian provinces were liberated, all in all, 8 Jewish children were found. He argued with me, this is not possible. The people ran away. The people left over the frontiers. And I had quite some pains to convince him that there was nowhere to run. There was no immigration. This was in the last year of the war. And 200 or 300 Jews left over the borders to Romania. That's probably the maximum what was safe. In any case, I made quite an impact on them from the point of view of the human point of view. But it did not make any effect on them from the point of view of theology. He took the view that if we could tell him where the children were, then he would try to help us. And of course, the situation was such that we didn't know where the children were, and if we would have known, we would have helped ourselves. You may know that in Italy, the Khayalim, the Jewish soldiers of Palestine, took themselves sick children out of the convents and other places where they were. And I'm not saying we're very grateful to the people in the convents who saved these children, but to ask us to where the children were was really something which was not fair. But it's not so much this attitude which was struck me. It was the complete lack of realization. And one of the centers of, let's say, world politics, and you can certainly say that the Vatican is one of the centers of world politics of what really had happened to the Jews during the war. It gave me a terrible shock, and I have until today not forgotten this reaction. And while the whole conversation is in very civilized forms, I still must say that it explained to a certain degree what has happened, and the lack of interest in these circles of the Jewish.
Okay, that's very interesting, to put it mildly. What I would like to ask you now, how would you evaluate, just in a few words if you could put it, The World Jewish Congress in Geneva and in other places was really fighting a war for the survival of the Jewish people during that period, let's say from the early 1930s on. Would you say that that struggle was successful?
I don't think I can say that. What I would say is this. I believe that we were the only group which really took up the fight in an organized way. And it's a tragedy that the unification of the Jewish people in one representative organization was not realized much earlier. And when it finally, the foundations of the Congress was laid in 1934 or 1936, it was really much too late. And not only it was too late, we also did not succeed to convince very important parts of the Jewish people to join. This is true for great parts of American Jewry, it's great parts of the establishment organizations of the Jews in Western Europe too. Nevertheless, we were the only group which systematically took up the challenge and took up the fight. Now, when you ask me whether we were successful, lived up to our responsibility to a certain degree. We tried 100 ways, but finally, I believe that we lost this fight. And I believe that it is very important for the generation of today to realize that one can also lose in wars. This whole idea is blurred in a certain way because of the great success which we had in the establishment of the Jewish state. In the same way as the French people who lost their war did not realize that they did lose their war, because in the final part of the war, period of the war, they were associated, thanks to de Gaulle and the French army, in the victory, and got a share in the councils of the powers, and got their share of the occupation in Germany, and so on. In the same way, our view is blurred by the victory of 1948 on what has happened before. We have really lost this war against Islam. He didn't win it entirely, that's true. But he won it in to such an extent that nobody can be proud of what he has done with regard to fighting for. I belong to those who has never, what should I say, expressed a great proud of what we have been doing. I think we have done what we could. I think we tried very hard. We were human. We didn't do everything what could have been done. But in any case, the major battle we have not won.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of the interview on the 29th of September 1980. We add another part to the interview concerning resistance movements during the war.
Well, you will see that I have been in touch with a number of resistance movements through various intermediaries. Kopetsky once asked us for $20,000 support for the Slovakian resistance movement. And together with the War Refugee Board, we gave that sum. We gave 10 and they gave 10, and I think even this wasn't used at the end, we got some pay. Such occasions we looked for. There's another occasion where I gave to the Italian resistance movement $10,000. I definitely recall one very interesting episode when from Italy somebody came to see me with an Italian priest.
Wasn't his name Massimo Tellio?
This I don't know. The man who accompanied him was engineer Yehuda, who was from Torino, a very fine Jewish leader of the Jewish community in Torino. I believe somehow occupied Fiat's factory. Yehuda, whom I knew through Cantoni, came and brought a Catholic priest who had on himself a little piece of paper. The little piece of paper said on the one side, machine guns, shoes, trousers, and I don't know, which was a whole list of matters, material, which some resistance group needed. And on the other side, there was a stamp and the description, the address of Italian non-Jewish anti-fascist resistance group, which was active in the region of Meran. And the request was we should help them to get all this material, including the arms, in order to allow the resistance groups to defend the Jews in case the Germans would, at the last moment, the last few months of the war, wipe them out completely. And I remember that I told the Italian priest, I said, listen, I have no arms and I have no military equipment, but I will try to do what I can. And I went to there, and I had a friend in the office of the military attaché of the British legation. And I told him the story. And I said to him, listen, if this group really exists and they are vitally interested, that they should be protected. There were more than 10,000 Jews in the region of the southern Tyrol. They had withdrawn into the mountains and so on. So my friend said, wait a moment, let me find out. And he came back after 15 minutes with a little slip and said to him, that's true, the group exists, we know exactly where it is located. And I said, no, can you help them? I said, we will do whatever we can. And as a matter of fact, they got the equipment which they had asked for. I have here, somewhere in the, at the beginning, there should be a note on this.
Yes, the note should read that this whole interview, from the beginning, in other words, the first interview of 25 to 27 of July 1979, as well as the following interviews, should be kept in the safe and should not be available for general use without the consent of Dr. Riegner. That's it. In other words, no access to these interviews at all, unless a written agreement is obtained from Dr. Riegner.
Yeah, and it's at my disposal for...
And it's of course at his disposal for any use that he may wish to make of it.